Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 2 of an awesome What If Deku kept one for all but became a villain story. If you want to see part 3, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku was still twitchy in class the next morning, and though his classmates asked him about what happened, he refused to say a word. He flinched when Aizawa slammed the door open, shrinking down further when the bell rang. Everyone be seated. Aizawa paused as everyone sat at their desks. Morning. About your final exams. Sadly, we had some failures. But you'll all be going to the summer camp. Ashido, Kaminari, Seitu, and Kirishima sobbed with relief. Once the noise died down a bit, Aizawa continued, everyone passed the written tests. The practical was where you struggled. Kirishima, Seitu, Kaminari, and Ashido, your teams failed as a whole. Zero and Bakugo, on the other hand, failed individually. Izuku expected to hear Bakugo start yelling about that, but he only huffed and sulked further into his desk. Small mercies, I suppose. As the villains in this test, we teachers came up with assignments perfectly suited to all of you. Assignments that would give you a chance to come up with winning strategies. If we hadn't, then none of you would have stood a chance. So when you said that you were going to crush us, Ojiro trailed off. That was to push you. We're talking about a training camp, after all. Those of you who failed are the ones who need it most. This was another logical ruse. We've been fooled again. Ida cried out. I would expect nothing else from you, eh? But, now that you've lied to us twice, aren't you worried that our faith in you has been shaken? Okiko looked at Ida, looked at Izuku, and mumbled, yeah, perhaps, Aizawa aloud. But consider the facts. This wasn't entirely a lie. A failure is a failure, and the 6 of you who did fail will be receiving supplemental lessons in addition to the training camp. Quite frankly, it will be far worse than any summer school. Aizawa passed out the camp manuals and packing lists, and Izuku boggled at the sheer amount that they would need. Toru looked at everyone's expressions and said, oh, I know. We're off tomorrow and our tests are over, so why don't we all go shopping together as a class? Bakugo, to Izuku's relief, refused to go, and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was visiting his mother, but the rest of the class all agreed to meet up tomorrow. Before Izuku could sneak off, Okiko and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 both pulled him aside and asked if they could talk to him. Izuku wanted to bottle everything up and just forget it ever happened, but he knew that wasn't healthy. I need to be better about this. I can trust them. So, reluctantly, he agreed to let them both visit. Izuku locked the door behind them once they got to his apartment, sliding off his shoes and breathing a sigh of relief when he confirmed that his mother wasn't home yet. The 3 of them sat down on the couch and leaned against each other, fidgeting and unsure of how to break the awkward silence. 𝐿𝐴𝐷's eyes were soft and worried when he said, Izuku, what happened with your final? I'm glad that Bakugo didn't pass and all, but you 2 were the first ones done with your exam. Something went wrong, didn't it? Okiko continued, and the concern on both of his friends' expressions broke Izuku. He told them everything. He told them about the particularly bad PRDS of bullying that he'd avoided mentioning the first time he told them about Bakugo. He told them about Bakugo suicide baiting him. He told them about how All Might told Izuku that he couldn't be a hero, though 𝐿𝐴𝐷 already knew that. He told them about how he knew that Bakugo pulled the pin on purpose during the battle trial. He told them that Bakugo had refused to work with him during the finals, to the point of getting violent with him and saying that he would rather lose than win with Izuku's help. He told them how All Might destroyed Izuku's lung. He told them about All Might's injury. He told them about One for All. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 furrowed his eyebrows in thought, and his serious expression didn't prepare Izuku for what he said next at all. So we're killing All Might, right? Oh, definitely, Okiko answered. Hurting Izuku is an unforgivable crime, and he's been doing an awful lot of that. I wonder if the League is recruiting. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 mumbled. Guys! Izuku cried out. You can't joke about that sort of thing. He didn't want them to know that he'd had the same thoughts last night as he laid in bed, heart racing with remembered panic. Izuku couldn't ally become All for One's ally, not as the next user of One for All and not after he cheated on Izuku's mother, but the thought of running fast and far from UA and All Might was tempting. Izuku didn't want to hurt anyone, he was just tired of constantly hurting. I'm not joking. The menacing aura radiating from Okuko only made her words more believable. We're barely through the first term and they keep hurting you. It can't be anything but intentional at this point. Are they trying to make you develop one for all faster? Trying to force you to be the symbol of peace before you even graduate? You made one boundary clear to them, Izuku. 1. Bakugo was the only person you didn't want anything to do with, and they forced you to work with him anyway. It was cruel and unnecessary. I'm beginning to understand how heroes like my father can graduate from UA, Xiaotou muttered darkly. That remark led to another explanation, catching Okuko up with what they had talked about during the sports festival. Okuko pulled a piece of paper out of her backpack and started writing on it. When Izuku peered over her shoulder to see it, he saw that All Might, Endeavor, and Bakugo's names were aggressively underlined on it. At Izuku and Xiaotou's questioning look, she said, "It's our hit list." They all looked at each other before bursting into laughter, leaning into each other as their laughs morphed into sobs. "This isn't right," Okuko sniffled. "None of this is okay." "It's not. What can we do, though?" Xiaotou questioned. Maybe we actually could go villain." Izuku expected One for All to start rioting within him at that, but he was pleasantly surprised by an encouraging buzz that he recognized as his uncle's energy. Xiaotou and Okuko glanced at each other before looking at Izuku and patiently waiting for him to continue. The league is currently being run by All for One. As his name suggests, he's the natural enemy of One for All. His quirk lets him take and give quirks except for One for All itself. He's also my father. They both inhaled sharply at that. Izuku gave them a bitter smile and said, "I know, right? My father ditched me 11 years ago and wound up being some supervillain. What are the odds of that? But my point is that he'd be happy to have this quirk back on his side again. I can't support what he does or the way he hurts people, but that doesn't mean that I can't take advantage of his resources. As it stands now, the League of Villains is positioned to shake our society in ways that it needs to be shaken. We would just need to aim them at better targets. The Hero Public Safety Commission. Endeavor. All Might. I hate to say it, but the symbol of peace does prop up the system we have now. Things won't change as long as he's a hero. Maybe we can just make him retire a bit earlier." "I'm in," Okuko agreed immediately. "I'm behind you all the way. Besides, I did some digging into the stuff that Mama Midoriya mentioned last time I came over for dinner, you know. The commission really does own all the construction companies that are contracted to fix things after heroes or villains wreck them. They've been slowly choking out family businesses like ours for decades, and they're doing that with a lot of things. The amount of control they have is scary. My father has been number 2 for 25 years. That's all the reason I need to join you. Do you think the others would as well?" Izuku hummed at Xiaotou's question. "It depends on who you're thinking about. We'll have to keep an eye on the others and gauge whether or not they'd consider it. We'll worry about that later. We need to make contact before we can do any of that." "You're right," Okuko sighed. "Guess we should just focus on our lists for the summer camp for now, heh. Do you need us to grab you anything, Xiaotou?" Xiaotou shook his head before handing both of them a credit card. "No, but use my father's cards to get anything you need. He won't notice it anyway." "Baby's first crime," Okuko whispered. "This seems like a good one to start with. Feels right. Feels like justice." Izuku grinned and said, "Here's to balancing things out, yeah." The Kiyashi Ward shopping mall was massive. Izuku had gone a couple of times before, but he didn't think that he'd ever get used to the sheer size of it. "Oh, aren't they those UA first years? You all did great in the sports festival." Izuku flushed under the attention, waving at the crowd of kids their age that recognized them. His classmates all split up and went to get what they needed, leaving just Izuku and Okuko behind. "What do you need to get?" "I'm gonna go get some shoes and new wrist weights. Maybe some stuff for my room too." "The All Might thing is kinda," Okuko nodded with a serious expression. "I mostly need bug spray, but we may as well take advantage of this, right? Let's go around together." "Oh, cool, You two are from UA. Can I get your autographs? A raspy voice called out. Izuku turned to face the man that was talking to them, wondering why he seemed so familiar. You're the one who won the sports festival, right? And the girl put up a good fight against that Todoroki kid too. Okiko, having been told about the quirks within One for All, looked to Izuku. He shook his head. Danger sense isn't going off, so why does this uncanny presence remind me of men? I can't believe that we'd meet again here, hidden boss. It's something like fate, destiny maybe. Shigaraki's hand loosely wrapped around Izuku's throat, one finger lifted. Let's have a chat, Izuku Midoriya. If you don't want anything to happen to him, then you'll come along, girl. Danger sense twanged slightly. Izuku was still getting used to interpreting the quirk signals, but he had a feeling that Shigaraki wouldn't be dangerous to them unless they pressed their luck. Izuku's breathing still sped up, and he hated the way that panic coursed through his veins. I'm not even afraid of Shigaraki. How am I supposed to get him to listen to me if I can't even catch my breath right now? Okay, Okiko agreed, smoothly breaking the tension. We wanted to talk to you anyway. Shigaraki blinked at her, narrowing his eyes and saying, just act like we're old pals. Don't make a scene or try anything funny, and try to look a bit less like you're about to pass out. He steered Izuku toward the nearest seating area, and Okiko walked alongside them both, humming lightly under her breath. Izuku appreciated having something to ground himself to. Once they sat down, Okiko said, you know that it'll be less suspicious if you let him go, right? We're not going to try anything, and Izuku can't breathe evenly if anyone touches his neck. If the wrong person looks over here, then we won't be able to talk. You're awfully chatty, Shigaraki grumbled. He moved his hand to Izuku's wrist anyway, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as one of his hands slowly massaged his neck. Help me figure something out, hidden boss. Shigaraki looked out at the crowds of happy, oblivious people as he said, I pretty much hate everyone and everything, but right now, Stain is seeing me off. So he wasn't working with you, here? Izuku muttered. I thought it seemed out of character for him to work with a group. You're right. Society seems to think that he's with us, and that's where my problem is. Everyone is watching that DMN Stain. Our attack at the USJ and the Nomyu in Hosu, they are both being overshadowed by him. No one is noticing us. Why? What makes us so different? Shigaraki sounded genuinely frustrated and confused, and Izuku figured that helping him out would only help his case. Danger sense still wasn't going off, so he knew it was okay to do this. What makes you different? People still don't know what you want to do. They can look at Stain and see the trail of dead, corrupt heroes that he keeps leaving in his wake, and they know what message he's leaving. He wants heroes to be better. He wants to create change. People can understand that. They can even support it. The message you're trying to send is less clear right now. That sounds like advice. And if it was? Izuku questioned, turning to Shigaraki with a ped eyebrow. You're not a hidden boss. You're a recruitable unit. Izuku chuckled at Shigaraki's excitement, nodding as he said, we are, yes. Okiko, myself, and at least one other person want to join you. The symbol of peace. Our society can't change for the better unless he's gone. What did All Might do to PSS you off? You were defending them all so viciously before. He punctured one of Izuku's lungs in a final exam, Okiko hissed. Izuku almost died. Shigaraki's eyes widened as he studied Izuku's expression, finding only anger and pain there. I still care about my friends, but I don't trust the heroes. I want to create change. I want to help people in a way that matters. The only way that we can do that is by destroying the status quo. Interesting. Suddenly, these hero brats are oh so interesting. Shigaraki stood up, looking back at them both as he said, I'll consider it. I should probably get out of here before either of you are missed. Hey! Can you do me a favor and mention my name to your boss? I think he'll recognize it. I don't see why not, Shigaraki muttered, waving farewell before weaving through the crowds. It was surreal to see how he blended in with them by moving with a purpose. No one thinks he's out of place at all. It helps that no one knows his face, but still, Okiko hummed as she stood up, turning to face Izuku as she said, "Guess we'll have to see how that pans out. Let's go get our shopping done before people start asking questions." Later that evening, an anonymous tip informed the police that Shigaraki was seen at the Kiyashi Ward shopping mall at the same time as UA students. There was no proof that it was more than a coincidence, but it was still enough that UA changed their summer camp plans and upped their security. Izuku was happy with this outcome. "It's best to cover my tracks in advance. I need to create loopholes for myself with Tsukochi and his quirk being so heavily involved in investigating the league, and it's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, I don't want any of my friends to get hurt just because I want an out. This should protect both them and me. I can't believe so many 1A kids are getting extra lessons. How could you fail with Izuku helping you? You don't have any room to talk, Nito. I'm just happy that they all passed the written exams." Nito gasped at Izuku's words, hands splayed over his chest as he said, "You wound me. You know that having me go against a Razorhead alone was unfair. It was meant to drive home the fact that you need to learn to fight without quirks too. I'm glad you got those support rings, but even they won't help you in every situation. Okay, I'm not the only one who thinks this is surreal, right? What is going on with those two?" Kendo muttered, looking between Nito and Izuku with confusion all over her face. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Xiaoto tilted his head as everyone from both classes looked at him before saying, "They are brothers." Kaminari burst into laughter. "Oh, Todoroki, that was a good one. They don't even have the same last name." "There's no way he's right, actually," Nito interrupted. "I wondered when someone would notice. It makes sense that it was someone so close to Izuku. Here. I didn't even get the chance to tell him or Okako about that yet. I guess that it would be pretty easy to figure out now that he knows about All for One, though. Nito's quirk functions pretty similarly." "What?" Both classes erupted in shock, volume growing as they talked among themselves and tried to figure out how that was possible. "You both have to be messing with us." Zero cried out. "You don't even look anything alike." As funny as it was to watch everyone freak out, Izuku decided to nip it in the bud. "We wouldn't stop being brothers if one of us was adopted, but I may as well explain. We don't look alike because we both take after our mothers. It just turns out that Nito and I share an absent father." "What?" Toru cried out. "I bet they weren't happy to find out about that. Mama Midoriya doesn't strike me as the type to not tell you if she knew. Our moms were cessed. They were happy that we found each other and started gleefully plotting a way to make him pay for it, but they were cessed that it happened at all," Nito agreed with a nod. "The BS dude told my mom he wasn't interested in marriage while being married to Izuku's mom for over a year before he'd met her." "I still can't believe you're older than me," Izuku grumbled. He enjoyed having a sibling to spend time with, especially since they got to spend more time together over summer break, but Nito lorded those 2 months over him relentlessly. "Was Mom struggling to have me? Did All for One get impatient with whatever he was hoping to get out of a kid only to wind up with 2 at once, or how much of the time he spent at work was spent with the opposite family, I wonder?" "Families can be quite complicated," 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said solemnly, and Izuku mentally made a note to ask him about that later. "Something about his voice seems sad. There's something there. It'll just be a matter of if he'll feel safe enough to talk to me about it." Aizawa's voice cut through their conversation. "Everyone, get on the buses. We need to get a move on." Both classes split off as they did that, excitedly chatting about all the things they wanted to do with each other at camp. Aizawa told them that they'd be stopping in about an hour before leaving them to it, and Izuku was glad that Ida chose to sit next to him. "I know that I have no chance of convincing him to be anything but a hero, but I'll enjoy moments like this while I still can." When their bus stopped, Izuku was immediately suspicious. They parked on an overhang looking out into a forested mountain range, and he could see nothing around that would explain why they chose to stop here. One BS bus kept going too. This reeks of one of Aizawa-sensei's traps. "Hey, Eraser." Izuku turned to look at the origin of that voice, ignoring his teacher's response as green eyes sparkled with glee. "No way. Are we training with one of the few hero teams that are out there? Rock on with these sparkling gazes. Strikingly cute and cat-like." We're the wild, wild pussycats. 𝐼𝐴 and 𝐵𝐵𝐵 cried out. The young boy that they'd brought with them seemed unimpressed by all of this, but Izuku was too excited to do more than distantly acknowledge that. These are the pros that will be helping us out with the training camp this year. The wild, wild pussycats. They're the most prominent hero team in our time. 𝐼𝐴, 𝐵𝐵𝐵, Ragdoll, and Tiger form a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescues, and they've been going strong for 12 years now. 𝐵𝐵𝐵 was in front of Izuku before he could blink, putting a gloved hand over his mouth as she said, "We're 18 at heart." Yeesh, okay. I won't mention age around her. The whole area here is our territory, 𝐼𝐴 told them. She pointed across the horizon and said, "Your lodging is at the foot of that mountain over there." Izuku wasn't the only one who realized what was happening here. They all started running for the bus, and 𝐼𝐴 laughed as she said, "It's 9:30 now, so I'm thinking. At the earliest, you'll be there at noon. Kitties who don't make it to camp by 12:30 don't get lunch." The earth started crumbling beneath them, and while Izuku saw it coming, he knew exactly what 𝐵𝐵𝐵 could do. After all, he still got caught in the swarm of dirt that deposited them all in the forest. "This is our private property, so feel free to use your quirks. You've got 3 hours to reach the facility. Make it through the Beast's Forest." Knowing how 𝐵𝐵𝐵's quirk works, that name is going to be a lot more literal than everyone thinks. I need to danger sense blared as a gigantic, earthen monster with no eyes and a gaping maw landed in front of them, snarling so loudly that the nearby birds took to the skies in fear. "Calm yourself, creature. Please, back down." Kuda pleaded, and Izuku leapt in front of him, demolishing the monster with Black Whip before it got the chance to attack. They're not living. The monsters are made by 𝐵𝐵𝐵's quirk. Izuku floated off the ground, humming as he released even more black tendrils. "Anyone else feel like flying over this forest? I'll need some attackers ready to keep the beasts from jumping up and hitting us while I'm carrying you all." But Bakugo scoffed before stomping off on his own, but everyone else stayed where they were. Dark Shadow emerged from 𝐵𝐵𝐵 and wrapped him up in their arms, floating them up as well. "We can fly point and guard you. We'll all make faster time this way." Izuku smiled. "Thank you, 𝐵𝐵𝐵. Xiaotou, Okiko, Yaoruzu, Ida. I'll have you 4 at the outer corners. Let's get moving." 𝐵𝐵𝐵 took to the skies and Izuku followed suit, bringing up 17 of his classmates with Black Whip. They didn't fly as fast as they could have alone, but they steadily made their way toward the camp and left the sound of screaming and explosions behind them. The monsters did leap up and try to grab them from the sky, but between Shuji and Jiru listening for them and Izuku's danger sense, they weren't ever caught off guard. The crumbled remains of dozens of beasts fell into the forests below them. Izuku snickered when, to his surprise, they beat the buses there. "I guess we did take a more direct path. The bus has to go pretty slow around all the curving roads winding up and down mountains, but something tells me that they weren't prepared for us to get here so early." "You're a lifesaver, man." Kaminari sobbed as Izuku put them all down. "My quirk wouldn't have done anything to those things." "Happy to help. No need to make us all slog through it if we can just go over." "I'm worried about Bakugo though. You think he'll make it out all right on his own?" Kirishima questioned. "We couldn't force him to come with us. He's just as capable of flying over the forest with his explosions anyway, even if he would have to take a few breaks. He'll be fine." Izuku didn't care either way, but he was glad to see that his words reassured Kirishima. When Aizawa, 𝐼𝐴, 𝐵𝐵𝐵, and the kid got to the camp 10 minutes later, all of 1A started snickering at their expressions. Aizawa looked done with life, 𝐼𝐴 and 𝐵𝐵𝐵 looked shocked, and the kid looked so fed up with the whole thing that it was funny. "Where's Bakugo?" Aizawa asked with a sigh. Izuku shrugged and said, "I tried, but you know how he is about me. I wasn't going to punish the rest of the class because he refused to cooperate. I knew that you could fly, but I didn't realize you could carry the other kittens like that. What even is your quirk?" 𝐵𝐵𝐵 cried out. "Accumulator. I gather, store, and use different kinds of energy. It's versatile, but it's also incredibly finicky. I still have a lot of room for improvement." "I don't get it," Ashido mumbled. How is the strongest guy in class so humble? Well, we were going to make a big dinner for everyone once they got back, but I guess you'll start cooking for yourselves a day early. A few of his classmates groaned at that, but Izuku was pretty excited to cook for everyone. Aizawa had them get their luggage off the bus and put them in their rooms before directing them to the kitchen, and they all worked together to help Mandalay and Pixie-Bob get everything going. I wonder where 1B is. Are they doing something with Ragdoll and Tiger? The forest jaunt wouldn't work with them, but maybe they are being forced to spar or something. Izuku shrugged it off and chopped more vegetables for the curry they were making, using a single tendril to grab Zero's hand before he could dump an entire shaker of salt into rice. What oh? Sorry man, didn't realize the top was loose. Zero tightened the salt shaker, staring at it suspiciously for a few moments before cautiously adding some in. Izuku could tell that the majority of his classmates had never cooked before. Ashido, Kaminari, Zero, Xiaoto, Yorozu, and Ida struggled the most, but he delegated them to the things that were harder to mess up and stationed a more experienced cook nearby. Himself, Tsuyu, Seitu, Toru, Kuda, and Fumikage moved around the stovetops with purpose, directing the others in a way that resulted in a meal that lifted all of their spirits. The kid grumbled a bit as he took a plate and sat as far away from their class as possible, and Izuku turned to Mandalay and asked, "Whose kid is he?" "Kuta is my nephew. We're looking out for him, so he'll be with us all week. Sorry if he's a bit snappy. He doesn't really like people." "Noted. I'll make sure to give him space." 1A spent the rest of the day relaxing, and once it started getting later, they helped Mandalay and Pixie-Bob make the big dinner they originally planned to surprise them with. Cooking up a bunch of meat and fish was fun. Izuku didn't usually get the chance to work with some of the more expensive stuff, even though he had to watch his classmates much more closely while they made this. It's kind of funny that Danger Sense warned me about someone overcooking a steak but didn't warn me about Shigaraki. Talk about a skewed sense of urgency. Izuku knew that it was because, in the end, Shigaraki hadn't been a threat to them and that Shinomori was just trying to be helpful here, but it still had him snickering under his breath. A pulse of similarly amused energy came from Shinomori right before another light warning from Danger Sense pinged. Izuku barely managed to keep Ida from mangling the fish that needed to be filleted, taking over for him and sending him to help Seitu. Bakugo got to the camp about an hour into prep. He was covered in dirt and massaging his wrists, but he looked unbearably smug about the fact that he proved he could go through the forest on his own. "Whatever, Bakugo. Acting so pridefully will be the end of you one day." They ate dinner together, and afterward, everyone went to the baths. Izuku currently stood in one of 3 private stalls, dismayed by the fact that there were only waste towels here. Everyone was going to see them eventually, but he sighed before biting the bullet and stepping out into the changing room. Shocked silence and wide eyes all around. "Midoriya, bro," Kirishima's voice was thick with horror. "What happened to you?" Kaminari, displaying an emotional intelligence that Izuku needed to give him more credit for, said, Man, how'd you get so jacked? You're so deceptively small in your uniform and costume." Izuku appreciated the attempt, but he knew that his classmates weren't going to let this go. They only ever saw the scar on his neck before today, but now they were getting a full view of the tragedy written on his body. 3 starburst scars traveled from his stomach to his chest on his right side, getting larger as they went up. Both of Izuku's shoulders were more burn scar than healthy tissue. They bore the brunt of most of Bakugo's rage for years. And though they can't see it, there was another, huge starburst on his back from when Izuku tried to walk away from Bakugo to avoid another beatdown. He never made that mistake again. Those weren't the scars that everyone's eyes kept trailing back to, though. On Izuku's left side, in a haunting imitation of All Might's scar, there was a jagged, circular scar that webbed out from the point of impact. The guardrail that All Might shoved through his chest had not only punctured his lung but also embedded him in the asphalt, leaving a mangled mess that his mother had sobbed and raged over. The only reason that she hadn't pulled him from UA entirely was because he'd looked her in the eye and promised to make them pay for it. Izuku looked Bakugo in the eye as he said, "The finals happened." He walked out to the baths before anyone could question him more on the subject, sighing in relief as he sat his towel down and sank into the water next to Xiaoto. They basked in a comfortable silence until the rest of their classmates joined them, and a pointed glare from 𝐿𝐴𝐷 kept anyone from asking questions. Not everyone had gotten into the water yet, though, and Mineta was staring at the wooden wall and muttering to himself in a way that made Izuku's skin crawl. "Mineta! What are you doing?" Mineta pressed his ear against the wall and said, "Yes? They're really there. I guess that boys and girls don't have different bath times here. We might just have to have a little accident here. Stop this at once, Mineta. What you're considering would bring great shame to you and our female classmates." Ida cried out. "So strict," Mineta muttered before jerking around and rushing up the wall, making the wood rattle with his speed. He only climbed up a few of his orbs before Black Whip snagged him and tore him off the wall, mercilessly throwing him into the water. "I will punch you into the sun, Mineta," Izuku growled. "You'll be staying right where I can see you." "Thanks, Izuku." Okiko cried out. "Mineta is the worst. How is he still here?" Jiru grumbled. Yorozu sighed before saying, "I do not know, frankly." Kuta peered over the wall and sneered down at Mineta as he said, "A hero, really? Try learning how to be a decent person first." "Yeah. Don't grow up like him, Kuta." Toru called out. Kuta instinctively turned to the source of the voice, flinching back and toppling over the wall. Izuku gently snagged Kuta with Black Whip. He got out of the water and wrapped the towel back around himself when he saw that the kid was out cold, deciding that he should take him to Mandalay. "Xiaoto, Ida, watch Mineta." Izuku quickly threw on some clothes and brought Kuta to Mandalay, laying him down on a couch in her office as he explained what happened. "Thank you. He must have passed out from fear as he fell. We put him on guard up there since Eraser warned us that one of his students was the embodiment of lust. If Aizawa-sensei knows, then why does he keep letting it happen? Letting someone like Mineta get into a position of power would be a nightmare, and it's disgusting that Mineta just keeps getting away with stuff like this." Izuku plastered on a smile and said, "I'm just glad that he didn't get hurt. You've got a good reaction time. Keep honing that." Izuku nodded, looking down at Kuta and thinking about the disdain he heard when the boy mentioned heroes. It could just be scorn for Mineta, but he doesn't seem to like heroes in general either. Is he safe here? Kuta doesn't seem to like heroes very much, Izuku hedged cautiously. Mandalay sighed. "You notice that, here? Hard not to. Most kids grow up looking up to heroes. Guess I just wondered why he doesn't. There are quite a few people in our society who don't look up to heroes, but he probably wouldn't have been one of them if he'd been raised normally." Normally? Izuku didn't like the sound of that at all. Mandalay was making it sound like whatever it was that made Kuta upset about heroes meant something was wrong with him. It's not that surprising for a hero to say something like that, but still. He has to feel lonely. Do they try to understand him at all? Mandalay's cousins were Kuta's parents, Pixie Bob's voice cut in. She walked into the room while balancing a tea tray, setting it down on a table. They were heroes who died in the line of duty. Mandalay continued, saying, 2 years ago, they were protecting civilians from a villain. There's no better way for heroes to meet their end. It was an honorable death. But a boy who'd only just started learning about the world couldn't understand that. The strange tone in both of their voices sent a chill up Izuku's spine. "No, that's not. You fight to live, not to die. You can't save other people if you don't save yourself first. That's especially true if you have people waiting for you at home. If you're spouting CRP like this around Kuta, then it's no wonder he hates heroes." Kuta's parents were still his entire world. To him, it was like they'd left him all alone, but society kept praising what they did. They kept saying their actions were great and noble. I don't think that Kuta likes us very much either, but with no one else to look after him, he cooperates. To him, heroes are just nasty people that he can't understand. If you understand that much, then why? Why would you say those things? It's like you know how he feels and just don't care about it. Izuku decided then and there that he was going to extend his hand to Kuta. He was painfully aware of what it felt like to be alone in the world, after all. The tense atmosphere in the teacher's lounge told Izuku that he was right to be worried about this conversation. I've never seen All Might look so serious before. It feels wrong. Take a seat. Izuku awkwardly shuffled into the room and sat down across from All Might. He fidgeted uneasily as his mentor collected himself, wondering if they were about to talk about Izuku's differing aims in heroism. Technically this is leaking information, but Tsukochi told me this for the same reason that I'm telling you. Just don't go spreading it around. When Izuku nodded, All Might said, the Nomyu that you defeated at the USJ had multiple quirks. That may not seem relevant yet, but the existence of this Nomyu links back to the origin of One for All. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed as he listened to All Might talk. Are we going to talk about that greatest enemy thing that 3 mentioned? The person that I'm apparently the son of. He had compartmentalized that bit of information to deal with later, but no matter how much he racked his brain, Izuku couldn't figure out how his father could have anything to do with One for All. Not that I remember much of the guy, but this quirk is ancient. There's just no way, right? One for All was originally derived from another quirk altogether. All for One, a quirk that allows its user to steal other quirks as well as grant them to others. The implications hit Izuku like a truck. Wait a second. If he can steal quirks, then he probably found a longevity quirk at some point, right? Which would mean that he really could be my. Was I born with a quirk? Did he just take it, or was I born quirkless because people in early generations were genetically more likely to be born that way? You didn't have a quirk, 9, a glowing, green man said, flickering into existence by Izuku's side. Sorry for startling you. I'm Yoichi Shigaraki. You should know that One for All would feel its absence if my brother stole your quirk from you. It's not much of a comfort, but, all for one, you mean that everything was for this guy to take. Izuku knew that it was better to play dumb here. He had no logical reason to know anything about All for One, and he knew that saying the ghosts in his head were telling him things wouldn't go over well. This was back at the advent of the exceptional. During the dawn of quirks, back when society hadn't adapted to the sudden changes it was undergoing. Back then, everything collapsed when the norms of what it meant to be human couldn't be defined. Laws became meaningless. Societal progress halted and, in many areas, reverted. It was a time of war and bloodshed unlike anything we've seen since. Izuku nodded. It said that we would be enjoying interstellar travel right now if quirks hadn't set us back several centuries. Suddenly all the resources that were going toward things like long-distance space travel, curing cancer, and technological advancements had to be redirected to accommodate for quirks and how they affected people. Back in the beginning, there were a lot of people born with quirks that either killed them directly because they couldn't withstand it or killed them indirectly because people were afraid of it. We can still feel the echoes of those times in some of our modern laws. All Might blinked, looking up at Izuku as he said, I'm surprised you know so much about it. Anyway, one man brought people together during that time of confusion and disorder. You've likely heard of this as well. He would steal quirks from other people, and with his overwhelming power, he spread the influence of his organization. He manipulated countless people into committing wicked acts. Before too long, he took over Japan as a symbol of evil. I've seen rumors about him on the internet. The fact that any mentions of those rumors were stricken out of textbooks always seemed suspicious to me. Izuku knew all too well how their society liked to shove things under the rug. But how is this connected to One for All? I mentioned that All for One could grant quirks too. With that ability, he indebted people to him or at least forced them to submit. However, the burden of those quirks was often too heavy for the recipients to bear. Many of them lost the ability to move or even speak. Just like those Nomyu. He found a way to weaponize that mind state while still forcing multiple quirks into a person. That's One for All won't do that to me, right? I haven't had any issues with the quirk so far, but I don't know how many quirks a person can typically handle. 2 or 3, usually, Izuku's uncle said. But you don't have to worry about that. While you don't have a quirk factor, some of the genetic mutations that my brother got with his quirk were passed down to you. Your body doesn't have a quirk limit. On the other hand, there was a case where he granted a quirk that resulted in a mutation. The quirk he gave this person blended with the one they already had. All for one, he had a quirkless younger brother. This brother was small and physically fragile, but he had a great sense of justice. The actions of his brother pained him, so he opposed him in any way that he could. But All for One gave his younger brother a power stockpiling quirk by force. We still don't know if it was done out of a twisted form of care or if it was done in an attempt to force his brother to submit to his will, though I believe it was likely the latter. Izuku's eyes flickered over to the man who was glowing the same shade of green as Izuku's eyes. It was a bit of both. We lived in troubled times, and I do believe that he worried someone would try to use my weakness against him or that I'd get caught in the crossfire. He has never been opposed to helping people so long as doing so benefits him in some way. He's just quick to abandon someone once they stop being useful to him. Izuku mentally acknowledged that before saying, "Wait, so one for all." Yes. It turned out that the younger brother hadn't been quirkless after all, though neither he nor anyone else realized it. He possessed a useless quirk that let him pass the quirk itself on to others. "Not all of that is true," Yoichi mumbled. "My brother did know I had a quirk. He was always capable of taking it, and he can sense quirks in anyone who has them. The only limitation to that is that he can't tell if they'll have a quirk or not until someone reaches the age of manifestation, though mutations are an exception there since people are born with them. I suspect that he gave me a power stockpiling quirk because he wanted to have someone loyal to him cultivating that power throughout his reign. He either didn't think I would want to escape his hold or didn't expect that I would be able to even if I did." The power stockpiling quirk and the transferring quirk fused. All Might cried out as he spread his arms. That's how One for All came to be. It's an ironic tale, no. Justice is always born from evil. I see. Why are you telling me this now, though? Izuku knew why. All Might mentioning the Nomyu made it abundantly clear, but Izuku wanted to know what All Might expected him to do about all of this. We're talking about someone who could steal quirks, my boy. Quirks of any kind were at his disposal, and he stole one that halted the aging process, making himself functionally immortal. Given the man's undefeatable strength and the state of society at the time, his younger brother passed the quirk and the mission that came with it onto future generations. As the power was passed from person to person, it grew and grew, evolving into what you have now. A quirk that even allows you to access the quirks of past users and use them alongside the stockpile itself. This quirk was passed down with the hope that it would one day grow strong enough to defeat All for One. All Might's eyes met Izuku's, and the guilt lined his face as he said, "I thought that my generation had finally taken him down, but he survived. And now he's moving again as the brain behind the League of Villains. One for All is a power that is inherited for the sole purpose of defeating All for One. Someday, you will likely have to face that ultimate evil yourself." I knew it. Why wouldn't he tell me about something like this before giving me One for All? Even if he did think All for One was dead, he would have supporters and allies that targeted me because of it anyway. 8 has never been much of a strategist, I'm afraid. After his fight with my brother, he likely wanted to put him out of mind and never think about him again. He truly did believe that he was only passing on the mantle of the symbol of peace, but you have every right to be upset that he didn't let you make an informed decision, Yoichi said with a sympathetic smile, resting his hand on Izuku's shoulder. A rush of comforting warmth rushed through him at the contact, feeling not unlike One for All itself. The fact that he expects you to blindly follow his path of heroism is also concerning. I do not believe he means ill by it, but the symbol of peace is a position with the kind of power and sway over people that my brother had once. I do not want any one person to impact our society so heavily ever again. It's a recipe for disaster, no matter how well-intentioned. After several tense moments of silence, Izuku said, "I'll do what needs to be done. I want to help people, and if that means that I wind up fighting All for One someday, then I am prepared to do that. I do have a question though. Is All for One capable of taking One for All?" No. One for All is a quirk that can only be passed down willingly. You do not have to worry about him taking it from you, my boy. Just keep training. You've made remarkable progress, but you'll need everything you've got if you hope to take him down. All Might sent him back to class after that, and it was only on the walk there that Izuku realized that the conversation never shifted from One for All to All Might himself. I wonder what he wanted to tell me. I wish that I could tell you. 9. 8 has been pretty quiet within one for all. Watching his physical self interact with you is painful for him, and he's the only one still linked to 8 as much as his link to you. Izuku grimaced. I understand. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. He must be disappointed in me. I don't know how you all aren't. No, I am not, a hauntingly familiar voice said. Izuku looked to his left, wide-eyed, and saw a yellow, flaming silhouette of All Might. The living me does not know the things you do. Does not have your memories or knowledge like I do. My boy, you see injustices that my living self refuses to look at for fear of acknowledging that he, too, would have suffered them without one for all. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you were also quirkless? Yes. The discrimination still existed, but it wasn't nearly so bad in our generation. The things that you have gone through, young Midoriya. Izuku froze, thankful that the courtyard was empty and the school day long over as the vestige of All Might wrapped him in a hug. I am so sorry. I should have fought to change these things instead of accepting them as reality. You deserved better than that. The people who entrusted their safety to me all deserved better than that. Thank you for refusing to make the same mistakes as I did. Izuku sobbed, falling to his knees as two ghostly presences comforted him. I'm so relieved. I was so afraid of letting you down, but I just couldn't let things stay as they are. I couldn't. Midoriya. Are you alright? Watery eyes looked up at a vaguely familiar face, and when Izuku wiped them free of tears, he realized that it was Monoma. He flushed with embarrassment, but Yoichi's voice brought him out of that mortified spiral quickly. Oh. The way that One for All reacts to him. I'm sorry for dropping this on you too, 9, but I don't want to hide it from you either. Monoma's quirk factor feels familiar. Familiar in the sense of it being linked to my brother in some way. Yoichi's eyes were wide with shock as he said this, form shimmering at the surge of emotion. Izuku smiled sheepishly at Monoma and said, Why, I'm fine. Sorry, today's just been weird. Monoma took Izuku's hand in his as he helped him to his feet, giving him a once-over before saying, I'm willing to listen if you need someone to talk to. I can also take you to a teacher if you want, but I figured there was a reason you were out here so. Do you know what your father looks like? The question escaped him before Izuku could restrain it. He had learned entirely too much today to shoulder alone, and someone knowing even a part of it would be a massive relief. Considering that this involves Monoma too. He doesn't need to know about All for One, but it would be nice if he knew we're probably related. Closely related if I had to guess. That's such a strange question. Most people would assume that I see him regularly, you know. Monoma chuckled uneasily before saying, I haven't seen him in quite some time, but yes, I do know what he looks like. White hair, red eyes, pretty tall. I take after my mother, obviously. Why are you asking? Because I also take after my mother, Izuku choked out. He pulled out his phone, looking through his photos and scrolling back to an old one that his mother sent him several years ago. He'd asked for it when he was going through a particularly rough time in Aldera, wishing that someone was there to help him and his mother fight against the school that did nothing about red spider lilies being left on his desk every day for months. Izuku showed Monoma his phone, watching blue eyes widen. That's him, Monoma whispered. We're brothers. Apparently. When's your birthday? Izuku blinked at the sudden topic change, answering, July 15th. Why? Mine is May 13th, so I'm the older one. Monoma nodded decisively before saying, Call me Nito, then. I'm not going to have my half-brother call me by my last name. That's just weird. Izuku. You don't think it's weird. This doesn't bother you. It's definitely weird, but we can't do anything about it. And no, it doesn't bother me. I've always wanted a sibling. Me too, Izuku mumbled with a smile tugging at his lips. The two of them talked underneath a tree in the courtyard for hours. Izuku was so enraptured with the conversation that he didn't even notice when Yoichi and Vestige All Might faded away, too busy laughing over the fact that Nito only stumbled across him at all because he'd been in detention. They didn't part ways until the sun started setting, exchanging numbers and promising to stay in touch. I better hurry and catch the next train home. I need to make dinner for Mom tonight. It'll have to be something quick, but I can manage it before she gets home. Thoughts of his family allowed him to forget about the heavy burden on his shoulders for just one day. Izuku lost himself in the motions of cooking as he prepared himself to tell his mother about Nito. Aizawa was flipping through some forms as he walked into the classroom, laying them down on the podium as he looked over them all. Summer vacation will be here before much longer. Of course, it would be irrational for all of you to take a whole month off. Izuku perked up at his words. It makes sense to keep progress from backsliding during the break, but how does UA do that? Training on campus a couple of days a week. Assigning exercises and checking in on us over break. You'll be doing a summer training camp in the woods. Everyone cheered and started excitedly talking about what they wanted to do at the camp. We'll be able to do things that we can't do on the main campus, and the camp will be good for practicing in forested environments too. And at least 𝐶𝐲 will have something to look forward to during this break. Aizawa shushed them. However, anyone who doesn't pass their final exams will be stuck in remedial hell here. Good luck everyone. Kirishima called out. Izuku looked over at Yorozu, and the two of them nodded, waiting until after class to offer to tutor their classmates in subjects that they were struggling with. Time passed in a haze of studying and training, and by the time that June was coming to a close, Izuku was able to use 25% of One for All. I'm lucky that FA Jin got me used to using more power with less risk to myself. It's made opening the valve with One for All a lot easier. I'm still not anywhere near where I'll need to be to fight my father, but it's an improvement. I'm not worried about the academic tests, but the practical could be trouble, Izuku muttered as he and his friends ate together in the cafeteria. We don't have any clue how it'll go. I can't imagine that it'll be anything too unusual, Ida reassured him. Izuku was still worried about his friend, but he was relieved that some of Ida's smiles were starting to reach his eyes again, even if some of them were still painfully fake. It feels more like he's struggling with things and less like he's being consumed by revenge now. Okiko sighed. I wish I had your confidence about the academic portion, Izuku. It's probably just a comprehensive test of everything from the first semester, Toru said with a hum. We should be all right as long as we look over our notes. Yeah, Tsuyu agreed. That's all Aizawa-sensei has told us. Battle training, rescue training, and basic training will all be covered on the hero test. I'm honestly more worried about my general courses, Okiko admitted. I'd be happy to go over stuff with you again. Sorry that I've been so busy with physical training lately. Okiko waved her hands frantically and said, Don't worry, Izuku. 𝐶𝐲 has been tutoring me. Besides, you have to make sure you do well too, and you're working on different things. 𝐶𝐲 nodded in agreement, and Izuku sniffled slightly, relieved that he had such amazing friends. You worry too much, Izuku. Izuku's friends were all startled by Nito's voice. While neither he nor Nito was hiding the fact that they were close now, they were having a bit of fun watching everyone try to figure out when and why they started hanging out with each other. I am confident that you, of all people, won't struggle with either final. This is so surreal, Kendo muttered. Monoma went from wanting to crush 1A to outright liking Midoriya so quickly. What did you do? Wouldn't you like to know? Izuku and Nito said in perfect sync, looking at each other with pleased grins. Shinsu shuddered. That's so creepy. I did have a reason for coming over here, though, Nito continued. Kendo heard from an upperclassman that past practical exams have been against robots. Just wanted to pass it along. You're voluntarily helping them. I was going to do the same, but Nito only smirked at Kendo before waving farewell and going to join their class, leaving Izuku before he could say that he doubted things would be nearly that simple with a group like the League of Villains on the rise. Izuku was relieved to be finished with the written tests, but he was a bundle of nerves on the day of the practical exam. Their entire class was told to get in costume and head out to the buses, and seeing Bakugo with his newly reproved gauntlets only made Izuku more afraid of what was to come. Why are so many of our teachers here? I don't like the looks of this. Let's begin your practical exam, Aizawa said. It is, of course, possible to fail. If you want to attend the training camp, then you can't afford to mess this up. Knowing you guys, you probably asked around and think that you have a vague idea of how this'll go. This is definitely not gonna be robots. It's gonna be robots. Just like the entrance exam, Kaminari cheered. Ashido beamed as she said, "Summer camp, here I come." "I'm afraid not." Nezu cried as he sprung out of Aizawa's scarf. "Current circumstances have demanded a revision to our exam format. As such, you students will be pairing up with each other and fighting one of the teachers you see here." Izuku paled. "I don't like the sound of that at all. Who will I be going against? Who will I be working with? Depending on the answers to those questions, I could easily fail this." Nezu chuckled as he said, "Your pairings and assigned teachers have already been decided. Your battle moves, your grades, your friendships with one another. These factors were all considered in that decision." Okay, so maybe it won't be that bad." Aizawa looked at Xiaoto and said, "First up, Todoroki is with Yorozu, and you two will be fighting me." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Aizawa-sensei was the worst matchup for me out of all the teachers here, so at least I don't have to worry about plummeting from the sky or anything. Next, Midoriya is with Bakugo. Izuku's heart stopped. "What? And your opponent?" Aizawa trailed off as All Might appeared out of nowhere. "Will be me. You'll have to work together to win, so come at me you two." No. They can't do this. Why would they do this? Why would they give Bakugo back his gauntlets if they were going to do this? Izuku froze in place, trembling as his heart pounded in his ears. He could barely hear Aizawa when he said, 10 stages have been prepared and all teams will begin simultaneously. The test guidelines will be explained by the teacher you're going against. None of the areas are outside of the school grounds, but let's not waste any more time." He and Bakugo were ushered onto a bus with All Might, and the tension was so thick that Izuku could choke on it. They headed toward their exam in complete silence, and Izuku kept several paces between himself and Bakugo once they exited the bus. "Now, this is where we'll fight," All Might said, gesturing to a massive cityscape. Fight." Izuku squeaked. "You can't expect us to beat you. No matter what we do, that would be impossible." "Pessimistic and impatient, I see. Allow me to explain. The time limit is 30 minutes. Your objective is to either get these HNDCFFS on me," All Might held up said HNDCFFS, "or for one of you to escape the area." One look at Bakugo told Izuku that there was no chance of him agreeing to escape. All Might said it himself earlier. "We have to work together to pass. I don't believe that abandoning him will go over well, not when it's clear that they are trying to force us to get along. Why couldn't they just let me avoid him? One person, I asked to be left alone by one person. Your decision-making is being tested too. Of course, given the rules and circumstances, I'm sure that you believe running is the only option." Bakugo scoffed as All Might held up several metal bracelets. "That's why we had the support department make these. They are ultra-compressed weights that'll weigh me down with an extra 50% of my body weight." All Might attached 2 to each arm and 1 to each of his legs, and Izuku felt at least slightly better about the fact that he was going to be forced to fight All Might now. He didn't feel any better about who he was being forced to fight him with, though. "Are you trying to bring this fight down to our level or something? That's insulting." Bakugo looked cessed at the very idea, and Izuku felt like he was a few minutes away from having a breakdown. "A disaster. This is going to be a disaster." All Might only laughed and said, "We'll see." Izuku could barely register what was going on as everyone got into position. Only the distant sound of an intercom announcing the start of the test snapped him out of it, and Izuku just quietly followed Bakugo, hoping to avoid any conflict here. "Stop following me. Beating him down is the best option, and I don't need your fin power to do it." "If only I could be so lucky," Izuku thought with a sigh. "Didn't you hear All Might? He said we have to work together. There are probably secret points like with the entrance exam. Running off alone defeats the whole point of the test." "He's not taking us seriously," Bakugo continued, ignoring Izuku as usual. "So we'll let him toy with us until the exam is almost over. Then, when he's exhausted, I'll let him have it. As much as I hate to admit it, it's not even a bad plan. The only issue is that we could do it much quicker if we work together." This is All Might we're talking about, Bakugo. Even with the handicap, there's no way you can beat him alone. One of the gauntlets that still haunted his nightmares swung around to hit him in the face. Izuku rubbed at his cheek as he laid on the asphalt, looking up at Bakugo and hating himself for how afraid he was. I promised that I wasn't going to be afraid of him anymore. So then why? Deep down, Izuku knew that it was because Bakugo hadn't tried to kill him, at least not directly back when he made that promise. It was a bit harder to keep now, especially when faced with the weapons that nearly did him in before. Stop talking, Bakugo snarled. You think you're all that? It's really starting to piss me off. We have to cooperate if we want to pass, Bakugo. You think I need your Fing power to pass? Forget it. Izuku stood up, scrambling after Bakugo as his voice died in his throat. Why? Why does he hate me so much that we can't even talk? Debris went flying as a massive gust of wind cut down the street that they were on. Izuku watched, horrified, as entire buildings crumbled under the force of All Might's blow. He marched toward them, chuckling as he said, "Don't think that I'll be going easy on you. I'm dead. I'm actually dead this time. Who cares about keeping the town intact? If you just think of this as a test, then you're going to be demolished, heroes. I'm a villain. Give me your best shot. Bakugo, we can't fight him head-on. We need to retreat. You're not the boss of me." Bakugo screamed, running forward and aiming his hands toward All Might as he raced toward them. The explosions he let off were more light than heat, but Izuku flinched nonetheless. "All Might." I knew from the start. Bakugo's voice cut off as All Might gripped his head with his hand. I was expecting this, he snarled as he set off several explosions at close range, refusing to let All Might's grip deter him from his attack. If it was any other hero, then it might even have worked. As it was, Izuku watched in horror as All Might flipped Bakugo and slammed him into the asphalt. A weak barrage like that does hurt, but only a little. Now then, All Might made direct eye contact with Izuku as he asked, "You gonna leave your teammate and make a break for it?" Izuku let one for all flare to life as he jumped up, combining it with float and hoping beyond all hope that it would buy him a few seconds to trigger and regulate the power on Jin. Well, that's just unfortunate. He understood what All Might meant when Bakugo's explosions grew closer, and though Izuku tried to put more energy in the rise to get out of Bakugo's way, he reacted too slowly to keep them both from crashing to the ground. Bakugo growled as he stood back up and looked around for All Might, moving with determination. "We can't win like this. Please, stop talking. I'm gonna win. That's what heroes do. There's nothing wrong with admitting you need help. Everyone does sometimes." I said. "Stop talking," Bakugo growled with a glare. Izuku gulped, deflating and nodding. In the meantime, All Might's voice came from above, and by the time Izuku looked up, it was too late to stop the next sequence of events. "A guardrail. I've got a present for the one who wants to run away." All Might cried out as he slammed Izuku into the ground, caging him by shoving the guardrail into the asphalt. Whether he intended to or not, Izuku wasn't sure. One of the jagged ends that All Might ripped from the ground pierced through the side of Izuku's chest. It doesn't matter how protective my costume is against someone like All Might. He exerts too much force for it to matter. A wet cough escaped him and blood dribbled down his lips. Black spots danced in Izuku's vision as he watched All Might punch Bakugo in the stomach, launching him down the street. A frantic buzz started ringing in his ears. What is that fool doing? First he gives one for all to a child, then he shows no restraint in going against him. Izuku could barely make out a glowing, lavender man, distantly noting that he was a different shade of purple than 3. "Just keep breathing, kid." "Hurts, I know," the man whispered. His voice was full of sorrow as he said, "I know." He punctured a lung. "Just focus on my voice, okay? I'm Hyuga Shinomori, though most of the others call me 4. My quirk is Danger Sense, and it allows me to detect any threats in the area. This quirk is yours now too. You will not be surprised by him again. I am right here, and I will not leave you." Izuku couldn't move. He would make things even worse if he tried, coughing and wheezing as he struggled to draw in breath. He couldn't hear most of what All Might and Bakugo were talking about, but one thing came through loud and clear. If you're saying that I gotta rely on his help, then I'd rather lose. That's so. As long as you have no regrets. All Might reared back his fist, and Izuku's hand twitched as a single tendril from Black Whip jerked out to stop All Might in his tracks. Degoro, please help him. Banjo reappeared for the first time since the USJ. All Might looked back at Izuku as one tendril became dozens of angry, writhing masses of darkness that trapped the hero no matter how hard he struggled. True to his word, Bakugo refused to capitalize on that moment. Another black tendril snaked around to steal the HNDCFFs from Bakugo and click them on All Might's wrists itself. This is an announcement. The first team to pass is Bakugo and Midoriya's. Izuku slumped into the ground as the puddle of BLD around him grew even larger, registering 2 sharp pulses of pain in his head before he fell into oblivion. Are you even capable of holding back? 10 minutes. If it had taken him 10 minutes longer to capture you, then he'd be dead. He's lost a lung. Recovery Girl's furious voice was the first thing Izuku heard when he regained consciousness. His fingers twitched as a crippling pain shot through his head again, and Izuku jolted at the sensation with tears spilling from his eyes. Young Midoriya, you're awake. The pain in his head was screaming at him, and Izuku realized that this must be danger sense. All Might was the threat he was sensing. All Might had almost killed him. He had been permanently injured by his mentor's carelessness twice now. Black tendrils exploded from him as his heart monitor went haywire. This time, however, they didn't blindly lash out and destroy everything around them. They all went straight for All Might. Izuku watched as Banjo directed them while standing in front of Izuku's bed, standing guard with vicious determination written across his face. Why? Why are you protecting me? One for All almost ended with you, kid, and it wasn't even because of All for One. It doesn't matter that he didn't mean to do it. He can't be trusted with your well-being. Out. Get out. You can make your apologies later. I need to tend to my patient now. The door slammed shut, and slowly but surely, danger sense started to calm. Degoro brought Black Whip to heal too, leaving only a few tendrils around as a precaution. Recovery Girl's voice was low and pained when she asked, Midoriya, are you all right? Izuku trembled, shaking his head as he burst into tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, my boy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He wasn't sure when All Might's vestige showed up, but he trusted the echoes of the hero a lot more than the real thing right now. Izuku only cried harder, mourning the loss of his mentor in every way that mattered. He couldn't trust All Might. It would only get him killed. Izuku was still twitchy in class the next morning, and though his classmates asked him about what happened, he refused to say a word. He flinched when Aizawa slammed the door open, shrinking down further when the bell rang. Everyone be seated. Aizawa paused as everyone sat at their desks. Morning. About your final exams. Sadly, we had some failures. But you'll all be going to the summer camp. Ashido, Kaminari, Seitu, and Kirishima sobbed with relief. Once the noise died down a bit, Aizawa continued, everyone passed the written tests. The practical was where you struggled. Kirishima, Seitu, Kaminari, and Ashido, your teams failed as a whole. Zero and Bakugo, on the other hand, failed individually. Izuku expected to hear Bakugo start yelling about that, but he only huffed and sulked further into his desk. Small mercies, I suppose. As the villains in this test, we teachers came up with assignments perfectly suited to all of you. Assignments that would give you a chance to come up with winning strategies. If we hadn't, then none of you would have stood a chance. So when you said that you were going to crush us, Ojiro trailed off. That was to push you. We're talking about a training camp, after all. Those of you who failed are the ones who need it most. This was another logical ruse. We've been fooled again. Ida cried out. I would expect nothing else from you, But, now that you've lied to us twice, aren't you worried that our faith in you has been shaken? Okako looked at Ida, looked at Izuku, and mumbled, yeah, perhaps, Aizawa aloud. But consider the facts. This wasn't entirely a lie. A failure is a failure, and the 6 of you who did fail will be receiving supplemental lessons in addition to the training camp. Quite frankly, it will be far worse than any summer school. Aizawa passed out the camp manuals and packing lists, and Izuku boggled at the sheer amount that they would need. Toru looked at everyone's expressions and said, "Oh, I know. We're off tomorrow and our tests are over, so why don't we all go shopping together as a class?" Bakugo, to Izuku's relief, refused to go, and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was visiting his mother, but the rest of the class all agreed to meet up tomorrow. Before Izuku could sneak off, Okiko and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 both pulled him aside and asked if they could talk to him. Izuku wanted to bottle everything up and just forget it ever happened. But he knew that wasn't healthy. "I need to be better about this. I can trust them." So, reluctantly, he agreed to let them both visit. Izuku locked the door behind them once they got to his apartment, sliding off his shoes and breathing a sigh of relief when he confirmed that his mother wasn't home yet. The three of them sat down on the couch and leaned against each other, fidgeting and unsure of how to break the awkward silence. 𝐿𝐴𝐷's eyes were soft and worried when he said, "Izuku, what happened with your final? I'm glad that Bakugo didn't pass and all, but you two were the first ones done with your exam. Something went wrong, didn't it?" Okiko continued, and the concern on both of his friends' expressions broke Izuku. He told them everything. He told them about the particularly bad PRDS of bullying that he'd avoided mentioning the first time he told them about Bakugo. He told them about Bakugo suicide baiting him. He told them about how All Might told Izuku that he couldn't be a hero, though 𝐿𝐴𝐷 already knew that. He told them about how he knew that Bakugo pulled the pin on purpose during the battle trial. He told them that Bakugo had refused to work with him during the finals, to the point of getting violent with him and saying that he would rather lose than win with Izuku's help. He told them how All Might destroyed Izuku's lung. He told them about All Might's injury. He told them about One for All. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 furrowed his eyebrows in thought, and his serious expression didn't prepare Izuku for what he said next at all. "So we're killing All Might, right?" "Oh, definitely," Okiko answered. "Hurting Izuku is an unforgivable crime, and he's been doing an awful lot of that. I wonder if the League is recruiting." 𝐿𝐴𝐷 mumbled. "Guys!" Izuku cried out. "You can't joke about that sort of thing." He didn't want them to know that he'd had the same thoughts last night as he laid in bed, heart racing with remembered panic. Izuku couldn't ally become All for One's ally, not as the next user of One for All and not after he cheated on Izuku's mother, but the thought of running fast and far from UA and All Might was tempting. Izuku didn't want to hurt anyone, he was just tired of constantly hurting. "I'm not joking." The menacing aura radiating from Okiko only made her words more believable. "We're barely through the first term and they keep hurting you. It can't be anything but intentional at this point. Are they trying to make you develop One for All faster? Trying to force you to be the symbol of peace before you even graduate? You made one boundary clear to them, Izuku, one. Bakugo was the only person you didn't want anything to do with, and they forced you to work with him anyway. It was cruel and unnecessary. I'm beginning to understand how heroes like my father can graduate from UA, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 muttered darkly. That remark led to another explanation, catching Okiko up with what they had talked about during the sports festival. Okiko pulled a piece of paper out of her backpack and started writing on it. When Izuku peered over her shoulder to see it, he saw that All Might, Endeavor, and Bakugo's names were aggressively underlined on it. At Izuku and 𝐿𝐴𝐷's questioning look, she said, "It's our hit list." They all looked at each other before bursting into laughter, leaning into each other as their laughs morphed into sobs. "This isn't right," Okiko sniffled. "None of this is okay." "It's not. What can we do, though?" 𝐿𝐴𝐷 questioned. Maybe we actually could go villain." Izuku expected One for All to start rioting within him at that, but he was pleasantly surprised by an encouraging buzz that he recognized as his uncle's energy. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Okiko glanced at each other before looking at Izuku and patiently waiting for him to continue. "The League is currently being run by All for One. As his name suggests, he's the natural enemy of One for All. His quirk lets him take and give quirks except for One for All itself. He's also my father." They both inhaled sharply at that. Izuku gave them a bitter smile and said, "I know, right? My father ditched me 11 years ago and wound up being some supervillain. What are the odds of that?" But my point is that he'd be happy to have this quirk back on his side again. I can't support what he does or the way he hurts people, but that doesn't mean that I can't take advantage of his resources. As it stands now, the League of Villains is positioned to shake our society in ways that it needs to be shaken. We would just need to aim them at better targets. The Hero Public Safety Commission. Endeavor. All Might. I hate to say it, but the symbol of peace does prop up the system we have now. Things won't change as long as he's a hero. Maybe we can just make him retire a bit earlier. I'm in, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 agreed immediately. I'm behind you all the way. Besides, I did some digging into the stuff that Mama Midoriya mentioned last time I came over for dinner, you know. The commission really does own all the construction companies that are contracted to fix things after heroes or villains wreck them. They've been slowly choking out family businesses like ours for decades, and they are doing that with a lot of things. The amount of control they have is scary. My father has been number 2 for 25 years. That's all the reason I need to join you. Do you think the others would as well? Izuku hummed at Xiaoto's question. It depends on who you're thinking about. We'll have to keep an eye on the others and gauge whether or not they'd consider it. We'll worry about that later. We need to make contact before we can do any of that. You're right, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed. Guess we should just focus on our lists for the summer camp for now, heh. Do you need us to grab you anything, Xiaoto? Xiaoto shook his head before handing both of them a credit card. No, but use my father's cards to get anything you need. He won't notice it anyway. Baby's first crime, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 whispered. This seems like a good one to start with. Feels right. Feels like justice. Izuku grinned and said, here's to balancing things out, yeah. The Kiyashi Ward shopping mall was massive. Izuku had gone a couple of times before, but he didn't think that he'd ever get used to the sheer size of it. Oh, aren't they those UA first years? You all did great in the sports festival. Izuku flushed under the attention, waving at the crowd of kids their age that recognized them. His classmates all split up and went to get what they needed, leaving just Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 behind. What do you need to get? I'm gonna go get some shoes and new wrist weights. Maybe some stuff for my room too. The All Might thing is kinda, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded with a serious expression. I mostly need bug spray, but we may as well take advantage of this, right? Let's go around together. Oh, cool, you two are from UA. Can I get your autographs? A raspy voice called out. Izuku turned to face the man that was talking to them, wondering why he seemed so familiar. You're the one who won the sports festival, right? And the girl put up a good fight against that Todoroki kid too. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, having been told about the quirks within One for All, looked to Izuku. He shook his head. Danger sense isn't going off, so why does this uncanny presence remind me of, men, I can't believe that we'd meet again here, hidden boss. It's something like fate, destiny maybe. Shigaraki's hand loosely wrapped around Izuku's throat, one finger lifted. Let's have a chat, Izuku Midoriya. If you don't want anything to happen to him, then you'll come along, girl. Danger sense twanged slightly. Izuku was still getting used to interpreting the quirk signals, but he had a feeling that Shigaraki wouldn't be dangerous to them unless they pressed their luck. Izuku's breathing still sped up, and he hated the way that panic coursed through his veins. I'm not even afraid of Shigaraki. How am I supposed to get him to listen to me if I can't even catch my breath right now? Okay, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 agreed, smoothly breaking the tension. We wanted to talk to you anyway. Shigaraki blinked at her, narrowing his eyes and saying, just act like we're old pals. Don't make a scene or try anything funny, and try to look a bit less like you're about to pass out. He steered Izuku toward the nearest seating area, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 walked alongside them both, humming lightly under her breath. Izuku appreciated having something to ground himself to. Once they sat down, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, you know that it'll be less suspicious if you let him go, right? We're not going to try anything, and Izuku can't breathe evenly if anyone touches his neck. If the wrong person looks over here, then we won't be able to talk. You're awfully chatty, Shigaraki grumbled. He moved his hand to Izuku's wrist anyway, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as one of his hands slowly massaged his neck. 𝐻M, help me figure something out, hidden boss. Shigaraki looked out at the crowds of happy, oblivious people as he said, I pretty much hate everyone and everything, but right now, Stain is seeing me off. So he wasn't working with you, here? Izuku muttered. I thought it seemed out of character for him to work with a group. You're right. Society seems to think that he's with us, and that's where my problem is. Everyone is watching that DMN Stain. Our attack at the USJ and the Nomyu in Hosu, they are both being overshadowed by him. No one is noticing us. Why? What makes us so different? Shigaraki sounded genuinely frustrated and confused, and Izuku figured that helping him out would only help his case. Danger sense still wasn't going off, so he knew it was okay to do this. What makes you different? People still don't know what you want to do. They can look at Stain and see the trail of dead, corrupt heroes that he keeps leaving in his wake, and they know what message he's leaving. He wants heroes to be better. He wants to create change. People can understand that. They can even support it. The message you're trying to send is less clear right now. That sounds like advice. And if it was? Izuku questioned, turning to Shigaraki with a ped eyebrow. You're not a hidden boss. You're a recruitable unit. Izuku chuckled at Shigaraki's excitement, nodding as he said, we are, yes. Akiko, myself, and at least one other person want to join you. The symbol of peace. Our society can't change for the better unless he's gone. What did All Might do to PSS you off? You were defending them all so viciously before. He punctured one of Izuku's lungs in a final exam, Akiko hissed. Izuku almost died. Shigaraki's eyes widened as he studied Izuku's expression, finding only anger and pain there. I still care about my friends, but I don't trust the heroes. I want to create change. I want to help people in a way that matters. The only way that we can do that is by destroying the status quo. Interesting. Suddenly, these hero brats are oh so interesting. Shigaraki stood up, looking back at them both as he said, I'll consider it. I should probably get out of here before either of you are missed. Hey! Can you do me a favor and mention my name to your boss? I think he'll recognize it. I don't see why not, Shigaraki muttered, waving farewell before weaving through the crowds. It was surreal to see how he blended in with them by moving with a purpose. No one thinks he's out of place at all. It helps that no one knows his face, but still, Akiko hummed as she stood up, turning to face Izuku as she said, guess we'll have to see how that pans out. Let's go get our shopping done before people start asking questions. Later that evening, an anonymous tip informed the police that Shigaraki was seen at the Kiyashi Ward shopping mall at the same time as UA students. There was no proof that it was more than a coincidence, but it was still enough that UA changed their summer camp plans and upped their security. Izuku was happy with this outcome. It's best to cover my tracks in advance. I need to create loopholes for myself with Tsukochi and his quirk being so heavily involved in investigating the League, and it's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, I don't want any of my friends to get hurt just because I want an out. This should protect both them and me. I can't believe so many 1A kids are getting extra lessons. How could you fail with Izuku helping you? You don't have any room to talk, Nito. I'm just happy that they all passed the written exams. Nito gasped at Izuku's words, hands splayed over his chest as he said, you wound me. You know that having me go against a Razorhead alone was unfair. It was meant to drive home the fact that you need to learn to fight without quirks too. I'm glad you got those support rings, but even they won't help you in every situation. Okay, I'm not the only one who thinks this is surreal, right? What is going on with those two? Kendo muttered, looking between Nito and Izuku with confusion all over her face. It's obvious, isn't it? Xiaoto tilted his head as everyone from both classes looked at him before saying, they are brothers. Kaminari burst into laughter. Oh, Todoroki, that was a good one. They don't even have the same last name. There's no way he's right, actually, Nito interrupted. I wondered when someone would notice. It makes sense that it was someone so close to Izuku. Here. I didn't even get the chance to tell him or Akiko about that yet. I guess that it would be pretty easy to figure out now that he knows about All for One, though. Nito's quirk functions pretty similarly. What? Both classes erupted in shock, volume growing as they talked among themselves and tried to figure out how that was possible. "You both have to be messing with us," 𝐒𝐿 cried out. "You don't even look anything alike." As funny as it was to watch everyone freak out, Izuku decided to nip it in the bud. "We wouldn't stop being brothers if one of us was adopted, but I may as well explain. We don't look alike because we both take after our mothers. It just turns out that Nito and I share an absent father." "What?" Toru cried out. "I bet they weren't happy to find out about that. Mama Midoriya doesn't strike me as the type to not tell you if she knew. Our moms were cessed. They were happy that we found each other and started gleefully plotting a way to make him pay for it, but they were cessed that it happened at all," Nito agreed with a nod. "The BS dude told my mom he wasn't interested in marriage while being married to Izuku's mom for over a year before he'd met her." "I still can't believe you're older than me," Izuku grumbled. He enjoyed having a sibling to spend time with, especially since they got to spend more time together over summer break, but Nito lorded those 2 months over him relentlessly. "Was mom struggling to have me? Did all for one get impatient with whatever he was hoping to get out of a kid only to wind up with 2 at once, or how much of the time he spent at work was spent with the opposite family, I wonder." "Families can be quite complicated," 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 said solemnly, and Izuku mentally made a note to ask him about that later. "Something about his voice seems sad. There's something there. It'll just be a matter of if he'll feel safe enough to talk to me about it." Aizawa's voice cut through their conversation. "Everyone, get on the buses. We need to get a move on." Both classes split off as they did that, excitedly chatting about all the things they wanted to do with each other at camp. Aizawa told them that they'd be stopping in about an hour before leaving them to it, and Izuku was glad that Ida chose to sit next to him. "I know that I have no chance of convincing him to be anything but a hero, but I'll enjoy moments like this while I still can." When their bus stopped, Izuku was immediately suspicious. They parked on an overhang looking out into a forested mountain range, and he could see nothing around that would explain why they chose to stop here. One BS bus kept going too. "This reeks of one of Aizawa-sensei's traps. Hey, eraser." Izuku turned to look at the origin of that voice, ignoring his teacher's response as green eyes sparkled with glee. "No way. Are we training with one of the few hero teams that are out there? Rock on with these sparkling gazes. Strikingly cute and cat-like. We're the wild, wild pussycats." Mandalay and Pixibob cried out. The young boy that they'd brought with them seemed unimpressed by all of this, but Izuku was too excited to do more than distantly acknowledge that. "These are the pros that will be helping us out with the training camp this year. The wild, wild pussycats. They're the most prominent hero team in our time. Mandalay, Pixibob, Ragdoll, and Tiger form a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescues, and they've been going strong for 12 years now." Pixibob was in front of Izuku before he could blink, putting a gloved hand over his mouth as she said, "We're 18 at heart." "Yeesh, okay. I won't mention age around her. The whole area here is our territory," Mandalay told them. She pointed across the horizon and said, "Your lodging is at the foot of that mountain over there." Izuku wasn't the only one who realized what was happening here. They all started running for the bus, and Mandalay laughed as she said, "It's 9:30 now, so I'm thinking. At the earliest, you'll be there at noon. Kitties who don't make it to camp by 12:30 don't get lunch." The earth started crumbling beneath them, and while Izuku saw it coming, he knew exactly what Pixibob could do. After all, he still got caught in the swarm of dirt that deposited them all in the forest. "This is our private property, so feel free to use your quirks. You've got 3 hours to reach the facility. Make it through the Beast's Forest." Knowing how Pixibob's quirk works, that name is going to be a lot more literal than everyone thinks. "I need to." Danger sense blared as a gigantic, earthen monster with no eyes and a gaping maw landed in front of them, snarling so loudly that the nearby birds took to the skies in fear. "Calm yourself, creature. Please, back down." Kuda pleaded, and Izuku leapt in front of him, demolishing the monster with Black Whip before it got the chance to attack. "They're not living. The monsters are made by Pixibob's quirk." Izuku floated off the ground, humming as he released even more black tendrils. Anyone else feel like flying over this forest? I'll need some attackers ready to keep the beasts from jumping up and hitting us while I'm carrying you all, but Bakugo scoffed before stomping off on his own, but everyone else stayed where they were. Dark Shadow emerged from 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 and wrapped him up in their arms, floating them up as well. We can fly point and guard you. We'll all make faster time this way. Izuku smiled. Thank you, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺. Xiaotou, Okiko, Yaozu, Ida. I'll have you 4 at the outer corners. Let's get moving. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 took to the skies and Izuku followed suit, bringing up 17 of his classmates with Black Whip. They didn't fly as fast as they could have alone, but they steadily made their way toward the camp and left the sound of screaming and explosions behind them. The monsters did leap up and try to grab them from the sky, but between Shuji and Jiru listening for them and Izuku's danger sense, they weren't ever caught off guard. The crumbled remains of dozens of beasts fell into the forests below them. Izuku snickered when, to his surprise, they beat the buses there. I guess we did take a more direct path. The bus has to go pretty slow around all the curving roads winding up and down mountains, but something tells me that they weren't prepared for us to get here so early. You're a lifesaver, man. Kaminari sobbed as Izuku put them all down. My quirk wouldn't have done anything to those things. Happy to help. No need to make us all slog through it if we can just go over. I'm worried about Bakugo though. You think he'll make it out all right on his own? Kirishima questioned. We couldn't force him to come with us. He's just as capable of flying over the forest with his explosions anyway, even if he would have to take a few breaks. He'll be fine. Izuku didn't care either way, but he was glad to see that his words reassured Kirishima. When Aizawa, Mandalay, Pixibob, and the kid got to the camp 10 minutes later, all of 1A started snickering at their expressions. Aizawa looked done with life, Mandalay and Pixibob looked shocked, and the kid looked so fed up with the whole thing that it was funny. Where's Bakugo? Aizawa asked with a sigh. Izuku shrugged and said, I tried, but you know how he is about me. I wasn't going to punish the rest of the class because he refused to cooperate. I knew that you could fly, but I didn't realize you could carry the other kittens like that. What even is your quirk? Pixibob cried out. Accumulator. I gather, store, and use different kinds of energy. It's versatile, but it's also incredibly finicky. I still have a lot of room for improvement. I don't get it, Ashido mumbled. How is the strongest guy in class so humble? Well, we were going to make a big dinner for everyone once they got back, but I guess you'll start cooking for yourselves a day early. A few of his classmates groaned at that, but Izuku was pretty excited to cook for everyone. Aizawa had them get their luggage off the bus and put them in their rooms before directing them to the kitchen, and they all worked together to help Mandalay and Pixibob get everything going. I wonder where 1B is. Are they doing something with Ragdoll and Tiger? The forest jaunt wouldn't work with them, but maybe they are being forced to spar or something. Izuku shrugged it off and chopped more vegetables for the curry they were making, using a single tendril to grab Ciro's hand before he could dump an entire shaker of salt into rice. What oh? Sorry man, didn't realize the top was loose. Ciro tightened the salt shaker, staring at it suspiciously for a few moments before cautiously adding some in. Izuku could tell that the majority of his classmates had never cooked before. Ashido, Kaminari, Ciro, Xiaotou, Yaozu, and Ida struggled the most, but he delegated them to the things that were harder to mess up and stationed a more experienced cook nearby. Himself, Tsuyu, Seitu, Toru, Kuda, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 moved around the stovetops with purpose, directing the others in a way that resulted in a meal that lifted all of their spirits. The kid grumbled a bit as he took a plate and sat as far away from their class as possible, and Izuku turned to Mandalay and asked, whose kid is he? Kuta is my nephew. We're looking out for him, so he'll be with us all week. Sorry if he's a bit snappy. He doesn't really like people. Noted. I'll make sure to give him space. 1A spent the rest of the day relaxing, and once it started getting later, they helped Mandalay and Pixibob make the big dinner they originally planned to surprise them with. Cooking up a bunch of meat and fish was fun. Izuku didn't usually get the chance to work with some of the more expensive stuff even though he had to watch his classmates much more closely while they made this. It's kind of funny that Danger Sense warned me about someone overcooking a steak but didn't warn me about Shigaraki. Talk about a skewed sense of urgency. Izuku knew that it was because, in the end, Shigaraki hadn't been a threat to them and that Shinomori was just trying to be helpful here, but it still had him snickering under his breath. A pulse of similarly amused energy came from Shinomori right before another light warning from Danger Sense pinged. Izuku barely managed to keep Ida from mangling the fish that needed to be filleted, taking over for him and sending him to help Seitu. Bakugo got to the camp about an hour into prep. He was covered in dirt and massaging his wrists, but he looked unbearably smug about the fact that he proved he could go through the forest on his own. Whatever, Bakugo. Acting so pridefully will be the end of you one day. They ate dinner together, and afterward, everyone went to the baths. Izuku currently stood in one of 3 private stalls, dismayed by the fact that there were only waste towels here. Everyone was going to see them eventually, but he sighed before biting the bullet and stepping out into the changing room. Shocked silence and wide eyes all around. Midoriya, bro? Kirishima's voice was thick with horror. What happened to you? Kaminari, displaying an emotional intelligence that Izuku needed to give him more credit for, said, man, how'd you get so jacked? You're so deceptively small in your uniform and costume. Izuku appreciated the attempt, but he knew that his classmates weren't going to let this go. They only ever saw the scar on his neck before today, but now they were getting a full view of the tragedy written on his body. 3 starburst scars traveled from his stomach to his chest on his right side, getting larger as they went up. Both of Izuku's shoulders were more burned scar than healthy tissue. They bore the brunt of most of Bakugo's rage for years. And though they can't see it, there was another, huge starburst on his back from when Izuku tried to walk away from Bakugo to avoid another beatdown. He never made that mistake again. Those weren't the scars that everyone's eyes kept trailing back to, though. On Izuku's left side, in a haunting imitation of All Might's scar, there was a jagged, circular scar that webbed out from the point of impact. The guardrail that All Might shoved through his chest had not only punctured his lung but also embedded him in the asphalt, leaving a mangled mess that his mother had sobbed and raged over. The only reason that she hadn't pulled him from UA entirely was because he'd looked her in the eye and promised to make them pay for it. Izuku looked Bakugo in the eye as he said, "The finals happened." He walked out to the baths before anyone could question him more on the subject, sighing in relief as he sat his towel down and sank into the water next to 𝐿𝐿. They basked in a comfortable silence until the rest of their classmates joined them, and a pointed glare from 𝐿𝐿 kept anyone from asking questions. Not everyone had gotten into the water yet, though, and Mineta was staring at the wooden wall and muttering to himself in a way that made Izuku's skin crawl. "Mineta, what are you doing?" Mineta pressed his ear against the wall and said, "Yes? They're really there. I guess that boys and girls don't have different bath times here. We might just have to have a little accident here. Stop this at once, Mineta. What you're considering would bring great shame to you and our female classmates." Ida cried out. "So strict," Mineta muttered before jerking around and rushing up the wall, making the wood rattle with his speed. He only climbed up a few of his orbs before Black Whip snagged him and tore him off the wall, mercilessly throwing him into the water. "I will punt you into the sun, Mineta," Izuku growled. "You'll be staying right where I can see you." "Thanks, Izuku." Okiko cried out. "Mineta is the worst. How is he still here?" Jiru grumbled. Yorozu sighed before saying, "I do not know, frankly." Kuta peered over the wall and sneered down at Mineta as he said, "A hero, really? Try learning how to be a decent person first." "Yeah. Don't grow up like him, Kuta." Toru called out. Kuta instinctively turned to the source of the voice, flinching back and toppling over the wall. Izuku gently snagged Kuta with Black Whip. He got out of the water and wrapped the towel back around himself when he saw that the kid was out cold, deciding that he should take him to Mandalay. "𝐿𝐿, Ida, watch Mineta." Izuku quickly threw on some clothes and brought Kuta to Mandalay, laying him down on a couch in her office as he explained what happened. "Thank you. He must have passed out from fear as he fell. We put him on guard up there since Eraser warned us that one of his students was the embodiment of lust. If Aizawa-sensei knows, then why does he keep letting it happen?" Letting someone like Mineta get into a position of power would be a nightmare, and it's disgusting that Mineta just keeps getting away with stuff like this. Izuku plastered on a smile and said, I'm just glad that he didn't get hurt. You've got a good reaction time. Keep honing that. Izuku nodded, looking down at Kuta and thinking about the disdain he heard when the boy mentioned heroes. It could just be scorn for Mineta, but he doesn't seem to like heroes in general either. Is he safe here? Kuta doesn't seem to like heroes very much, Izuku hedged cautiously. Mandalay sighed. You notice that, here. Hard not to. Most kids grow up looking up to heroes. Guess I just wondered why he doesn't. There are quite a few people in our society who don't look up to heroes, but he probably wouldn't have been one of them if he'd been raised normally. Normally? Izuku didn't like the sound of that at all. Mandalay was making it sound like whatever it was that made Kuta upset about heroes meant something was wrong with him. It's not that surprising for a hero to say something like that, but still. He has to feel lonely. Do they try to understand him at all? Mandalay's cousins were Kuta's parents, Pixie Bob's voice cut in. She walked into the room while balancing a tea tray, setting it down on a table. They were heroes who died in the line of duty. Mandalay continued, saying, 2 years ago, they were protecting civilians from a villain. There's no better way for heroes to meet their end. It was an honorable death. But a boy who'd only just started learning about the world couldn't understand that. The strange tone in both of their voices sent a chill up Izuku's spine. No, that's not. You fight to live, not to die. You can't save other people if you don't save yourself first. That's especially true if you have people waiting for you at home. If you're spouting CRP like this around Kuta, then it's no wonder he hates heroes. Kuta's parents were still his entire world. To him, it was like they'd left him all alone, but society kept praising what they did. They kept saying their actions were great and noble. I don't think that Kuta likes us very much either, but with no one else to look after him, he cooperates. To him, heroes are just nasty people that he can't understand. If you understand that much, then why? Why would you say those things? It's like you know how he feels and just don't care about it. Izuku decided then and there that he was going to extend his hand to Kuta. He was painfully aware of what it felt like to be alone in the world, after all. Izuku wanted to scream when he woke up at 4 o'clock on the day. However, that would be inconsiderate to his sleeping classmates, so he skidded up and went outside to do some stretches. He'd spent most of his summer recovering and increasing his single lungs capacity, and it showed in how well he was doing now. He looked up to the sky that he'd flown through yesterday with a smile. It's nice to see the stars. They're so much clearer out here. I missed this, Yoichi said with a sad smile. Seeing the world through a holder's eyes was just never quite the same. Being able to feel the breeze while staring into the night sky. Thank you for being the reason I can do that again. It's no trouble. I'm just glad you're not stuck in my head all the time. I doubt it's a very fun place to be. A warm, ghostly hand carded through Izuku's hair as he took a breather, laying back in the grass so that he had a better view. His uncle laid down right next to him, chuckling as he said, I can think of worse fates. I'd hate to see what's going on in my brother's head at all times. I won't let that happen. I know you won't. You're probably the best chance we've had in a while of him not killing us outright. Some of the others may still be wary, but I have every faith in you. If you were going to stop caring about people, then that would have happened a long time ago. Izuku laughed softly, knowing exactly what his uncle meant. It would have been far too easy for Izuku to give up on people as a whole, to write them all off as cruel and horrible because of how they treated him, but he hadn't. He just wanted all of this to stop. He wanted people to see each other as people. He wanted to tear down a society that was defunct if there weren't people suffering for it. He wanted to give everyone a chance at happiness. You're a good kid. We'll all be here to stop you if you start going too far, but I doubt it'll come to that. The two of them watched the sunrise together, enjoying the cool breeze that rustled through the trees and made the grass around them sway. Izuku knew that he was going to have a hard time being surrounded by people at all times. He enjoyed spending time with others, but he needed time alone to relax too, so he decided that he'd spend the rest of his mornings recharging like this. Not like I'd be able to sleep in anyway. What are you doing out here, kid? Aizawa's voice called out, sounding distant enough to be from the entrance of the lodge. That's my cue. Good luck, Izuku. I hope your training goes well. Yoichi faded away with a smile, and Izuku was glad that the vestiges had more control over when they showed up and disappeared now. Will that keep improving as I get a better grasp on One for All? Only one way to find out, I guess. The grass crunched beneath approaching footsteps, and Izuku blinked when Aizawa's concerned face blocked out his view of the sky. He flushed when he realized that he never answered his teacher's question. Oh. Sorry, I usually wake up early to train and now it's a habit. I didn't want to wake anyone else up. Aizawa accepted that reasoning with a nod before leaving to wake up the rest of the class. Izuku laughed as the others staggered out of the lodge, yawning and looking like they had just rolled out of bed. The only classmates that looked composed were Shouto, Ida, and 𝐭𝐴𝐺, but Izuku knew that 𝐭𝐴𝐺 was exhausted despite his neutral expression. Morning, kids. The real training camp starts today. Our goal is to prepare you all for getting your provisional licenses, so don't think that this is going to be easy. First years with provisional licenses. I've never heard of them letting people take the test that early. Second years, sure, but first years. There's a hostile force growing out there. You all need to grow quickly, we don't have time to waste. Aizawa threw one of the quirk assessment baseballs at Bakugo. We'll start here. Your record at the beginning of the year was 705. 2 meters, right, Bakugo? How much have you grown since then? Oh. You're testing to see if we've improved. We've been through a lot these past 3 months, so I bet he can make it a whole kilometer. Throw that sucker, Bakugo. Ashido cheered. Izuku was proud of himself for not flinching at the explosion that launched the baseball into the sky. It eventually fell back down, landing in the middle of the dense forest that surrounded them. I doubt we'll be able to find that again. I don't see any other baseballs either, so Aizawa-sensei is probably trying to prove a point with this. 709, 6 meters, Aizawa said as he flipped the tracker around, showing the number to the class. Ah, so that's what this is about. Yes, you have been through a lot these past few months. There's no doubt that you have all grown. However, only your techniques and minds have grown substantially. Your quirks haven't kept up with the pace. Starting today, we'll be changing that. It's going to be hell, but you'll all become stronger for it. What followed that statement was training that bordered on torture, forcing everyone to surpass their limits as quickly as possible. Okiko had to negate her gravity as the clear ball she was in was hurled down a hill. Xiaoto had to make ice while standing in a vat of boiling water, and to make matters worse, he had to maintain the heat of the water himself. Yorozu had to eat so much food that she looked sick as she kept producing a constant stream of items. Everyone looked miserable. This isn't okay. There's a difference between pushing your limits and ignoring them completely. Training like this gets people killed on the field. Hostages who die because a hero thinks they can do more than they can, heroes who die because they buy into our society's belief that heroes always win, and villains who die because of excessive force encouraged by exercises like this. UA is part of the problem. Hero schools are part of the problem. How did I not see that before? Izuku seethed, and if Black Whip writhed with fury as he dodged Tiger's blows, then it was hidden by the tendrils wrapping around the hero and throwing him into a tree. When he saw Kuta stomp away from the camp without eating dinner, Izuku quickly finished his own and grabbed another plate. He followed the kid's footprints until he found him sitting in front of a cave, looking over the forest from the cliffside as he grumbled. Hey, thought you might be hungry. Kuta jerked in surprise, turning to face Izuku with a fierce glare as he said, I don't want it. I don't like being around you people, so get away from my secret base. I can do that if you want. I can also leave it here and leave you alone too. I'm sorry for intruding. Kuta's mouth slackened with shock, and it took him several moments before he collected himself enough to keep talking. I don't get you guys. Improving your quirks, stretching them all to the limit. Flaunting your power like that is so gross. It was understandable that he felt that way. It's not often that a hero duo dies in the line of duty together, and since it happened 2 years ago, they had to be water hose. That was a particularly brutal scene. Izuku knew better than to bring that up though. Instead, he sat down and looked up to the sky, nodding as he said, "I agree with you." "Don't just say that." Kouta snarled. "If you did, then you wouldn't be here." "I'm here because I want to change it. Becoming a hero was the only way I could think of to get people to listen." "What do you mean? Heroes and villains? I think everyone forgets that we're all people. The fact that we glamorize killing each other is disgusting, and you're a really smart kid for seeing that." Izuku chuckled bitterly before shaking his head and saying, "Everyone is so obsessed with quirks too. I think that they are cool, but people act like they're the only thing that matters. They're not. There's so much more to people than their quirks." Kuta's expression softened as Izuku talked, and he scooted closer to Izuku before saying, "You really do understand. Why don't those other idiots get it? What makes you different? I've only had my quirk for about half a year." "Hey." Izuku looked over at Kuta and said, "My quirk is really weird. I lived over 10 years thinking I didn't have a quirk at all, and everyone except my mother hated me until I had one." Izuku tilted his head to the right, and the shirt slid just enough to show the scarring on his neck and shoulder. Kuta's eyes followed the movement and widened at what they saw. "That's so stupid. Why would that do that?" "I don't know," Izuku whispered. "But I promised myself that I wouldn't forget that they did. I don't want anyone else to ever go through that again. I think that training our quirks like this does more harm than good, but I also know that if I fight it too much, then I'll lose the only chance I have at making things better for kids like you. I don't want things to stay like this. I was watching you earlier, you know. I've never seen Tiger struggle so much against someone." Izuku hummed, wondering where Kuta was going with this. The kid looked up at him, fierce determination lining his features as he said, "You're strong now. Make them listen." A smirk tugged at Izuku's lips before he could hide it. He wondered if Kuta realized what he was insinuating, but the serious expression on his face told Izuku that he did. His hatred for our society is enough to overcome his hatred for the villains who want to destroy it. I doubt he'd feel the same way about Muscular, but no one would blame him for that. "I plan to." "Good. Then you can hang around, I guess." Another day of grueling training followed, and Izuku thought that he was going to lose it when Danger Sense kept alerting him all day, insistently warning him of something that he couldn't prove or explain to anyone else. The only thing that was different about the day was that they were doing a test of courage once the sun went down, though the people in remedial classes were being pulled aside for more lessons instead. Izuku was glad for the break and was even happier when they drew lots and he wound up on Xiaoto's team, but Danger Sense wouldn't be quiet. The students in 1B were disappointed when neither Izuku nor Xiaoto reacted to their jump scares, but it was to be expected. They had both seen real horrors that couldn't be replicated by a bunch of kids playing around, no matter how on edge they were, because Izuku signaled that something was going to happen. They both froze when they smelled something burning. "Bakugo's in the lodge, you haven't used your fire, and 1B doesn't have any fire quirks. That means, villains." They both looked at each other and nodded, determination lining their features. If these villains bothered to track them down to the summer camp, then the odds of it being the League of Villains was high. Izuku and Okiko had told Xiaoto about the conversation they had with Shigaraki at the mall, so if they got the opportunity, then they were going to try to use the chaos to talk with the League. Is this what Danger Sense has been so frantic about? That doesn't make sense. It didn't warn me about Shigaraki the first time. Has he decided against accepting us? Or is it something else? Danger Sense screamed, nearly crippling Izuku in a way that it hadn't since he first activated it. He staggered, only stayed on his feet because of Xiaoto, and froze when he realized what was wrong. "Kuta!" Xiaoto's eyes widened. "Go! I'll see if I can find where the fire is coming from." "Be careful!" Izuku shouted as he took to the skies, wrapping Black Whip around every part of himself but his eyes in an improvised camouflage technique. "I can't risk them seeing me up here. I'd never forgive myself if I led more people right to him." "Everyone!" Mandalay's voice cried out telepathically. "We're under attack by 2 villains claiming to be part of the League. All those who can need to return to camp immediately. If you encounter an enemy, then do not engage. Just retreat." "Foolish. 3 scoffed as he leapt from tree to tree beneath Izuku. When did heroes stop doing what was necessary? Against villains under All for One, there is no choice but to defend yourself. These children won't be shown the mercy that you might be. Izuku's eyes locked onto the cliffside that Kuta frequented, widening when he saw a hulking figure in a cloak towering over the kid. He swooped in just as the muscles on the man's arms expanded and swung downward, cracking the earth beneath where Kuta had just been standing. Now you were on the list. It's a shame that Shigaraki wants you alive, but he didn't say anything about the kid. Kuta was trembling and crying behind Izuku, whimpering as he said, He's the one who, I know, Kuta. I know. Everything is going to be okay. I'm gonna protect you. Muscular laughed, and one look at him told Izuku that the muscle villain was underestimating who he was up against. Fine by me. Just makes taking him down easier, do whatever it takes. 9. This is not a villain you can reason with. You're going to protect him. You hero types sure do like saying things like that. Shigaraki may want you alive, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you bloody. Muscular lunged forward, but Danger Sense had Izuku reacting before the man even started moving. He darted back while holding Kuta, flickering away using FA Jin and hiding him up in a tree before rushing back to face Muscular alone. Teleporting. Don't know why he wants that when we already have Kurogiri, but whatever. I'll just go find the kid later. Izuku let a feral grin take over his face as One for All crackled around him, and the flickering light made Blackwhip's tendrils blend in even better, snaking behind Muscular without catching his attention. I'd like to see you try. Tsh, cocky. They're gonna have fun putting you back together, brat. Danger Sense didn't even need to warn him when Muscular swung a muscle-reinforced fist in his direction. Between One for All and the enhanced reflexes he needed to use FA Jin, it looked like Muscular was moving in slow motion. He ducked just beneath the attack, grinning as Blackwhip snaked around Muscular's neck and tightened. Muscular's eye widened in shock as he thrashed and tried to escape Izuku's grip, but it was no use. Even a Nomyu couldn't break Blackwhip's hold, and Muscular was no Nomyu. Izuku danced away from the destruction that Muscular's desperate thrashing was causing. If you break the cliff beneath you, then you're going to wind up turning a chokehold into a noose, Izuku taunted as Blackwhip started pressing more firmly around Muscular's neck. It's types like you that I hate the most, you know. So full of themselves and the power they hold, wanting nothing more than to hurt people because they can. You make me sick. Do you think that I'd lose sleep at night if I killed you? Muscular clawed at the tendrils around his neck, tugging so hard that his fingers started bleeding. Izuku tilted his head, giggling softly as he asked, Would you like to find out? Much longer and you'll kill him, 3 warned. Izuku knew that 3 wouldn't care if that was the outcome of this. Not a single holder of One for All had clean hands, and 3 admitted that he and 2s were the bloodiest, but he wasn't ready to cross that line yet, not for real. They all knew that. Izuku let go, watching Muscular gasp for air in a way that made his chest ache with sympathy. Muscular shuddered, stumbled, and fell to the ground as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Izuku cautiously walked over to check the man's pulse, relieved to find it weakly fluttering. Good. I wasn't doing CPR on this PP. My, you're so violent. It's no wonder that Shigaraki wants to speak with you. I must admire the showmanship, though. Izuku turned around to see a man in a surprisingly bright costume, but the bright orange trench coat didn't matter when he had a mask completely covering his face. That's smart. His covering all identifying features while making it look flamboyant instead of suspicious. Seems like he's been busy recruiting. Now, do you get your jollies by torturing little kids, or are we going to be capable of having a civil conversation? Danger Sense would still be warning him if this man was a threat, but asking that question also served to let him know why Izuku had so ruthlessly gone after Muscular. He didn't want protecting Kuta to get him in hot water with the rest of the league. Ah, so that's why. No, Midoriya, I'm not in this to hurt children. Izuku relaxed, dropping his fighting stance and letting his quirks rest beneath his skin. 3 sighed before disappearing, and Izuku completely focused his attention on the villain before him. You have me at a disadvantage, I'm afraid. Is there something I can call you? Oh, how rude of me. I'm Mr. Compress. I take it that you're coming along willingly, then. I'll come with you so long as you make sure 𝐭𝐽𝐻 stays safe. I'm not going to leave him in the middle of a forest fire. That's doable. Danger sense was still relaxed, so Izuku gestured toward a tree that Mr. Compress leapt up to, landing with a blue marble rolling between his fingers. He reached up to an earpiece and pressed a button before saying, "Our objective has been acquired. As planned, be at the evacuation point within 5 minutes of this transmission." Izuku's world morphed into a weird, glassy blue. Everything was disjointed and disconnected until, very suddenly, it wasn't. A burned, stapled hand firmly gripped his shoulder, and the first thing Izuku saw was Shuji holding 𝐭𝐽𝐻 close. Good. He kept his word. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 looked into his eyes and steeled himself when he saw the resolve there, simply yelling, "Izuku." Only Izuku and Okiko would realize that he wasn't crying out in fear or despair. "Don't worry, 𝐿𝐴𝐷. I'll make sure that they know you're with me too." Izuku gave his classmates and 𝐭𝐽𝐻 a reassuring smile before saying, "Don't follow." Right after stumbling through the warp gate, Izuku dissolved into giggles. I really didn't expect such a convincing performance from 𝐿𝐴𝐷. Shigaraki looked over at where the group of villains was standing, eyebrow twitching as he said, "Darby, let go of him. He's here because he wants to be." Darby removed his hands immediately, and Izuku spun around, beaming as he said, "Thank you. You really sold that whole kidnapping thing." "Whatever." Izuku looked over at where Shigaraki was sitting, tilting his head as he asked, "So, are you letting me join the league?" "You really want to join?" a blonde girl cried out. "Oh, I'm so happy. You seem so cool, Izuku. My name is Himiko Toga, but you can call me Himiko." "Don't get ahead of yourself, Toga," Shigaraki grumbled. A single red eye peered out from behind the hand on Shigaraki's face, locking onto Izuku as he said, "He still has to talk with sensei." "So that's what you're calling him, here?" Izuku muttered. His eyes flicked over to the television as it swayed on, displaying a blank screen with the words audio only in the center. "Hello, father," Izuku said with a smirk. "It's been far too long." "What?" The entire bar was a cacophony of noise, and All for One's menacing laughter was the only thing that could cut through it. "So you do know?" "How could that be? 𝐭𝐽𝐻 doesn't know that I'm a villain of this caliber, and All Might would have nothing to do with you if he knew." Yoichi appeared by Izuku's side, resting his hand on Izuku's shoulder as he said, "My brother will find this situation too amusing to resist as long as you keep him engaged. You can do this. I believe in you." "One for All told me," Izuku said bluntly. "Having the ghosts of people that my father murdered living in my head is very strange." "Truly. How interesting. This seems like the sort of conversation that we should have in person. Kurogiri, bring me to the bar." All for One appeared before them all, and Izuku's eyes widened as he took in the damage to his father's face. All for One sighed and put on his helmet, one that whirred to life and looked like it was designed to help him breathe before saying, "It's a horrific sight, no. Surely you understand why I couldn't let you or your mother see me this way. Don't try to pull that SHT with me. You disappeared long before you and All Might fought. You're quite furious with me, aren't you? Why is it that you wish to join the league if you feel that way? If he's going to use emotional manipulation like this, then I suggest that you do the same. One of the few soft spots he has is for family." Izuku sighed before saying, "I can recognize that hero society needs to be destroyed while still being angry that you left me for dead. I did no such thing." The entire bar was tense with the pressure emanating from both All for One and, to a lesser extent, Izuku. The league kept looking back and forth between the two, listening with wide eyes as the two argued. "Being quirkless in our society is a death sentence and you know it," Izuku snarled. "You were the one person in the world who could have quietly changed that without anyone questioning it. Do you expect me to believe that you don't have some telekinesis, fire breathing, or pyrokinesis quirk that you could have passed off as natural? Has it truly gotten that bad? I was seen as a testing dummy for the other kids to use their quirks on, and if I dared to defend myself, then I was the one in the wrong. Teachers told me that I'd be lucky to make it as a garbage man, all the while marking my tests lower than everyone else's because I had to be cheating if I was doing that well. I was suicide baited almost daily for years, and I won't lie, there was a time where I stood on a rooftop and wondered what it would be like to jump. The room was dead quiet. Izuku could hear some quiet, shocked muttering from the villains around him, but he didn't care about how any of them reacted except for All for One. What is it that you want, then? To negotiate terms. You wouldn't have created One for All if you didn't want it on your side, and while I'm unwilling to give it to you, that doesn't mean that we can't work toward the same thing. If you want me to work with you, then I want quirks and a no-kill list. You can think of it as me suing for emotional damages. How dare! All for One held up a hand, cutting off Shigaraki's protest. His father's raspy chuckling filled the room. You truly do remind me of 𝐒𝐭. She was the only role model I had, so that's not surprising, Izuku sniped. Your point has been made, son, All for One warned, and Danger Sense told Izuku that further antagonization was a bad idea. Seeing how twitchy Izuku was, All for One sighed before gentling his voice and saying, let's negotiate those terms. Don't forget your plan. Get a quirk that will bind him to his word from him first. Izuku's eyes instinctively flicked over to his left, and All for One hummed before everyone else in the room started freaking out. Ghost! There's a ghost! A man in a full bodysuit cried out. Ah, the quirk that reveals hidden aspects of other people's quirks. I should have expected that one. Hello again, brother. Hello, Yoichi. Giving my son counsel. He does not need it. I was simply reminding him of what he already planned to do. Izuku cleared his throat. Once both his father and uncle were looking at him again, he said, I would rather get everything settled now. We can't be sure of just how long we'll have to talk or when we'll have an opportunity like this again. Very well, All for One agreed. What is it that you plan to do, then? I want a contract quirk. Negotiation will be pointless if I can't trust a word you're saying. It seems that there's some of me in you after all. Step forward and I will give one to you. When Danger Sense didn't warn him against it, Izuku did so, holding out his hand as his father took it in his. Here. He has holes in the palms of his hands. I guess that's how his quirk works. Izuku could feel the instant that the new quirk joined his arsenal, happily buzzing and settling within One for All's core. As I suspected, All for One muttered. No quirk that I give you can be taken back. That should be of some comfort to you. This one is called Pact. It's a quirk that binds both the user and their target to a verbal agreement that they both agree to the terms of, forcing them to keep their word. It's not something that can be taken back unless both parties agree to it. This quirk would have functioned just as well if I kept it, but I have others that I prefer. Pact thrummed with excitement, practically begging to be used, and Izuku took to it like a duck to water. He glowed golden as he said, then I'll lay out the terms. We're negotiating an alliance and ceasefire between the League of Villains and myself. In exchange for my loyalty, I will receive several quirks of my choosing and be allowed to create a no-kill list of people that are under my protection. This means shielding them from you and any of your associates. I will also be allowed to attend UA until such a time that I decide against doing so. Neither myself nor my allies can be revealed to anyone without our explicit consent. Do you have any amendments? In addition to securing an alliance, I would like to ensure that this CYCL ends. No user of One for All will ever be able to attack me again, but in exchange, I will not be able to attack them either. I would also like to restrict the number of quirks and people on your list. I will give you 10 quirks as part of this deal, and for each quirk, you will be allowed to name one person that will be spared regardless of who they are. All Might is the only exception to that. The 10 quirks I'm offering includes Pact as one of them, of course. Do you have any amendments? I expected him to do something like this. It's smart to ensure that One for All can't be used against him even if that means that he can't attack someone that has One for All either, at least not directly. And would be here all day with me putting people under my protection if he didn't limit me. Izuku nodded. 10 quirks, including Pact, works for me, but I'm going to expand on my no-kill list if it's going to be so limited. In addition to them being protected from death, I want them to be protected from permanent injury and quirk theft. I also want a family clause. My mother, for example, would be on the protected list as an extension of you not attacking me, and the same goes for the family of anyone on my protected list. Parents, siblings, partners, children, and so on are all off-limits in the same way as the person that I name unless otherwise specified. This includes adopted, half, and step relations. Do you have any amendments? No, I do not. I agree to the terms. All for One flashed green, indicating that Pact was working as intended on him. Izuku had worried that he might try to shield himself from it, so he was glad that All for One agreed to the terms first. Then I agree to the terms as well. They both glowed green, and as the pact cemented itself between them, it also caused the rest of the league to glow a fainter green for a few moments in confirmation. What in the world just happened? Shigaraki asked, eyes wide as he looked between Izuku and All for One. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Business deals are all about give and take, Tomura. Izuku knew just how much it would benefit us to have One for All on our side, so he pushed on things that he knew I was willing to compromise with while acknowledging that there were things I wouldn't budge on. All for One answered. Mr. Compress asked, and what is One for All? I'm guessing that it's quite a unique quirk given that he was born quirkless, and the similarity to your name cannot be a coincidence. That is a story for another time. It takes far too long to tell. Despite All for One's dismissal, the vestiges of Shimura and All Might joined Yoichi as he said, we can give a shortened version. The entire league recognized All Might for who he was, tensing as they stared at the bright yellow swell of energy that he was made up of. All for One was the only one with no reaction, though Izuku suspected that he was just showing restraint. One for All is a quirk passed down willingly from user to user, and I chose young Midoriya as my successor. I wanted to give him a chance to live his dreams, but I was a fool to think that he couldn't have been a hero without One for All. His drive is unmatched, as is his longing to help people. In this form, I can see the world through his eyes, quite literally. His every thought and memory, even the vestiges that have not introduced themselves to him yet can see them. Seeing the corruption of power that I allowed to occur under my nose. I still loathe you, All for One, but I care for his well-being more. My physical form is another story, though. I have no control over what he does. I am just an imprint of his personality and memories passed forward, forever changed by being put into another's shoes. It has been humbling. Vestige All Might was still struggling with the things he had said and done, realizing how ignorant and unintentionally cruel they were when he saw it from Izuku's perspective. It took some time for them to mend bridges with each other in this way, and Izuku could only do so by divorcing the concept of physical All Might and Vestige All Might completely. As far as he was concerned, they were two separate people. Shimura was oddly quiet as she stared at Shigaraki, looking heartbroken for reasons that Izuku wasn't sure of. She averted her eyes and nodded, simply standing by Izuku's side. All for One pointedly cleared his throat. The sound was terrifyingly mangled by his mask, but it definitely caught everyone's attention. Let us continue, then. Who is the first person that you want on that protection list? Okiko Uraraka. She's one of my best friends, and as Shigaraki already knows, she's on my side before anyone else's. Very well. What quirk would you like next? If I may. Shimura interrupted. I would recommend a regeneration quirk. You've been severely injured at UA twice now, through no fault of your own. They cannot be trusted with your health. All for One hummed at that, looking to Izuku who simply nodded. That would be difficult to hide or explain, you realize. I have a plan for that. Can you do me a favor and just say the words I wanted to turn you into a Nomyu? All for One barked a laugh, realizing where Izuku was going with this. I wanted to turn you into a Nomyu. Thank you. Now I can just. Izuku forced tears to well up in his eyes, voice shaking pitifully as he looked at the league and wailed, He said that he wanted to turn me into a Nomyu. Izuku wiped the tears out of his eyes and straightened up with a smirk, turning back to All for One. Now I can say that to the lie-detecting detective and it won't be a lie. If I cry a lot and refuse to talk beyond that point, then they'll just think it's a trauma response and leave it alone. DMN, Darby whistled. I'm impressed. Then I see no problem with giving you a copy of Super Regeneration. It quickly heals any fresh injuries and even lost limbs can be regained with it. However, it cannot heal past injuries or injuries that are cauterized or already healing in any way. It's also a transformation type that requires activation to be effective. Izuku hated himself just a little bit for hanging off of All For One's words, but his eagerness to discuss quirks would at least serve as a good shield for any nefarious intentions. He gave All For One his hand again, trembling at the raw energy that came with Super Regeneration joining the rest of his quirks in one for all's core. Who is the second person you want on the list? Shoto Todoroki. He's also one of my best friends, was the one to suggest we join up with the League, and would definitely want me to tell you that Endeavor is not protected under his place on this list. We would both quite like to see the bestiary dead. Darby choked on air, wheezing as someone with a lizard mutation quirk patted his back. Izuku made note of that odd reaction before turning back to All For One, who nodded his agreement, deciding that it would be easier to just leave his hand where it was. Do you have some sort of energy-absorbing quirk? It would be useful for One For All's cover, and I can think of plenty of ways to combine that with what I already have. All For One hummed as he said, I do have Leech, which I never use, but I'm not so sure you'd like that one. It lets the user absorb all of the energy from any living thing with a touch. Not the sort of thing you use unless you want someone dead. It's not constantly activated, is it? No, you have to activate it. Then I'll take it. Izuku could always use it on plants if he desperately needed the energy for something, and there were kind ways to use that quirk too. An instant, painless death for someone suffering from a terminal illness who just wanted to rest and asked him to do it, of course, was the first thing that came to mind. All For One seemed pleasantly surprised by that and gave Izuku the quirk with no further discussion. Hitoshi Shinsu is the third person on the list. Sadly, I know that he'll never be a villain. He's fought against the stigma that his quirk automatically makes him one his entire life, but I still care about him. Besides, he's planning on going underground anyway. There was also the fact that, while he trusted Shinsu with brainwashing, he didn't want All For One to ever get the chance to take it. His father seemed to understand his line of thinking. Well played. What's your next quirk? Do you have some sort of shielding quirk? Preferably one that lets me shield others too. Ever the hero, aren't you? All For One said with a sigh, shaking his head. I do. It's called Safeguard, and it creates miniature force fields that cover the user in an energy-based barrier that hugs their form and moves with them. It can be used on others if you touch them first. Ooh, that pairs well with Leech and what people think One For All is too. I definitely want that. Izuku paused for a moment, debating the risks before saying, and does it really matter that my motivation is helping people? The fact that I need to tear down our current society to do so means that they'll call me a villain anyway. A hum was Izuku's only answer, but since he got Safeguard immediately afterward, he assumed that All For One didn't mind it that much. The next person on the list is Toru Hagekyo. She's one of the people that was gonna be on our hero team and shares a lot of the same views, so she may wind up joining us. I'll broach that subject carefully. Your fifth quirk. It's going to sound basic, but I want some kind of strength enhancer. I can only manage 25% of One For All right now, and having a quirk that'll reinforce me a bit more and also add more force behind the blows I can make would be useful. Strength enhancers happen to be a favorite of mine. I've got several, so I can give you one that should help with that issue. Izuku instinctively flexed his new quirk with a grin. He was excited to figure out how much more he could up his limits with it, but he needed to focus on going through the rest of his list for now. The fifth person I want to protect is Fumikage Tokoyami. He's also part of what would have been a hero group, and I think that he'll probably be willing to join us in time. Dark Shadow is a sentient quirk, and you know how those are treated. Several members of the League grimaced at that, and while Izuku expected it, it still hurt to see how many of them had personal experience with that kind of discrimination. Sixth quirk. All For One prompted, being surprisingly patient about this. Then again, he knows that he won't have to worry about any One For All user after All Might, and I know that half the reason I was brought here was to be bait. He's bound to be in a good mood. Izuku hummed before asking, Do you have any telepathy quirks? Silent communication seems useful. I'm assuming that you want one that goes two ways. Izuku nodded. I do have one that I'm willing to part with. I call it telepathic connection. You'd be able to establish a telepathic link through touch that lasts for an hour. Since it's two-way communication, you'll only be able to have one active connection at a time, but you can SWCH between anyone that you've touched within that hour time frame. It sounded very particular, but that was nothing unusual for mental quirks. There are definitely ways to use that, and it still serves its purpose of being able to talk without talking. Unless there are any mind-reading quirks around, something rare even among mental quirks would be safe no matter who else was around. I'll take it. Izuku was briefly surprised by how similar telepathic connection felt to Danger Sense, but he was thankful that he'd be able to pick it up fairly quickly. The sixth person on my list is Momo Yarozu. I do believe that, under the right circumstances, she might join me, but for her sake, I hope that it never comes to that. All Might's vestige smiled at him, gently ruffling Izuku's hair before he silently faded away. He struggled the most with manifesting outside of Izuku, probably because he was still alive, and since things were going smoothly, it was for the best that he conserved his energy. Shimura took one last look at Shigaraki before fading away as well. Let's move on to the seventh quirk. Didn't you want to? Oh, right. Izuku exclaimed. I know that it's a bit of a long shot, but healing quirks are rare and you seem like the type of person to have them for the sake of having them. I do have healing quirks, yes. One of them is a bit too self-sacrificial for my tastes, but it would suit you. It pairs well with some of your other quirks too. Izuku felt a rush of tingly lightness that brought a smile to his face. Oh, I like that one. It's so weird that they feel different. It's called healing transfer. You'll be able to use your own energy to heal most injuries, though you can't fix what isn't there. An ally of mine tried to use it to heal me, but the energy drain was too severe and what was left of my face wasn't salvageable. Combined with leech, the energy drain shouldn't be an issue, and since you have super regeneration, the fact that you can't use it on yourself doesn't matter. Oh, that's perfect. I'll have to go kill a few trees or something, but if I can at least try to help Ida's brother. Nerve damage doesn't seem like something that would be out of my limitations here. If nothing else, I might be able to things a little less painful for him. Tenya Ida is my seventh protected person. He cares too much about his family's legacy to ever become a villain, but is also the earnest and straightforward type that I can't help being fond of. He'll be one of the good ones. Honestly, Izuku hadn't expected to get this many quirks. It wasn't difficult for him to think of people he wanted to protect. If anything, he was getting nervous about running out of slots, but the sheer volume of quirks that All for One had in his possession was difficult to choose from, especially when Izuku didn't have any sort of list. I doubt that I could come up with anything that he doesn't have, but there are probably a few he wouldn't part with. Actually, I do have an idea. Do you have a telekinesis quirk? Maybe he was rubbing the salt in the wound a bit here. It would hurt knowing that he did and that he just chose not to give it to Izuku, but Izuku had also grown up wistfully wishing that he could pull things toward him like his mom. He would love to be able to do that if he could. I do. It's just called telekinesis, and it'll allow you to levitate any object or person that you touch as long as you're capable of lifting them normally. You can freely control things once you've levitated them. The weight limit is also only for individual objects, not a collective weight. If there's a limit in that regard, then I haven't found it. Izuku silently took the quirk before saying, I would say Nito Monoma, but you're not tricking me into wasting one of my slots. We can talk about the fact that I have a half-brother later. Ooh, drama. Himiko cried out, though a flare of murderous intent from All for One made her go quiet very quickly. Izuku swiftly moved on. I'm choosing Tsuyu Asui next. I don't envision her ever becoming a villain, not when she has two younger siblings to look out for, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was sympathetic. I know that her family struggles a lot because of how prominent mutation quirks are treated. Very well then. You get 2 more quirks and 2 more people. Choose carefully. Something that makes me more durable against physical blows, Izuku answered instantly. He would do anything that he could to mitigate the threat that All Might posed to him, and a quirk like that would be useful for all sorts of things. Shock absorption fits that description. It's a mutation quirk that drastically reduces the impact of physical blows. It doesn't negate them entirely, but you won't have to worry about turning it off or on either. It's a quirk that I commonly give to 𝐿𝐵𝑚u. Receiving a mutation quirk hurt a hell of a lot more. Izuku knew that it was because his entire body had to change to accommodate the quirk, but the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. I'll never have to worry about being caught off guard with this. It only hurts so badly because of the type of quirk it is, right? I'm not approaching some sort of previously unknown limit. Yoichi was quick to reassure him. You're safe. I would warn you if it became an issue, but as far as I'm aware, you have no limit to the number of quirks you can hold at once. That appears to be a family trait. One for All can probably hold the quirks of past users because it started with me and All for One, though I doubt another user would be able to wield them like you can. 4 died at 40 from the strain of One for All alone, and the quirk was easier to manage that long ago. Another user would likely die of old age by the time they were 30. One for All may well be the perfect example of quirk singularity theory, All for One said with a hum. It will be fascinating to see how that continues. Though, do try to keep your conversations verbal for us. Izuku flushed before frantically saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so used to just thinking something and them responding that you're fine, son. Who is your 9th person? I will need time to plan for luring the heroes out here, so we need to speed this along." My Hatsune. She's a support student that's a bit chaotic and morally grey, so I'm pretty sure that she wouldn't care who she was inventing for as long as she got to keep inventing. Her level of skill and tenacity was something to be admired. Izuku had never seen a first-year support student invent so much before the sports festival, and Izuku didn't doubt that plenty of people in the underworld would want to get their hands on her. It's better to preemptively prevent as much of that as I can. It's expected for me to viciously protect anyone on this list anyway. Very well. Might I suggest your final quirk? Izuku nodded, tilting his head curiously. I've given this quirk to another one of my allies as well, though he is not currently involved in things. Energy efficiency is another mutation type that allows the user's body to conserve nutrients and water. You'd be able to function at top form with only a few hours of sleep here and there, something that will be useful for someone living a double life. You can still sleep a regular amount, of course, but you do not have to. Izuku accepted immediately. He had been worried about finding enough hours in the day to do everything that he needed to, and this solved that problem quite handily. Energy efficiency burned as it settled within him, but it wasn't anywhere near as painful as shock absorption had been. Now I've got to tell him about my last person. He's not going to be happy about this, but it's the best move for me to make, strategically. The last person on my list is Shouter Aizawa aka Eraserhead. A hero. All for One asked with a sneer. You said it yourself, didn't you? 10 people of my choosing, regardless of who they are, with All Might being the only one off the table. I'm still iffy on Aizawa-sensei as a teacher, but the fact remains that his quirk is a threat to me that I don't want you to have. It wouldn't be considered attacking me to steal erasure and use it to keep me from regenerating, after all. You and I both know that you left the wording of that agreement vague on purpose. Eerie laughter echoed around the room, causing the other members of the League to shuffle uneasily as Izuku withdrew his hand from his father's. You truly are my son. Izuku bristled when All for One patted his head condescendingly before getting Kurogiri to warp him away, only relaxing after a few minutes of taking deep breaths. Yoichi, now visible to only him, again hugged Izuku before fading away, telling him how proud he was of him. Shigaraki looked like he could be knocked over with a feather. Izuku fought the urge to apologize for putting them all in such a strange position, chuckling as he looked around the room. In the end, he settled on awkwardly asking, "So, what do you do for fun around here? Are you quite certain that these are necessary?" Kurogiri hesitantly clipped on a pair of quirk-canceling HNDCFFS, and Izuku was relieved when he felt his access to One for All disappear. I would have been in trouble if they didn't have access to these things. I'm sure. They'll probably ask why I didn't break out of here myself, and I need to have a convenient excuse. None of you can hurt me anyway. Izuku had been pushing it by crashing on a couch without wearing these last night. Sorry that I won't be able to warn you about when the heroes are coming. Danger sense gets cut off by these things too. That's probably for the best, Mr. Compress reassured him. Some genuine surprise will make your performance more believable. I still can't believe that sensei has kids. Why did he never tell me? Shigaraki muttered. Izuku gave him a sympathetic smile and said, if it makes you feel any better, then I didn't know I had a half-brother until I met him at UA. My father is kind of SHT at communication. He looked over at the group of villains around him and hummed. Could I get the rest of those introductions? Code names are fine. Spinner, Magna, and Twice all introduced themselves without hesitation, welcoming Izuku with open arms. Do you always have to deal with those ghosts? They're kinda creepy. So cool. Twice said. Yeah. They don't always manifest outside of me, but they're a part of One for All. There are 8 of them in total, though I still haven't met 2 of them. 3 told me that 2 is the most displeased about me being the next holder, so I don't expect to meet him anytime soon. I'm not as worried about meeting 6. He's supportive, but his quirk hasn't had a good opportunity to manifest yet. When he saw the confused looks he was getting, Izuku explained, none of the vestiges can talk to me until I can use their quirk. I think it took so long for Yoichi to manifest because I needed a better handle on One for All first. That's such an odd quirk, Magna mumbled. It's good to have you, though. Would Stain really want us to kill All Might? We're supposed to be going after the corrupt heroes. As much as Izuku didn't want All Might dead, he just wanted him far away from him. He figured that he needed to take those rose-tinted glasses off of Spinner before Shigaraki lost it on him. He lifted his shirt up and said, that massive scar on my left was a gift from All Might. He shoved a guardrail through my lung during my final exam. Spinner froze, eyes widening in horror. The knife that he was idly sharpening fell to the ground with a clang, and Shigaraki nodded before saying, he's just another vessel for state-sanctioned violence. All Might lulls people into a false sense of complacency and convinces them that everything is fine, turning them into mindless sheep that go along with whatever the government says. He's got to go. The bar's television flickered on again. Instead of All for One's voice coming from it, it flipped to a news channel that was playing a press release from UA. It's a surprise to see Aizawa-sensei up there. Maybe they wanted his no-nonsense attitude to ward off some of the accusing questions, but that doesn't seem to be going very well. Saying that they've increased surveillance and improved on their security isn't going to reassure anyone. They're not helping their case. Here, Darby chuckled. They've done it to themselves, really. It's because of heroes that anything other than perfection is deemed worthless. Mr. Eraserhead. You claim that it was for the students' safety, but in the middle of it all, you urged the students themselves to fight. What were your intentions at that point? Really? I guess that explains why they were all in that clearing. I must have been in Mr. Compress's marble when that call was made. Since we had no way of grasping the full nature of the situation, I made that decision in an attempt to avoid the worst-case scenario. Worst-case scenario. How else would you describe a situation where 26 were wounded and 1 was kidnapped? Izuku jolted slightly at that, and his worry must have shown on his face because Himiko said, there weren't any major injuries. Most of them just got caught by Mustard's gas, though he got caught too, so they'll be fine after resting for a couple of days. At the moment, the worst case I could imagine involved the deaths of my students. The reporter grimaced at that, and Nezu followed Aizawa's statement by saying, the gas responsible for most of the harm was a villain's quirk with a soporific effect. Kendo and Tetsutetsu's quick thinking was responsible for minimizing the damage. The students have all received psychological evaluations, and none seem to have suffered emotional trauma. Is that meant to be a silver lining? The reporter questioned. We believe that the worst has been avoided as long as the students still have their futures. Their futures wouldn't be over if they had suffered emotional trauma. Something about the way he said that bugs me. Besides, everything just happened. The attack probably hasn't sunk in for some people yet. It's a bit early to have an evaluation on everyone. Can you say the same about Izuku Midoriya? He won your sports festival. He showed the entire nation that he has a hero's passion and drive. If the villains had any sense, then they would do anything to keep that kind of hero from stepping into the limelight. Do you really think that boy still has a future? We all know the statistics. After the first 24 hours, Aizawa's eyebrows twitched so violently that Izuku could see it on the screen. Midoriya is a strong kid with a good head on his shoulders. I know that he'll have a future after this. Sounds like you want our blind faith. Putting aside Midoriya's current status, do you have a counter-strategy? We're hardly approaching this passively, Nezu stated. Currently, I am personally cooperating with the police in their ongoing investigation. Make no mistake. We will retrieve the student who was stolen from us. That kind of declaration? There's no way that UA is only working with the police. They're a hero school with a ton of alumni to call on, and Nezu isn't the type to take a hit to UA's reputation like this unless it was to mislead the enemy. There's going to be a large hero presence closing in here. Soon. Kurogiri hummed. Should we evacuate? If we tied you to something and led them to believe that this was a secondary hideout, Izuku hopped off the bar stool with a nod. Sounds like a plan. I don't want to risk any of you getting caught. They strapped Izuku to a large, surprisingly comfortable chair, and after some deliberation, Kurogiri warped him to their secondary facility where nomas were created. Sitting next to bubbling vats of mindless, warped creatures was distinctly unsettling, and it was even more so when he saw that Ragdoll was out cold in the same area. It makes the claim that All for One wanted to turn me into a Nomu more convincing though. And it gives them an excuse to abandon the bar before it's raided since nothing of importance is being kept there. I can SCK it up. He tried to convince himself that any fear he felt while staring at the horrors his father was capable of would only make his act more convincing. Suddenly, a car smashed through the roof of the building, sending chunks of rubble flying in every direction. Mount Lady's face peered through the hole she had created, eyes widening as she saw him. Guys! The kid's in here. Izuku strained his eyes in the dark to see Best Jeanist, Gang Orca, and Tiger enter the room, and when he saw the latter, Izuku said, "Our Ragdoll is over there." He lolled his head to the left, and Tiger ran right over to her right away. Denim threads freed him from his restraints and picked the lock of his quirk-restraining cuffs. Izuku doubled over with pain when he felt One for All and all the quirks tied to it rush back to him at once, crying out despite his best efforts to stay quiet. Midoriya! Izuku looked up at Best Jeanist with a grimace. Sorry. I'll be alright. Ragdoll. Come on, talk to me. Gang Orca joined a frantic Tiger, checking for a pulse as he said, Your teammate seems to be breathing, at least. That's a relief. But look at her. What did they do to you, Ragdoll? Sorry, Tiger, but I've had my eye on her quirk for quite a while. It was too good to pass up. Izuku tensed at the sound of his father's voice, looking at the four heroes here as he said, You need to run. Stop. Don't take another step, Gang Orca ordered, shielding Izuku and Ragdoll alongside Best Jeanist. Is he with the League? Tiger narrowed his eyes as he said, We need to get a light in here. They have no idea what they're up against. The fact that his existence was hushed up means that you should have listened to that boy. All for One stepped out of the shadows, and what happened next was over in an instant. The factory and its surroundings were completely demolished by a blast of pressure, and Izuku rushed after everyone as shock absorption kept him from being flung away. Tomura has only just learned how to think for himself and carve his own path forward. So, if possible, I'd like to prevent anyone from interfering with that. All for One's mask tilted with his head as he chuckled and said, Well, shall we begin? A second blast rocked the earth, gouging into the area and completely leveling buildings while cutting others in half. Izuku grimaced as he watched the heroes that had come for him go flying. Mount Lady, Gang Orca, Tiger, and Ragdoll were all caught by Best Jeanist threads before they were flung into the rubble, but Best Jeanist wound up hitting the ground hard and taking the brunt of the damage because of his efforts. All for One slowly clapped his hands as he mockingly said, That's the number 4 hero for you. I was planning on blasting all of them straight to hell, but you grabbed them by their clothes and threw them aside in the nick of time. Such quick decision-making, such technique, such incredible reflexes. Best Jeanist slowly pushed himself up with the denim threads on the back of his costume, and Izuku watched in horror as Best Jeanist was pushed back down by an invisible force that splattered BLD all around him. Your strength is the product of endless training and a wealth of experience, but I have no need for it. Because your quirk is not one that would suit Tomura. What? What does that mean? Is All for One a transferable quirk like One for All? Does he intend to give it to Shigaraki? Black, tar-like sludge started popping up all over the leveled area, and Izuku paled as he watched all the Nomu that had been secured previously get dropped around Best Jeanist. He's going to kill him. Best Jeanist will be able to down some of them, but as injured as he is right now, One for All rushed through his veins as he leapt forward, 𝐻𝐻𝐺 pushing him even faster as he laid red, glowing hands on two of the Nomu. They slumped over instantly as a rush of energy filled him, and he danced around, touching as many of them as he could. Kid, go. I won't leave you, he snarled, downing the last 4 Nomu in quick succession. Izuku rushed over to Best Jeanist's side. The red glow surrounding his hands shifted to green, and he gently pressed his hands against the wound that his father gave the hero, urging the surplus of energy to go to Best Jeanist instead. What are you doing? Helping, Izuku reassured him, relieved to see the gaping, bleeding wound slowly closing up. All for One scared before turning to face the sky. I don't have time for you two. He's finally here. All Might jumped into the scene, swinging 2 fists at All for One that the villain simply caught in his grasp. They're going to level this whole area. I need to get Best Jeanist and the others out of here. He desperately wished that he could make healing transfer work faster, but for now, Izuku just focused on stabilizing Best Jeanist so that he could move him. You're gonna give it all back, All for One. Are you here to kill me again, All Might? The ground cracked beneath them as All Might kept trying to overpower All for One, and Izuku almost sobbed with relief when he felt healing transfer's power wane as he healed the last of Best Jeanist's internal damage. What took you so long? All for One mocked, and the area around them exploded with rubble. Safeguard flared to life as he shielded himself and Best Jeanist in a golden glow. Can you move? We need to get out of here. Izuku could lift Best Jeanist with telekinesis if he needed to. Black Whip would be dangerous with how many emotions were flying right now, but he wouldn't have a solid grip on him if he did that. Another shockwave could send Best Jeanist right into the rubble and kill him if Izuku wasn't careful. I can, Best Jeanist said with a nod, staggering to his feet as the two of them tried to get out of the area. I will not make the same mistake that I did 5 years ago, All for One. Midoriya is coming home. And this time, I'm smashing you straight into a prison cell. Sounds like there's a lot on your to-do list. You and me both. Danger sense blared, and Izuku barely tackled Best Jeanist out of the way before a massive swell of energy tore through all the buildings that were in front of them. The line of destruction went on farther than Izuku could see. That's air cannon plus spring-like limbs, kinetically boosted by 4 and strength enhanced by 2. It's a fun little combination, but I want to add in a few more power-up type quirks. Best Jeanist snagged the other downed heroes with his quirk as the two of them rushed out of the area, bringing them to the nearest paramedics. Izuku was going to offer to heal them himself, but their injuries were minor enough not to cause worry. Besides, I'm only not going to be in trouble for illegal quirk usage because I still technically had Aizawa-sensei's permission to use mine. I shouldn't push my luck now. Izuku sat down heavily on the sidewalk, counting his breaths in an attempt to calm his racing heart. I hope you're aware that we will have to discuss what you did back there. He looked up at Best Jeanist and nodded, releasing a shaky sigh as his eyes flicked back to the screen. That being said, thank you. We could not have vacated the area so quickly without your assistance. I'm not sure I would have survived that fight either. Remember that when we have to explain that I killed all of those Nomu, Izuku muttered, holding his head in his hands. He knew that they were living tortured existences and that it was kinder to let them rest, but he could still feel what was left of their energy coursing through his veins. Killing things should not make me feel this good. I'm going to have to be very careful about how I use leech. I will. I need to go help with the evacuation. You stay here. Izuku wasn't going to argue with that. Helicopters flew overhead as the press went straight for Kamino Ward, and before long the plaza television flickered to life with the coverage. Watching All Might and All for One fight was like seeing a hurricane and an earthquake hit the same area at once, destroying everything left in their wake. It was horrifying, and Izuku could tell that All Might was nearing his limit. We're here at this nightmarish scene. Half of Kamino Ward was destroyed in the blink of an eye. All Might is currently exchanging blows with the purported villain behind all of this destruction. It's hard to believe that a single villain could go toe-to-toe with the symbol of peace himself, All Might shielded. A civilian from a massive blow, and when the dust cleared, his small form was exposed for all the world to see. He was beaten and bloody, obviously struggling to stand. Please, All Might. You have to be the one to put him away. Defeating All for One through subtler means may take years that we don't have. I want to change the world, not destroy it. You have to win. Watching other heroes rush in and evacuate the nearby civilians was a relief. It meant that All Might could go all out with the last of his strength, throwing everything into a punch that cratered the earth beneath All for One's crumpled form. All for One didn't stand back up. All Might raised his fist in victory. The rest of the heroes and the press rushed to the scene now that the fight was over, and the police loaded All for One up into an Iron Maiden as they prepared the unconscious villain for transport. All Might looked directly at the camera, pointing to it as he said, "Now it's your turn." To everyone else, it sounded like a promise that the symbol of peace hadn't been broken, but Izuku knew better. The embers of One for All, they've completely died. All Might's time as a hero is over. The two greatest threats to Izuku's dreams had dealt with each other in the end. He clenched his fists with determination. This is the beginning of a new era. I swear to make it a better one. Sorry to make you wait so long, Midoriya. It's only been a few hours. Considering everything that happened, is All Might going to be okay? Tsukochi smiled at him and nodded. He will be. Let's get through these questions so that you can go home. I'm sure your mother wants to see you as soon as she can. Okay, he mumbled, fidgeting with the edge of his shirt to soothe his nerves. I've got this. I just have to be careful about how I word things. Let's start with last night. You and Kuta were grabbed by Mr. Compress, right? What happened leading up to that? Yeah, we were. Muscular wanted to kill Kuta, so I was fighting to prevent that. I knocked Muscular out as soon as I could. Mr. Compress showed up as soon as the fight was over, and then he compressed us both into marbles. That matches up with what Kuta told us. What happened when you got back to the League of Villains base? All for One showed up. Tsukochi paused, ink bleeding onto the paper from where his pen pressed against it. What did he do? Izuku turned on the waterworks, voice wobbling as he said that he wanted to turn me into a Nomyu. Tsukochi shook with horror, eyes widening as he dropped his pen. It almost made Izuku feel bad for making sure that statement would register as true. He kept giving me quirk after quirk. All for One realized that One for All merged with the quirks he gave me, keeping him from taking them back. He stopped at 10. I'm so glad that you're alright, Tsukochi choked out, sounding seconds away from crying. Guilt squirmed in Izuku's chest, but he kept a tight lid on it. No one is going to fault you for the Nomyu, but would you mind explaining what you did to them? All for One explained the quirks as he gave them to me. The one I used on the Nomyu is called Leech, and it lets me absorb energy from living things with a touch if I choose to. I was surprised by just how quickly I'm going to have to stick to plants if I use that one. Best Jeanist told us that you healed him. Did that also come from? Izuku nodded. Healing transfer lets me use my own energy to heal others. Best Jeanist looked bad, and the Nomyu meant that I had a lot of energy stored away. I knew that I could help, so I couldn't leave him there. Tsukochi chuckled as he shook his head, saying, "You're going to be an amazing hero, kid. Just be careful not to stretch the limits of legal quirk usage next time, okay? You're lucky that the Nomyu aren't regarded as living anymore." Can I go home? I want to talk to my mom. Yeah, kid. Let's get you home. Izuku passed out almost as soon as he returned to their apartment, but his mother had been so relieved to see him alive and well that she didn't mind that, tucking him into bed with a wobbly smile. When he woke up, he decided that it was time they had a long overdue discussion. Mom is safe now. The League can't hurt her, All for One is in jail, and All Might doesn't even have the remnants of One for All left in him. One for All is my quirk, and I'm not going to keep hiding it from her. He sleepily rubbed at his eyes as he left his room, smiling when he heard the sizzling of eggs on the pan. I'm pretty sure it was my turn this morning. 𝐒𝐭 turned to face Izuku, pointing her spatula at him playfully as she said, "Hush you. You just got home, so sit down and let me take care of it." Izuku held his hands up in surrender, giggling as he took a seat. His mother's laughter was watery as she sniffled, but her smile seemed more genuine now. When 𝐒𝐭 joined him at the table, she collected herself, looked Izuku over, and asked, "Are you sure that you're all right? The police wouldn't tell me what happened." "Yeah, I bet not. I'd be surprised if Tsukochi told them anything. It probably wasn't even put in the system." He nodded. "I'm fine, Mom. But I do want to talk to you about something if that's okay." "Of course. What is it?" "It's about my quirk. And All Might. And Dad." 𝐒𝐭 straightened up at Izuku's tone, giving him her full attention. "Accumulator is a cover story. I also didn't suddenly manifest a quirk out of nowhere. My quirk is called One for All, and All Might was the one to give it to me." "Give it to you? I've never heard of a quirk that works like that. It's probably because of how One for All started, but I'll get to that in a minute. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, Mom. All Might really wanted me to keep it quiet, but that's not an excuse, especially since I don't trust his judgment on a good day." "You don't have to apologize, Izuku. I wish that I had known sooner, but the #1 hero was telling you not to talk about something. That's a lot of pressure to put on someone. I'd tear into him for it, but you don't want him to know that I know about this, do you?" Izuku shook his head. "I really don't. Anyway, I don't know if he's announced it yet, but All Might won't be able to fight again. The embers of One for All that were left in him have died out. It's well and truly my quirk now, and for all that he wants me to be the next symbol of peace, you never wanted to be that kind of hero," 𝐒𝐭 said with a rueful smile. "You know that you don't have to do what he tells you, right? Don't be anyone but yourself." "I know, Mom. That's actually where Dad gets pulled into the story." Izuku sighed before saying, "Though I didn't know it when I got One for All, this quirk comes with a storied past. It was passed down from person to person, all with the hopes of taking down one person, All for One. They're not going to release his name to the public, but that was the villain that All Might fought yesterday. All for One has the power to take and give quirks, and he was the one who created One for All over 100 years ago. He also once used the name Hisoshi." 𝐒𝐭's chopsticks fell to the table as she jolted with shock. "What? I knew that he was a villain, I'll admit, but I had no idea that." "I know. It's okay, Mom. He's bound to be in Tartarus now, so it doesn't really matter, right?" He chuckled. "But before the heroes came, we made a deal. He gave me 10 quirks and let me protect 10 people in addition to their families in exchange for ending the CYCL with me. All for One cannot attack me or any future One for All users, and we will not be able to attack him either. I made sure that you, Nito, and his mom got protected by that too, of course, but please understand that you can't tell anyone about this. If they found out that I have an alliance with the League of Villains, that I plan on working with them to create change, you'd be crucified," she whispered. His mother looked up to him with determination lining her features as she said, "Thank you for trusting me, Izuku. I won't tell them a word. If this is the best way you can think of to help people, then I'll put my trust in you too. I'll be careful if that detective you mentioned comes around, and I suppose that I should hide the family photos, here. Those home visits are tomorrow, and All Might would probably recognize Hisoshi. I better warn Hinagi too. I don't want her or Nito to get dragged into this mess." Izuku sniffled as tears welled up in his eyes, relieved by her unconditional support. "I trust you, but would you mind if we used Pact to protect both of us? It's a verbal contract quirk that Dad gave me." 𝐒𝐭 agreed to that immediately, and Izuku let the grateful tears fall when a brief, green glow settled over them both after they hashed out the terms. "You're the best mom in the world. You know that, right?" She smiled at him as she said, "I guess that makes sense. I do have the best son in the world, after all." Izuku's sobs could probably be heard by all of their neighbors, but he didn't care one bit about that. He had never felt so at peace as he did in that moment, wrapped up in his mother's arms and safe from the dangers of the outside world, even if only for a moment. When All Might texted him that evening, asking him to meet up at Takoba, Izuku ignored it. Nito and Ms. Monoma had come over for dinner, and he wasn't going to let anything get between him and his family. There was a knock at the door. Izuku and 𝐭𝐽 went to open it together, welcoming All Might into their house. I expected him to be the one who visited, but Mom definitely isn't going to be happy about it. At least he's in his true form now. He's a lot less scary this way. Would you like some tea? His mother asked, and the frostiness in her tone had Izuku's hair standing on end. All Might, oblivious as ever, nodded and said, "If you don't mind." Izuku barely refrained from laughing when he saw that his mother was using a senna blend for All Might. Talk about a tea that says F you. We only ever drink that stuff when we're sick. 𝐭𝐽 sat the tea down in front of All Might before joining them at the table, sitting right next to Izuku. All Might took a sip of the tea, looking up at his mother and saying, "Thank you. This is delicious." "It's my pleasure," 𝐭𝐽 said with a satisfied grin. Of course it was. That natural laxative is going to kick his butt this evening. Izuku would like to say that he was surprised by his mother doing this, but he would be lying if he did. All Might cleared his throat. "You received the letter about UA's new dormitory system, yes?" "We did." "Have you come to a decision?" Izuku and 𝐭𝐽 glanced at each other before nodding. "I'll allow it," his mother said. "But UA is on very thin ice. If anything like this happens again, then he will be transferring schools." They had both come to that agreement last night. His mother was relieved that his new quirks would protect him, but she also refused to let UA hurt him again like they had during the finals. The dorms were also inconvenient for Izuku, preventing him from contacting the league. "I probably would have transferred outright if it wasn't for everyone else. It'll be easier for Okiko, Xiaoto, and I to keep working together in the same school, and I still think I'll be able to sway a few people." "I understand," All Might said, bowing his head. "The heroes of UA all know that things have to change. We will do everything in our power to make those changes, to ensure the safety of our students. Thank you for allowing me to devote myself to mentoring Izuku. He will make a wonderful hero. Our society needs another symbol, and I believe that Izuku could fill that role. I wish to help him become the next symbol of peace." "I'm allowing no such thing." All Might startled at the steel in his mother's voice. "Izuku will become a wonderful hero, but he will become his own kind of hero. I will not let you pressure him into taking up your mantle because he admires you. You have already hurt my son. I will not stand by and watch you crush his spirit the same way that you did his lung," she hissed. All Might gulped, nodding when he saw that Izuku wasn't about to help him here. "Of course." 𝐭𝐽 turned to Izuku with a tearful smile, saying, "Promise me that you'll be careful at your okay. I look forward to seeing what you can do." "I will be," he promised. "I hope that I can make you proud." "You already have, Izuku. You already have." Izuku's halcyon days were over. Uneasiness had taken hold of the nation, and it would only take a few targeted strikes to turn that uneasiness into chaos. How did that quote go again? I think it was, "Chaos often breeds life, when order breeds habit." The people of Japan haven't been living for a long time now. It's about time that someone changed that. It wouldn't be long before it was time for Izuku to move into the dorms. He had less to pack than he would have before, having sold all of his All Might merch when he noticed that their values were rocketing up. I guess it makes sense. There won't be any more All Might merchandise deals, and he had a huge impact on the way our society is now. A bunch of people are scrambling to get a piece of that history and hold on to it. I don't want to keep any of it. I see no need to. It'll help us pay for the things we need for the dorm too. His room had already been tamer, looking more like a boy's room and less like a shrine to All Might ever since the mall shopping trip, but it was liberating to get rid of the boxes of merch that he'd shoved into the forgotten corner of his closet. "They'll be coming by to pick these up later, right?" "Yeah," Izuku answered with a nod. "They don't want students to have to carry everything on their own, and though they didn't say anything about it, I know that they'll be doing a security check on everything too. It'll all be there by the time we move in. Is there anything you need me to hide for you? Nope, I'm good. Thank you, Mom. A few days went by, and as Izuku rode the train to UA, he was kicking himself for not getting some form of communication to any members of the league. It's too late for that now. I'll just have to hope we run into each other again soon. Izuku wasn't the last student to arrive at their dorms, but it was a close call. Once Toru joined them, Aizawa looked out over the class, saying, "Now then, Class 1A. I'm glad to see you all here." "I didn't think everyone would get permission to move in," Zero muttered. Toru sighed. "It was an uphill battle for me." "That makes sense," Jiro chuckled nervously. Ojiro looked at them both, tilting his head as he said, "Yeah, I bet you two did have the hardest time. My mom would have been freaked out if I got hospitalized by that gas." "We're glad to see you here, Aizawa-sensei," Tsuyu said earnestly. "I was sad because I thought you might not be back after that press conference." "I'm surprised too. But, well, a lot has happened." Izuku carefully studied Aizawa's expression, seeing some trepidation there. "If I had to guess, then they only didn't punish him for the sake of keeping stability. That doesn't mean that they won't use it against him in the future, though. Anyway, I'm gonna give you all a quick overview of the dorms. But before we do that," Aizawa sighed. "The training camp was meant to help you earn your provisional licenses. That's still our goal. We'll have to train even harder to make up for lost time. It's odd that they are so insistent on first years getting provisional licenses, but I'm not going to question it. Having one will give me a lot more wiggle room. Come on then, follow me." Everyone shuffled inside after Aizawa, and Izuku's eyes widened as he took in how much space there was. "I knew that it was big from the outside, but this is something else. There's one class in each building. Girls are on the right and boys are on the left. The first floor is a common area. Your dining hall, baths, and laundry rooms are all down here. It's nice that we'll be able to hang out like this. I'm glad that I'll still get the chance to cook too. The bath thing though, did I hear that right? The bath and laundry rooms are in the common area. My dream come true." Izuku snarled at Minata's words, and tendrils of black whips snaked out of him to loom over his classmate. Aizawa's voice cut him off. "They are split up by gender and require scanning your ID to access them. That's quite enough out of you, Mineta. Don't make me use my quirk on you, Midoriya." He grumbled before turning Blackwhip off, but the thankful looks he got from his female classmates meant more to him than Aizawa scolding him did. They shouldn't have to feel unsafe where they live. Why is Mineta still here? The rooms start on the second floor. 4 boys' rooms and 4 girls' rooms on each floor with 5 floors in total. They all followed Aizawa up to the second floor, gaping when he led them into one of the empty rooms. There's 1 student per room. You all get air conditioners, toilets, refrigerators, and closets. Enjoy these luxuries. Looking further into the room revealed that they had verandas as well, and the walk-in closets were so large that they could easily sleep in them. I don't want to say that this is nicer than our apartment, but honestly, he could tell that UA hadn't spared any expense here. Aizawa handed out a piece of paper with their dorm arrangements on it, and as much as it scared to have Mineta as a neighbor, Izuku was glad that he'd be able to keep an eye on him and that none of their female classmates were living on this floor. I haven't really got to talk to AMR much. This could be a good opportunity to do that. It's nice to be on the same floor as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 too. The luggage you sent over earlier should already be in your rooms. Today was set aside for you all to get settled in, so we'll talk about what comes next tomorrow. You're all dismissed. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku diligently worked to unpack his mountain of boxes. There was a consistent color scheme of dark greens, black, and a few pops of bright red when it came to his belongings, and Izuku smiled as he straightened out his red comforter and laid a stuffed, lop-eared rabbit down on it. Nito had given Izuku that plush for his birthday, saying that he thought of Izuku's costume when he saw it and had to get it for him. Izuku unironically loved the soft toy, and while half of that was because of who it came from, he did just think that it was cute too. After his bed was made, Izuku started building the furniture that he'd brought along with him. Between float and telekinesis, setting up a pair of bookshelves, one for his hero figures and family photos and one for his notebooks and favorite books, took almost no time. He happily filled both bookshelves, grinning as he unpacked the family photos that they'd taken over the summer. Izuku and Nito always stood in the center of those pictures, wide grins on their faces as their mothers stood on either side of them. Those photographs got to sit on the middle shelf with the exception of his favorite that was put on his desk, and they were flanked by a few Hawks figures that Izuku treasured above any of his other hero merchandise. The other shelves held figures of Best Jeanist, Kamu Woods, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Fat Gum, and a single set with each member of the Wild Pussycats, though Izuku had mixed feelings about those four now. It didn't take him much longer to unpack the rest of his boxes. Clothes were put away, a rug was spread out, curtains were set up, paintings of forests and nature were hung up, weights were tucked away in a corner that he wouldn't kick them in, and his desk was set up with all of his textbooks, a fresh notebook, and pencils within easy reach. He laid in his room and caught his breath for a few moments, startling when he looked outside and saw how dark it had gotten. "I guess I better go downstairs and check on the others here." Several of his classmates were lounging around on the couch, though Izuku noticed that none of the girls were there right now. He sat down next to 𝐭𝐵𝐵 with a nod and a grin, and when Kaminari walked into the room after him, sitting down on the arm of the couch, he said, "I know that it wasn't anything good that led us to this point, but I'm still really excited about us all living together. Yeah, it's gonna be fun." Izuku cheered. For all that he was irritated that his movements would be limited here, he was also grateful for the dorms. Shoto wouldn't have to worry about Endeavor now that he didn't have to see him, and Okiko would always be able to eat, even when money was running low and she couldn't bring herself to rely on Izuku and his mother. Communal living is yet another way to train our sense of law and order. "Don't hurt yourself there, Ida," Zero chuckled. "Are you boys all finished decorating?" Ashido called out, and Izuku watched all the other girls walk into the room behind her. Kaminari waved and said, "Yeah, we're just relaxing now." "That's great. We were talking, and we had an idea. We should all have a look at each other's rooms." A few of the guys looked a bit uneasy, but in the end, they all agreed. Izuku's room was up first, and he blushed as almost everyone honed in on the stuffed rabbit. Okiko giggled as she said, "Oh, it's like your costume, Izuku. That's why Nito got it for me, yeah." Ida's voice cut through their conversation. "These are some dense books, Midoriya. The quirk theory isn't surprising, but I didn't expect the number of history, law, and political works on your shelves." "Leave it to you to focus on the books, Ida," Kaminari snickered. "I, on the other hand, am a bit surprised that he doesn't have any All Might figures. This is a really diverse collection, so it's kinda weird to see him missing." Izuku chuckled nervously as he said, I used to have some of him too. I just kind of outgrew him, I guess. Besides, it feels weird to have figures of our teachers." Kaminari accepted that with a nod, and Izuku was thankful when they moved on to the next room. 𝐭𝐵𝐵 seemed especially resistant to letting anyone in his room, but in the end, Toru and Ashido got him to give in. His room was practically covered in black, and Izuku's eyes sparkled when he saw that 𝐭𝐵𝐵 had real swords. "I wonder if he knows how to use them. I'll have to ask. I bet Hawks could teach him if he doesn't. Or Spinner if 𝐭𝐵𝐵 winds up joining us." 𝐭𝐵𝐵 was clearly embarrassed to have them poking around his room, though, so Izuku put that thought aside and encouraged everyone to leave as quickly as possible. Ayama's room was so sparkly that Izuku's eyes hurt looking into it, and everyone collectively decided to skip Mineta's room. Ojiro's room was plain, sticking mostly with neutral tones and a few personal touches here and there. Ida's room looked like a library with the sheer volume of books that he had, not to mention the absurd number of spare glasses. Kaminari's room was filled to the brim with stuff for his hobbies, and there was such a vast array that Izuku was genuinely impressed by how many things he seemed to do. Kuda had an actual bunny in his room, and Izuku was glad to see that he put so much effort into caring for them. His whole room was bunny-proofed, any wires out of the way and protected with thick tape, cleaning supplies far off the ground, and padding on some rough corners so that they could always free roam. Kirishima's room looked more like a training room than a bedroom, and Shuji's was super minimalistic. I guess that makes sense. Furniture still tends to be made with a standard size in mind, and it'd be easy for him to accidentally knock over any clutter. Zero's room was surprisingly stylish, but it got overshadowed by Xiaoto's when it was revealed that he completely redid the flooring and walls of his room to fit a traditional Japanese style. Seitu's was last, and while his room was pretty simple, he instantly won the favor of almost everyone in the class when he pulled out a cake that he had been working on. After they finished eating, they finally made their way to look at the girls' rooms. Jiru had a bunch of different musical instruments in hers, and Toru's was super cutesy with several stuffed animals displayed on her bed and shelves. Ashido's room was a clash of animal print fabrics of every kind and color, and Okako's room focused on the basics in a way that he'd come to expect from her. Even with Xiaoto's permission, she really wouldn't buy much for herself. Nothing that wasn't necessary, anyway. Varozu's room was the last one that they visited, and because of how cramped it was, everyone just peered in from the outside. This is all really fancy stuff. She brought it straight from home, I bet. In the end, Seitu was the winner of what had morphed into a room contest, and everyone went to bed feeling closer than they had before. Everyone is working so hard to make everything go back to the way it was before. I'm sorry, but I can't allow that to happen. The next day, Aizawa asked everyone to suit up and go to Gym Gamma so that they could prepare ultimate moves for the provisional hero licensing exam. Izuku was a bit sad to leave his gloves behind, but he had too many touch-based quirks to keep them without modification. I'll have to go to the support department at some point. It's exciting that we're working on ultimate moves though. They are definitely important to have, and it'll be useful for me to have distinctive attacks, even as a villain. Then again, I'm pretty sure that Black Whip and FA Jin will count as the 2 minimum ultimate moves that I need. I can experiment with some of my new quirks too, but I'll probably focus on helping the others come up with theirs. That's part of being class president too. Right, now that everyone is here, Aizawa hummed. Heroes deal with accidents, catastrophes, and disasters, both natural and man-made. It's our job to save people from just about any situation imaginable. In the provisional licensing test, your ability to adapt to those situations will be observed naturally. Midnight nodded. Intelligence gathering, decision-making, mobility, combat prowess, communication skills, charisma, and leadership abilities. The test varies from year to year, but the applicants are always tested on a wide variety of criteria. Among those, you can be certain that combat prowess will be heavily prioritized for potential heroes. These ultimate moves could be the difference between whether you pass or fail. Cementos smiled and said, if you can keep a cool head and act with decisive, consistent moves, then that will show a high level of combat prowess. There's nothing that says your ultimate moves must be an attack, either, Ectoplasm continued. For example, take Ida's Reciproburst. That sort of extreme speed boost on its own is enough to be called an ultimate move. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be good to go, then. You truly believe so? Ida cried out. I get it. So we come up with moves that give us a big advantage in battle, Seitu murmured, chuckling at Ida's obvious excitement. Exactly. Take Kamu Woods, for example. His lacquered chain prison is a cookie-cutter ultimate move. Everyone knows what it's gonna do and they recognize it when they see it. Midnight smiled as she watched everyone grow more excited, and Izuku wouldn't deny hoping to test out a few new things too. Your summer training camp was cut short, but the quirk training we started there was just another step toward creating ultimate moves. In other words, until the second semester starts, you'll all be working to enhance your quirks and create your ultimate moves. This'll be super intense training for all of you. Aizawa grinned at them all as he said, give it your all. Use your plus ultra mentality to smash past your limits. The number of ectoplasm clones made it clear that everyone would be training alone today, so Izuku flew up to a free one and landed on the platform, muttering to himself. So I've definitely got Abyssal WHPS and Flicker, but would flight count? I guess it's more of a transportation thing than something to be used in battle, but Hawks was teaching us aerial tactics too. Safeguard definitely counts too. Telekinesis could also work, especially if I used it in conjunction with flight. You've got plenty of ideas, don't you? Ectoplasm chuckled. Why don't you show me what you're sure about before we move on to the new stuff? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 let Black Whip flare to life, chuckling as the tendrils ruffled his hair before waving around happily. Abyssal WHPS is the first one, but that's just how I've been referring to this technique in general. Since they can be used for capture, combat, and mobility, I was thinking of having 3 different moves for it. Abyssal WHPS, snare for capture, Abyssal WHPS, lash for combat, and Abyssal WHPS, tether for mobility. This would have the added benefit of keeping opponents from knowing which one I'm going to use until it's too late, and it'll also excite civilians while they try to figure out which one I'm going for. A series of ultimate moves, here. That's very clever. Show me how you distinguish them. It's mostly in the movements, 𝐒𝐿 called out, grinning as his tendrils tightened around ectoplasm. Abyssal WHPS, snare moves in a more fluid way, wrapping around the target and constricting them like a snake. Struggling just makes the hold tighter. 𝐒𝐿 called the tendrils back before shifting stances. They rocketed forward with no warning, lashing out at ectoplasm as he barely dodged the first few before 𝐒𝐿 got a solid hit in. He called the tendrils back and explained, Abyssal WHPS, lash, as you can see, is a lot more chaotic. I treat each tendril like a standard WHP, aiming to knock an opponent into the ground with a surprise downward lash while they are distracted by the ones aiming for their sides. After ectoplasm's clone stood back up, 𝐒𝐿 held back so that he didn't destroy him completely. 4 tendrils rose up before rushing to the ground, burrowing beneath the earth and raising 𝐒𝐿 off the ground. Abyssal WHPS, tether is a bit misleading. That one uses stabbing motions, and while I'd primarily use it for mobility in an instance where flying isn't viable, it can also do this. 2 of the 4 tendrils broke free from the earth beside ectoplasm, stabbing up before retreating into the holes they left behind. Most people can't get up to me in the air. I'd have to be really careful about where I use it though. The concept of demented whack-a-mole is pretty funny, but it could cause a lot of property damage. 𝐒𝐿 lowered himself to the ground, looking to ectoplasm, who weakly said, "Yeah, those all count. Now, what is flicker?" "Something I worked on with hawks." 𝐒𝐿 jumped around a little bit, storing kinetic energy before blurring over to ectoplasm in less than a second. "I can use kinetic energy to make myself move a lot faster. I've got a good bit stored away for emergencies, but I wanted to show you how I gather the energy for it too. It's like you're teleporting. I sure hope so. People assuming that will only help me." Right. That's 4 then. As for flight, that ability in and of itself probably couldn't be called an ultimate move. If you come up with specific aerial moves later, then let me know. What is Safeguard? A gentle, golden glow surrounded 𝐒𝐿's body. Safeguard lets me use energy as a type of force field. I can also 𝐒𝐿 stepped forward and lightly touched ectoplasm. Use it on others. Nito and I were testing its limits these past few days. It takes about a dozen or so lighter blows or 2 particularly strong blows before it disappears. Nito had been terrified to stand still while 𝐒𝐿 swung a 25% 1-for-all fist at his stomach, but they were both glad to see that it completely nullified the damage it would have caused. I'm not sure if 2 is the default or if there's something powerful enough like 100% of 1-for-all that it would break under the first blow, but it would probably nullify the damage from that first blow either way. That can make or break a battle. That's, ectoplasm huffed. There's such a thing as being too versatile, kid. 𝐒𝐿 only reached forward with a SHT-eating grin on his face, brushed a blue, glowing hand against ectoplasm, and said, "I call this one whirlwind." His teacher shouted in alarm as he floated up, and 𝐒𝐿 giggled as he rapidly spun ectoplasm around in circles. The clone staggered when 𝐒𝐿 put him back on the ground, looking seconds away from getting sick. "Yeah, that worked out how I thought it would." Ectoplasm glared at him before saying, "You've already got 6 ultimate moves, so clearly you don't need my help. I'll be going now." The clone jumped off the platform, and 𝐒𝐿 turned off Safeguard before sitting down and taking a few sips of water. "That went well. I guess I'll help the others starting tomorrow, then. I need to find a time that I can talk to 𝐒𝐿 alone too. I doubt they'll let us off campus anytime soon, but I want to be able to heal Ingenium as soon as possible. Even with the energy from the 𝐿, I'll probably need to kill a few trees beforehand." I'll have to repair a lot of nerves. Izuku startled when he saw All Might heading his way, choking on his water. Are you alright, my boy? His eyes watered as he nodded. Why yeah. I'm fine. Just taking a break since I've already got several ultimate moves. I'm thinking over other possibilities right now. All Might nodded, giving him a strained smile before he went off to help some of the others, and the next several days went by in a flash. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wound up getting another golden scale on his costume, specifically on the back of his cloak, wanting it to be visible even while he was wearing his cloak. The giant golden symbol made Izuku smile when he saw it, and he was even more ecstatic to hear that Toru's costume could now become visible. It was a soft pink and baby blue costume that reminded Izuku of cotton candy, and she flexed her arms proudly when she joined the class while wearing it, a golden scale emblazoned on each shoulder. Since each member of the Scales of Justice had at least one ultimate move on their own, they started working together to make combination moves. Izuku, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, and Dark Shadow discovered that Dark Shadow could still move around if they were wrapped up in Black Whip, so Izuku shielded them from the light and increased their strength by giving them shadow armor. They named that move Total Eclipse, and it wound up inspiring an ultimate move that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 called Abyssal Black Body. Dark Shadow was delighted to become the shadow armor in that scenario, compensating for how they previously struggled with fighting close range. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 wound up intentionally recreating the move she used against him in the sports festival, and they called it Hailstorm. Toru worked with 𝐿𝐴𝐷 to create a move they called Light Dome, and Toru gleefully cackled as she used warp refraction to bounce light around an enclosed glacier dome like it was a disco ball. That would be incredibly disorienting to get caught up in, even if that person was capable of breaking the ice. Izuku and 𝐒𝐴𝐷 combined telekinesis and zero gravity to create Never-Ending Landslide, an ultimate move that had Izuku controlling giant boulders which could also be applied to cars and potentially even buildings in the future depending on 𝐒𝐴𝐷's limits without even breaking a sweat. After remembering that Izuku couldn't feel anything through Black Whip, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 turned to him and asked how he felt about setting the tendrils on fire. 10 minutes later, they named the move 𝐿𝐴𝐷 before Izuku started talking about possibilities with Toru. The ultimate move they came up with wasn't a combat move like the others, but Izuku was still super proud of it. They combined the golden glow of Safeguard with Toru's warp refraction to create Nightlight, a move that could light up a dark area without blinding anyone in the process. That move would be super useful for search and rescue operations. It could also be used to disorient opponents by rapidly changing the light levels since Toru can see just as well in the dark as she can the light. I'd have to get out of the area, but that wouldn't be an issue since I just used Safeguard on her for this anyway. Another massive explosion sounded off from across Gym Gamma, and Izuku instinctively looked toward where Bakugo was training. He watched a large chunk of rubble started to fall off that platform, hurtling toward where All Might stood. A tendril of Black Whip shot toward the rubble, wrapping around it and stopping its fall. Before setting it down next to All Might and Aizawa. The tendril retreated back to Izuku, and though it looked like All Might was going to come over and thank him, a voice called out that made everyone stop moving. That's enough, Class 1A Gym Gamma is supposed to be ours this afternoon. Izuku perked up at the sound of Vlad King's voice, smiling when he saw Nito at the front of his class. He loved the aesthetics of Nito's costume, and the fact that his brother used 3 stopwatches to trick people into thinking he could only copy 3 at once was genius. It's so cool that he can have pretty much infinite copies, even if his time with them is naturally limited. Now that he's got those hair rings, he'll have a much larger arsenal and not have to worry about running out of time so much. He squinted as Class 1B got closer, eyes widening when he saw that Nito had made his own costume change. You decided to join after all. Izuku practically vibrated in place as Nito joined him, 𝐒𝐴𝐷, 𝐿𝐴𝐷, Toru, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 where they were standing near the entrance. Of course I did. Even if our team is mostly made up of 1A members, you are my brother. We work well together. It just makes sense that we'd be part of the same team. Nito leaned against Izuku as he whispered, "Did you hear about how half the people that take the test fail it? How much do you want to bet that Bakugo will do something stupid that puts him in that group?" "That's a sucker's bet." Nito laughed and said, "It's a shame that we won't all be able to work together during the test, but I'll just have to make do. Actually, There is another way that I could. Todoroki, Uraraka, would you mind lending me a hair for my support rings? I'll be careful with your quirks, I assure you. They both nodded and handed one over, though 𝐿𝐼 appeared to have a brief crisis after he gave Nito a white hair and plucked a red one as well. I'm not sure if you'd only copy half of my quirk with hair from one side. It would probably be best to test that before the exam. Nito blinked, tapping his foot in contemplation as he said, That's definitely something to try out. If I only copied half, would I be able to use your fire or ice on both sides, or would it still be restricted to the usual side? Actually, I need to make sure that I copy your resistance as well. Sometimes it's built into the quirk, but sometimes resistances are a separate genetic factor that doesn't carry over for me. I really don't get how it took them so long to see that you're brothers, 𝐿𝐼 deadpanned. Hey! All of his friends and Nito, the traitor, laughed at Izuku's outcry. He pouted, turning away from them as he grumbled under his breath. Okiko giggled before dancing around and poking at Izuku's cheek. He puffed them out further in mock protest, and she burst into another peal of laughter that had his face going red. 𝐿𝐼 stepped forward, laying a warm hand on his shoulder as he said, Sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. No, you're totally fine, 𝐿𝐼. His friend's earnest expression made Izuku's heart flutter, and he froze when he realized what this was. I like them. Both of them. Okiko and 𝐿𝐼 are both kind, earnest, determined people, even if it comes across in different ways. Okiko has a way of lifting up a whole room with her energy. I feel myself getting pumped up right alongside her. She refuses to leave anyone behind unless they're someone like Bakugo, and my heart gets all light and fluttery when I spend time with her. 𝐿𝐼 is a quieter, more awkward kind of supportive, and it's endearing. He cares more about protecting his precious people than anything else, and that makes being one of those people feel so much more special. I never expected him to be so passionate. My heart always feels like it's beating out of my chest when his eyes are on me. Izuku, are you alright? Nito's words sounded concerned, but his shT grin told Izuku that he had an idea of what was on his mind. Yep. Perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. As 1A left Gym Gamma for 1B to use, Izuku could only think, well, it could definitely be worse. At least I know that I won't have to say goodbye to them either way. They're seeing this through with me to the end. I have time to figure out what to do. For now, he would just focus on making sure that they all got licenses and prepared for the next step of their plan. The entire class was a blend of nervous and excited energy when they arrived at their testing site, the National Takoba Arena. I'm just glad that we're allowed to use our costumes here. It would have scared to be put on the back foot like that, and it would have made all of our practice fighting around Toru while she's invisible pointless, at least for this test. We still don't have any clue what this test's about. Can we really earn our licenses? Mineta fretted, shaking with nerves. Mineta, it's not a matter of can. You will, Aizawa said before looking over them all. Earn your provisional licenses by passing this test, and you'll be recognized as semi-pros with all the perks and responsibilities that come with that. Show them your best. I'm feeling all pumped up now. Kirishima cheered. Why don't we do our cheer? Plus ultra. There was a sudden increase of volume in the second half of their school motto, and Izuku looked over curiously to see that a Shiketsu student had joined them. It's bad manners to intrude on another school's group huddle, Inasa. You're right. I am so very sorry. Inasa cried out, bowing so low that his head cracked the ground beneath him. Are you okay? I've got first aid supplies in my costume kit if you need them. That looked like it hurt a lot, Izuku muttered as he stepped forward, not waiting for an answer when he saw that Inasa was bleeding. Something minor like this should hardly take any energy at all, so I guess I could just. Izuku gently rested his hand against Inasa's head, letting it glow green as the BLD stopped and the scabs formed, disappeared, and shifted back to healed skin. 𝐿𝐼, could you make an ice pack for me? He'll probably still have a headache for a little while. Whoa, you can heal. Inasa cried out. 𝐒𝐽 really is the coolest. Aizawa sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose as he said, I would have appreciated knowing that you could do that, Midoriya. You're not supposed to be using your quirk right now either. The air cooled as 𝐲𝐸 made a small chunk of smooth ice like a larger version of the ice cubes he practiced making with hawks before putting it in a plastic bag and handing it over to Izuku. He looked over at Inasa, eyebrows furrowed, as he said, "Please be careful. You have to take care of yourself before you can save others. And neither of you are listening to me. I'll let it slide this time, but only because it was for first aid," Aizawa grumbled. "My name's Inasa Yorashi. Everyone just calls me Inasa. What's your name, healer?" Izuku chuckled nervously, a bit overwhelmed by Inasa's energy, as he said, "Izuku Midoriya. I'm one as class president. It's nice to meet you. Don't know why you'd waste time healing the competition, Deku. Because some people are capable of caring about others, Bakugo," 𝐲𝐸 snapped back. "Head injuries bleed profusely, making them dangerous to leave unattended." Inasa cracked his head on concrete. "It's not like he just scraped his knee." "Whoa. You're a lot more passionate than I remember." Good. I'm really excited now." Then he remembers. "Does Inasa know 𝐲𝐸?" Toru questioned, humming softly. Aizawa answered that question for them all. "Inasa Yorashi. He's very powerful. He got placed into your grade at UA under special recommendation, and he was the top scorer during the recommendation exam. We're not sure why he chose not to attend." "Hey, that's interesting. He's definitely someone to keep an eye on." Ms. Joke and her students from Ketsubutsu came over to greet them after that, and while Izuku would love to ask her questions about her quirk, he wanted to check in with his team first. "So, we're all sticking together, right? No one will expect combination moves this early in the game, especially not from first years." "Yeah. My goggles will keep me from catching Toru in any attacks, so we should be good," 𝐲𝐸 agreed. "It's better to do this with friends. Besides, we plan on debuting as a hero team, so working as one during the licensing exam makes sense," Okiko said with a nod, fire in her eyes as she hyped herself up. "I feel confident in this. We've worked hard to learn how to fight with each other. No one's gonna know what hit them." Toru cheered. "Dark Shadow and I will be by your side. Let us dance in the dark." They all went to the changing rooms to get into costume. Izuku had recently modified his gloves, making them fingerless so that he could use his touch-based quirks while still protecting the rest of his hand before heading into the debriefing room. Izuku didn't miss the confusion from other schools when they saw the common element across all their costumes. Hero teams are only getting rarer nowadays. It's almost a shame that we won't actually be forming one. "Right. You're all here for the Provisional Hero Licensing Exam. My name is Mera, and I'm with the Hero Public Safety Commission. My favorite type of sleep is non-REM sleep. I'm so tired. Why are we so short-staffed?" His exhaustion is like Shinsu's dialed up to 11. Is he even going to be capable of making judgment calls in a test like this? Getting right to it. The first round will have all 1,540 of the examinees competing in a massive free-for-all exercise. Consider it an elimination round. Today's society is saturated with heroes, and with All Might's retirement, many people are worried about the role that heroes will play in our society. They worry that no one will be able to live up to his ideals. Mera sighed, massaging the back of his neck as he said, "That being said, telling those who risk their lives in order to save others to ask for nothing in return would be rather harsh, especially in modern society. So, whether it's done for compensation or out of dedication to the cause, we have no shortage of heroes out there working to save people and put villains away. I wonder what they'd think if they knew what All Might said to children on rooftops. Or if they knew about the finals. I don't want to make a spectacle out of what is done to me, but that would certainly shake the foundations of their belief in hero society. I may have to consider it. Nowadays, the amount of time it takes to resolve any given incident is incredibly short. Those of you who earn your provisional licenses will be confronting such situations that unfold at a breakneck pace. Anyone who can't keep up is doomed to fail, and that's why we're testing you on speed. Only the first 100 examinees who meet the requirements will pass. Talk about a thin margin for error. It makes sense, but Izuku clenched his fists, looking at his teammates and nodding to each of them. I need to get this license as quickly as possible. It'll be the only way to get some freedom of movement again. Now, the passing requirements will involve these. Mera held up a glowing target and a ball that was the perfect size for it. Each examinee will get 3 targets. Place them wherever you like on your body as long as they're exposed. Each of you will also carry 6 balls, and the targets are rigged to light up only when struck by a ball. You're disqualified the instant that all 3 of your targets are hit and are expected to leave the arena. Safeguard is going to be helpful here. The ball should bounce right off of those barriers, and it'll make it easier to defend our weak points. I can't imagine there'll be much different impact-wise than the tennis ball that Nito and I chucked at each other, so a dozen or so shielded hits, those with 3 illuminated targets are considered defeated. To pass, you have to defeat 2 other examinees. Your targets won't light up if you've passed, not even if they're hit. They deactivate as soon as your name is in the system, so there's no saving yourself by attacking examinees who have already gotten through. That's it for the rules. So we don't have to leave the arena as soon as we pass. I assume that most people will, but being safe from elimination also provides a good opportunity to cover for classmates and team members. We'll be handing out targets and ball once this place opens up. The exam will begin 1 minute after the examinees are all fully equipped. Opens up. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 murmured. The walls of the debriefing room all unfolded to reveal a massive exam site, filled with different environments that would showcase a wide variety of quirks. It's kinda like the USJ, with every type of environment available to you, there's no excuse for not giving your best showing. Go to an area suited for you and make the best use of your talents. We've carefully thought about all factors when we came up with these environments. So many nights of sleep lost to this. What area do you guys want to head to? We should try to play to our strengths in general, but we also need to consider how many people will head for each zone. Going to a less populated one might be safer, but it'll also make it harder for all 5 of us to pass. Not to mention, UA is the only school here where people know about our quirks because of the sports festival. They don't know all that we can do, but we're still at a disadvantage, Izuku muttered, and though he was talking to the other scales of justice, he noticed that most of 1A listened too, dividing themselves into groups that they could work with. Akiko hummed before saying, "The cityscape will probably be our best bet. None of us will be at a disadvantage there, and given how many heroes work in the city, examinees will be drawn to it like moths to the flame." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 agreed with a nod. The suited commission agents handed them their targets, and once they all had them secured, Izuku tapped every member of his class minus Bakugo, who refused, and Mineta before activating Safeguard. Fa Jin thrummed beneath his skin as they ran toward the cityscape, storing energy as his feet pounded against the pavement. 3, 2, 1. Start. Just as he expected, Ketsubatsu Academy converged on the UA students immediately. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 stomped his foot and created a massive wall of ice to shield them from the flying ball, and Izuku warily watched the students on the other side of the wall throw hardened ball into the ground. Danger sense pinged. Underground, he shouted as he flew into the air. Jiru used her ultimate move, Heartbeat Distortion, to rip up the dirt that the ball were traveling through, though the ice wall that 𝐔𝐬𝐽 made was destroyed in the process. Izuku used everyone's distraction to tap each ball that he'd stored in his supply pouches with blue, glowing hands. The one that hardened the ball is the biggest threat. Those could shatter Safeguard with a few solid hits. I don't like the trajectory quirk either. They've gotta go. Izuku shot each of his 6 balls toward them with telekinesis, grinning when he hit 2 of the 3 targets on each student. They both shouted with shock as they remembered that he was in the air. Hardened ball flew at him, but danger sense allowed him to bat them aside with Black Whip without breaking a sweat. He giggled as the last of their targets lit up, passing out an extra ball or 2 to his teammates as he deactivated telekinesis. "How?" they stammered. Mera's voice rang out over the intercom. "Our first examinee has passed, eliminating the 2 necessary to move forward." "Oh, right, I'm going to be doing play-by-play announcements from the broadcast booth." Izuku's eyes flickered over to where Toru was creeping up on the other 2 students. She put all of her targets low, making it less likely for anyone to notice them before it was too late. When one of the remaining students bent over to press his hands to the ground, swearing to avenge his defeated classmates, Izuku used Black Whip to prevent him from touching it. He could feel the tendrils tingling as the boy grasped them, but it wasn't enough to do more than tickle. Hey, what gives? You've already passed. The rules never said that we had to leave as soon as we passed, Izuku chuckled. I'm just giving them an assist. 3 targets lit up in quick succession as Toru got the guy out. Dark Shadow and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 quickly followed suit with the girl that was in the group, grabbing her and getting her out before she could show them what her quirk was. Her eyes were wide with shock. Suddenly, 124 total examinees are out. Of those, 120 were all taken down by a single fighter. Keep up the pace, everyone. It didn't take long for the scales of justice to all pass. Students from schools all over the country targeted 1A, and Izuku made a habit of drawing their attention to him so that his classmates could get them out. The look of shock and horror on one of the examinees' faces when they broke safeguard and hit one of Izuku's targets only for it to not light up was appealing. He grinned before putting up another force field, immobilizing them, and allowing Jiru to get the second out she needed to pass. You guys are crazy, she muttered. I'm going to get out of here. Make sure to save some energy for the next round. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 hummed before he said, I will go with you. Dark Shadow and I will alert you to which of our classmates join us in recuperation. Sounds great, thanks. Izuku called out over his shoulder, grabbing another couple of students for Kuda to tap out. 𝐤𝐵 wrapped up a few examinees with his tape as well, beaming as he lit up their targets and began assisting Izuku in immobilizing them for others. Myself, Toru, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺, Xiaoto, Okiko, Ida, Jiru, Ashido, Yorozu, Shuji, Ojiro, Seitu, Kuda, and 𝐤𝐵. That's 14 of our classmates that I'm sure have passed now. Good, that's very good. I just need to track down Tsuyu, Emma, Kirishima, Kaminari, Mineta, and Bakugo to see how they're doing. Not that I really care if Bakugo or Mineta pass. Izuku was only going to look for them at all because another classmate could be with them. Now that the classmates that stuck with them had all passed, it was time for them to split up. Xiaoto, Okiko, will you two head toward the water zone? Tsuyu is sure to be there if she hasn't passed already. Toru and I will head over toward the mountain zone. Got it. The two of them nodded and ran off, and Izuku flew up into the sky while carrying Toru so that they could make faster time. As of now, there are 68, number 70, examinees who have passed. Time is running out. Wait, why is that girl from Shiketsu just sitting there? Toru questioned. When Izuku looked where her glove was pointing, he saw someone sitting up on top of a platform all on their own, looking out over a group of fighting students. I'm not sure. Maybe she already passed too. We wouldn't risk anything by going to check. They flew over, and when Izuku started lowering himself to the ground, the girl cheered. Izuku, I was looking for you. It's nice to meet you, Toru. Have you? The girl suddenly froze, unable to utter a sound. Izuku blinked as he studied the girl and looked around the area, trying to figure out what was going on here. Who are you? How do you know me? Oh, you don't recognize me. I'd say that I'm hurt, but that was kind of the point. I'd show you who I was if I could, but it's not gonna let me. Suddenly, it hit him. What are you doing here? I'm here to see you, Izuku. We didn't get the chance to exchange numbers last time. I couldn't pass up the chance when I knew you'd be here. What is going on here? Toru questioned indignantly. It feels like you're both dancing around something just because I'm here, and I don't like it one bit. Aren't we teammates, Izuku? What are you hiding? Izuku activated telepathic connection, pleading, please hear me out, Toru. This isn't as bad as it looks. Toru looked between him and Himiko before huffing loudly. Fine. Can you please explain this, then? The hero system is. Our society is built on hurting people, and I can't just stand by and pretend not to see it. Remember what Mera said at the start of this. Our society is oversaturated with heroes. And heroes are nothing if they don't have villains to fight. Social programs are at an all-time low, quirk discrimination is at an all-time high, and something like petty theft is enough to get someone labeled a villain for life, pushing them further into crime the second they get out of jail because there is nothing else left for them. The poor are punished for being poor, all the while the commission lines their pockets and the pockets of the heroes that keep people complacent. I want to help people, really help them. I don't think that they'll let me do that as a hero. Not in any way that matters. So I decided that I'd do what needed to be done regardless. Even if it labeled me as a villain. Are you doing that telepathy thing? 𝐼𝐻IMIKO whispered. When Toru turned to look at her, something that even 𝐼𝐻IMIKO could see thanks to her goggles being visible, 𝐼𝐻IMIKO looked away sheepishly. Continue. I know that things are CK right now, but is this really the best way? There has to be a way to change things from the inside, right? I doubt it. You haven't watched the way Mom has struggled against the system for years, Toru. She has to fight to get basic human rights for villains respected, and even then, sometimes she loses. Our system will literally break its own rules just to further put down the people that it forced into villainy. If partnering with the League of Villains is what it takes to end that vicious CYCL, the League of Villains. Izuku, you're one of my best friends, but I can't believe you. They've attacked our class twice now, why would you join them? I know, Izuku responded with a grimace. But they're also in the best position to actually change hero society. Part of why I'm joining them is to steer them in a better direction. They've got a lot of overarching, bigger goals, but the small things that will get them there are less defined. I'm trying to point them at targets like the Commission instead of UA. I only struck a deal with them after I got kidnapped. I promised that I had nothing to do with the attacks. I think that they could all use some help too. A lot of people joined Shigaraki at the USJ just because he said that he was going to change things. So many people were that desperate for change. I can't ignore that. I won't. Toru looked at him and sighed. What am I going to do with you? I've never met someone who cares so much before. Fine. You think that the League of Villains is our best chance at this? You're certain? Izuku nodded. Then it sounds like you'll need me. You were the first person to ever consistently bring me into the circle, to refuse to forget that I was there. Half the time, even my own parents. Who else knows? One of the perks of telepathic connection was that tones and emotions carried over the connection while it was in use. Toru could feel how much this meant to him and how honest he was being, and in turn, Izuku could tell that she wasn't lying to him about joining. Thank you, Toru. So far it's just me, Okiko, Xiaotou, and now you, but we hope to bring it up with 𝐼𝐻IMIKO at some point. I'll probably need to talk to Nito too. Toru turned to 𝐼𝐻IMIKO and asked, what did you need to talk to Izuku about? Oh, did it work out? Sludge dripped down 𝐼𝐻IMIKO's face, revealing a golden eye and a fanged grin that was quickly masked by the Shiketsu student's face covering her own again. I'm so glad. 𝐼𝐻IMIKO cheered. She lowered her voice as she said, Shigi's working on recruits for now. I'm sure that he'll be happy to hear about Toru. Do you have your phone on you, or should I write it down? Izuku handed it over, and when he got it back, Izuku saw that he had a new contact listed under Kami. His confusion must have shown on his face because 𝐼𝐻IMIKO whispered, that's the name of the girl I'm impersonating. If anyone asks, then you can just say that you talked to her during these exams, right? I'm not trying to pass. Oh, that's really clever. I doubt anyone at UA would recognize her name anyway. 𝐼𝐻IMIKO beamed. Thank you. I'll hold on to your number and text you mine if I have to get a new one. Be safe. I'll stay in touch. 𝐼𝐻IMIKO winked at them before running off, and even though she had put him in a rough spot, Izuku was happy about the way things turned out. 86 have made it through. Only 14 spots left. Let's get going, yeah. We still need to check on the others. I don't think there's anyone from UA over here. Right. Izuku agreed, taking to the skies with Toru again. 𝐼𝐻IMIKO's voice came from their earpieces. Izuku and Toru both straightened up as he said, Tsuyu joined us a few moments ago, and Xiaotou and Okiko alerted me that they've now joined up with Emma. They only need to help him eliminate one more person. Roger that. Any news on the other four? Not that I'm aware. 𝐼𝐻IMIKO paused before saying, they've all joined us. It looks as if 1A in its entirety has passed. We'll fly right over then, 𝐼𝐻IMIKO. Toru cheered, and Izuku grinned as they took off toward the waiting area. He and Toru walked in to see everyone else, and they went over to the magnetic keys that would let them take off their targets. Sure took your time, Deku, Bakugo sneered. He was the first one to pass, Bakugo. Izuku just wanted to make sure that we all did. Akiko rolled her eyes before jogging over to them and saying, make sure to rest while you can. I'm sure that the next part will be harder. Yeah, I will. Sorry everyone, but we'll be sticking with the team for this next part. That's totally fine, Midoriya. Zero gave him a thumbs up. You guys show them what the scales of justice can do. It's been super cool to watch you guys work together while we were training. I'm glad you were on our side out there. We will. Good luck to everyone, 𝐿𝐴𝐽 murmured, giving Izuku a reassuring smile. Right, he knows how much I hate thinking about the fact that we won't all be on the same side forever. Thank you, 𝐿𝐴𝐽. It was easier to do this when Izuku knew that he wasn't alone. I'll never be that sad, lonely little boy ever again. I don't have to be. I've got loyal friends by my side and something to fight for, and even if younger me would be horrified to hear that I'm a villain, I think he'd understand. Little Izuku used to wish on falling stars that he'd wake up to a changed world, one where being quirkless didn't mean that his teachers and classmates hated him. As he grew older, he would instead beg for a hero to come save him from even one day of the torment. But nobody came. This was just the natural consequence of that. Now will all 100 of you please watch the screen? Izuku glanced at the television that looked over the arena they were just in, eyes widening as everything exploded. It's only been a few minutes since the last people got here. Those bombs were already there while we were running around. Someone using the wrong quirk in the wrong place could have killed all of us. Round 2 is the last one. You examinees will venture into these ruins and prove your worth by rescuing innocent victims. You will not act as ordinary civilians, but as those who have hypothetically earned their provisional licenses. You're being tested on how well you respond to emergency situations. Izuku squinted at the screen, eyes widening as he saw people staggering around the ruins. Some of them crawled underneath loose rubble that made his hair stand on end. I know that they have professionals for this sort of thing, but one accident could turn this into a real emergency. Not to worry. Everyone that you'll be rescuing is a highly trained professional rescuee. Please welcome the good people from Help Us Company, or HUC for short. The members of the HUC will be feigning injuries all across the field. It is your task to rescue them. You will all be scored on how well you perform these rescues. Those who have the required points at the end of the exam will pass. We'll start in 10 minutes, so get ready now. It looks like Kamino, Izuku muttered. Will you be all right, Izuku? This is a scene of great sorrow for you. I'll be fine, Fumikichi. Thank you. Izuku sat back and observed as students from Shiketsu talked to his classmates, running through rescue scenarios in his head. He knew that he would have to be incredibly careful, and he couldn't use healing transfer here either since they wouldn't actually be hurt. It feels like a waste of first aid supplies, but I'll probably have to use them anyway. At least we all know what to do. An alarm blared overhead. Terrorists have launched a massive attack. There's wide-scale destruction throughout the city. Buildings are collapsing and people are hurt. With most roads out of commission, rescue and relief squads are having a difficult time reaching the scene, so it's up to you heroes to take charge and rescue the civilians until they arrive. Save every life you can. Everyone ran toward the nearest cityscape, knowing that the largest number of potential injuries would be there. The first actor that Izuku saw was a crying child who was begging them to save him with shaking sobs. Over there. My grandpa's trapped. He's gonna be crushed. Izuku knelt down in front of him, pulling out bandages and disinfectant as he said, everything is going to be alright, so just take a few deep breaths for me, okay? Can you walk? The actor nodded. Then let's get you out of here. I'm gonna take care of your head and have my teammates find your grandpa, okay? He carefully cleaned the fake BLD off the actor before wrapping his head, nodding over to where Fumikichi and Akiko were pulling an elderly actor out and reassuring him. The rubble was floating safely overhead, and dark shadows shielded the old man with their body, ready to catch any other fallen debris. As soon as he was in a more stable area, Izuku's teammates also started administering first aid. Izuku turned to the child actor and said, "See. I know it was scary, but you're both safe now. Very well done. You stayed calm and collected, ensured the safety and health of both victims, and reassured them in the process. I noticed that the 5 of you share a symbol. You gonna be a hero team or something? Izuku nodded. Will certainly be something, alright. Not many of those nowadays, but you work well together. Keep it up. Spectra, can you take him over to the waiting room? It'll need to be set up as an evac center. You can count on me. She walked over to the 2 of them, voice light and friendly as she said, Equilibrium and I are gonna get you and your grandpa out of here. We'll be right with each other, so you won't have to worry about being separated again either. Exaggerating your voice to reassure victims is smart when you can't rely on facial expressions. Keeping families together when possible is good too, the actor said before starting to cry again, though it was much lighter than it was before. Xiaoto's curt, direct way of reassuring someone seemed to go over well with the old guy who didn't want to hear soothing platitudes, and Izuku made a mental note to have him stick with the older actors as he watched both Toru and Xiaoto take them back to the waiting room. Izuku, Okako, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 kept searching the rubble, finding a young woman who was acting like she had a broken leg. Izuku carefully splintered it before instructing 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 to take her back to the evacuation center. Everyone, I'm going to be assisting with first aid here. Providing ice is useful for sprains, and there are some real ones blended in with the acting. There are also people being brought in from colder zones that need to be warmed up, so I'll likely be here a while. Heard you loud and clear, Equilibrium. Toru confirmed. I'm heading back to rejoin the others. Tsukuyomi, will you join me as a runner while the Miss and Uravity keep extracting victims? Of course. I'm on my way to the center with a victim now. Then I'll see you soon. Over and out. Getting a communication system that is linked to all of our costumes was the smartest decision I ever made. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 and Toru both got back to him and Okako just as a massive explosion rocked the side of the arena, and Izuku whipped his head over, eyes widening when he saw Gang Orca and a bunch of lackeys standing behind them. A second terrorist attack, of course. It's a common tactic to use an initial strike to cause mass destruction and draw heroes into the area before following up with a second, even larger attack meant to take them out. Uravity, Tsukuyomi, I'm going to need you 2 to focus on evacuation. Spectra, you're still our runner, and you'll be aided by Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow, we're counting on you to reassure the people you take back, okay? Be gentle with them. Yes, boss. The Miss, be careful. I will. Izuku called out over his shoulder as he combined One for All and Float to rush over to Gang Orca. Equilibrium, prepare to guard evac. I'm running over to deal with the attackers now. Heard you loud and clear, the Miss. That's right. The villains have shown up, and they're on the move. The hero candidates on the scene will suppress the villain incursion while continuing the rescue operation. Too slow. By the time people react to that, some of them will be at the evacuation center. They definitely had them pop out there on purpose. Luckily, Izuku slowed down once he was between the attackers and the victims, green lightning crackling over his form as he activated Black Whip. Dozens of tendrils emerged from him, and they were all loose and ready to be used as binding attacks. Don't worry, he called back to everyone working in first aid and triage. I won't let any of them through. Focus on relocating. Izuku narrowed his eyes when he saw the beginning of a supersonic attack. Abyssal WHATIFDEKU snare, he screamed as a tendril of Black Whip wrapped around Gang Orca while another plugged his blowhole to nullify the attack. Several other tendrils wrapped around some of the lackeys surrounding him, and Izuku sped around with Fa Jin to take knees to their heads, make sure they were knocked out, and zip off to a new target that Black Whip had grabbed for him. Gang Orca is a better fighter than these guys, though that's to be expected of the current number 10. Keeping him from moving with 2 tendrils wrapped around him and another blocking his supersonic attacks is the most effective method of taking him down, and he can still breathe through his mouth, so I don't have to worry about causing permanent harm either. It's the sheer number of grunts that I need to worry about for now. They could overwhelm the evacuators. He only stopped moving once every lackey was unconscious, and Izuku looked up at Gang Orca's bound form, tilting his head as he asked, "What is your aim here?" To cause destruction and misery, Gang Orca hissed. Izuku deadpanned as he crossed his arms into an X and said, "Unrealistic. Try again." What? Very few villains have such a simple motivation. If this is meant to be a simulation of an actual attack, then the odds are high that there is a reason the villains chose this place at this time. What's your aim here? 𝐵 seemed to catch on fairly quickly, and since it was less embarrassing for him to impart another lesson on the people watching, he went along with it. These people aren't so innocent, you know. They've been polluting the ocean, making it to where I can't swim without getting sick. If we destroy this city, then the pollution will have to stop. I'm sorry, that sounds awful, Izuku murmured, keeping his voice low and soothing. It's not right that they are hurting the environment like that. Exactly, so but have you considered how your actions would make the ocean even more polluted? 𝐵 paused, narrowing his eyes as he asked, how so? Construction sites are notorious for leaving litter and waste in their wake, and with an entire city of buildings to repair, there will actually be more trash that gets carried into the ocean. People won't stop living here just because you attacked the city. Then we'll destroy it again. Which will only lead to even more pollution. You don't want to be part of the problem, I can tell. You really care about the ocean. You want to keep it clean and safe for everyone. I can help you do that. Have you heard about 𝐶𝐭𝐲 Beach? Of course I have. That place was a dump not too long ago, but someone cleaned it up. Why? Izuku pulled out his phone, unlocking his screen and scrolling to photos from several months ago. He showed it to 𝐵, and he noticed the genuine surprise on the hero's face. That was me. I got sick of seeing it left like that, so I decided that if no one else was gonna clean it, then I would. Which beach is it that you're worried about? I can make sure that it gets taken care of. Mitsuishi Beach. Could you truly? Izuku nodded. Of course I could. I will. So let's take it easy, okay? Yeah, 𝐵 was quick to agree, but Izuku also knew that he was paid to do a job here. He was tense and ready to strike as soon as Izuku let him go. Izuku did not let go. He whipped around to knock him out too, using a combination of One for All, Strength Enhancer, and 𝐹𝐴 to make sure that even someone as sturdy as him would be out cold. He turned back to see the shocked faces of several examinees, and Inasa was at the forefront of them. Izuku held up a finger and said, while it's possible to de-escalate many situations with villains, there are also those who will try to take advantage of your willingness to work with them to catch you off guard. Don't let them. 𝐵 was here to fulfill a specific role today, so I knew that there was no way I'd be able to actually talk him down. Talking to him did allow me to stall long enough for them to relocate the evacuation center, though, and it gave me time to calculate how much force I could safely use too. A lot of villains like to talk. Use it against them. You're not just a healer. Inasa cried out. What was that? Izuku ignored him. Equilibrium, how are the victims looking? Are there any injuries that need healing? Everything is fine here. There's nothing major enough to call you in. We had enough time to transfer them without jostling them too much, so thank you for that. Of course. I'll stand guard here and make sure that none of the attackers wake up before the time's up. Uravity, Spectra, Tsukuyomi, how are the rescues going? The city has been secured. We're heading over to the waterfront to help with operations there, Okiko answered. Good, keep me updated. You're all doing amazing work. Over and out. Izuku turned to Inasa after that, saying, sorry, I needed to check in with my team first. It sounds like the waterfront rescuers could use some assistance. Would you mind heading that way? Alright. He flew off, and Izuku hummed as he watched Inasa go. A wind quirk. That's versatile. As long as he's careful near the water, he could definitely help there. A few minutes passed before Mera's voice called out from the intercoms again. Ahem. Every last HUC member on the field has been rescued from impending danger. Therefore, I declare that this test is over. The results will be announced once all scores are tallied. Those with injuries, please proceed to the medical area. Everyone else, get changed and wait for instructions. Izuku met up with the rest of the team immediately after they got back into their school uniforms, and while they looked tired, they all looked satisfied too. I'm proud of you all. That went so smoothly that it almost feels surreal. I'm not surprised, Okiko chuckled. You were the one leading us, after all. He blushed, but Mera's voice cut him off before he could protest. It's been a long battle for you kids, but now it's time for the results. Before that, though, regarding the scoring system, the Hero Public Safety Commission and the members of the HUC were deducting points based on 2 issues as we watched you perform. Essentially, we judged you on your ability to act flawlessly in a crisis. It's pretty rare for anyone to get a perfect score, but this year, 5 of you did. Anyway, the names of those who passed the test are in alphabetical order. Izuku looked up to the screen, looking down the list and beaming as soon as he saw his name. After that, he looked over the entire thing to see how the rest of his classmates did. I'm glad that the scales of justice all passed, but it looks like most of 1A got through. The only ones who didn't are, he looked over at Bakugo, sighing when he saw the way he was fuming. He really needs to grow up if he wants any chance of making it. I assume you've all had the chance to look over the results. Next, we'll be handing out the score sheets. We've explained the scoring system in detail there, so be sure to read over it carefully. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw a perfect score on his sheet. The fact that it was a punitive system with no hope for recovery after the cutoff point was interesting, but not nearly as much so as it was that Mera said 5 people got perfect scores. That means, he looked over at his teammates with wide eyes as he asked, "Did you guys get 100s too?" They all nodded. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 looked at him and said, "Apparently they considered deducting points for me not going to fight, but when the other HUC members told them about our comms, they decided against it. Probably because of how efficiently you handled the situation. The waterfront victims definitely appreciated you staying around. That water was freezing. They probably would have gotten sick if you weren't there to warm them up," Toru mumbled. "You're surprisingly suited to rescue." 𝐿𝐴𝐷 glanced over at Izuku before saying, "I like helping people. I think that I'll try to learn more about the specialization if nothing else." Mera cleared his throat to quiet the chattering crowd. Going forward, those who have passed have the legal right to act in a heroic capacity, but only during emergencies. That means fighting villains and rescuing people in disaster scenarios is something that you're permitted to do on your own, even without a professional hero's guidance, but keep in mind that every action you take comes with a heavy responsibility to society. Izuku straightened up, and though he hated everything to do with the commission, he found himself agreeing with Mera's words. Then again, most people don't consider destroying the current system to be their responsibility to society. As you all know, the symbol of peace no longer holds up our society. All Might's active presence served as an important deterrent to crime, so without him at the forefront, we can be certain that more brazen villains will begin showing their faces. The balance of things has shifted, and the world is bound to start changing in a big way, so with that in mind, remember that you, the next generation, are the central pillar of our society. As heroes, you will set a new standard. You must become the new bulwark keeping crime at bay. All of those who passed cheered, and Izuku noticed that alongside Bakugo, Mineta was silent. Now then, those of you who didn't make the cut shouldn't be too disheartened. If you sign up for and complete a special, 3-month training course and pass the test at the end, then you can still earn your provisional licenses. The 100 of you that got through to this point all prove that you have potential worth cultivating. That's why we monitored you all to the end. A smirk was back on Bakugo's face, and Izuku was getting sick and tired of him being given second chances. The only thing that calmed the fury rising within him was getting to hold his provisional hero license in his hands. This is a big step forward. It might be for a different reason than everyone else, but I'm still proud to have gotten this far. Hey, do you mind if we talk for a second? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 blinked and looked over at Izuku, tilting his head as he said, "I would not. Do you have a specific place you wish to have this discussion? You and Dark Shadow would be more comfortable in your room, right?" Dark Shadow peeked out and nodded alongside 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. "Let's do that, then. It's just team stuff. I haven't got the chance to update you on something and don't want to leave you out of the loop." And Izuku didn't want to risk being seen or heard by the cameras. The students' rooms were the only place where there wasn't someone watching them 24/7, and even then he'd have to be careful just in case Jiru or Shuji was around. "You needn't fret about it, Izuku. Let us talk. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was a lot less shy about letting Izuku into his room this time, and he wasn't sure if that was because it was only him or if it was because he trusted him that much. I just hope I don't lose that trust after this. I do not believe I've seen you so discomforted before. Is there anything I can do to soothe your nerves? There is one thing, but it feels kind of cruel to ask it of you. You've done a lot for both of us, Izuku. If we can help, then we want to. Dark Shadow insisted. Izuku sighed. I guess that there are worse things than asking if they'd be willing to swear to silence on something before I bring up the whole villain thing. If they say no, then I can always fall back on asking if their home life is okay. If I told you that I figured out a way to bind people to verbal contracts with my quirk, then would you be willing to be put under one? It wouldn't be anything much. Just a vow for neither of you to speak of anything that we discuss here today unless you get permission from me to do so. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and Dark Shadow looked at each other before nodding. This clearly means a lot to you. We would be willing to do so. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, glowing gold as he said, then I'll lay out the terms. We're agreeing to a vow of silence on anything that is mentioned in this room here today, verbally or otherwise. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, neither you nor Dark Shadow would be capable of telling anyone what happened here, whether that be verbally, through sign, through writing, or through any sort of code. If you wish to tell anyone, then you must ask for permission from me to do so. In exchange, I will offer that same courtesy myself. If there's anything that either of you wish to discuss but don't want to risk getting out, then you may capitalize on that. Do you have any amendments? No. Nope. Then will you say that you agree to the terms? It's needed for the ability to take effect. I agree to the terms. Yeah, we agree to the terms. All three of them flashed green for a few moments. Izuku smiled at them both as the light faded, saying, "Thank you. Do you mind holding out your hand? Some things are best left unspoken." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 did so, and he jolted immediately when Izuku used telepathic connection. I'm sorry. I should have assumed that you'd be more sensitive to connections like this. No, it's quite all right. I was just startled. You truly are a mad banquet of darkness, aren't you? There appears to be no end to what you are capable of. Whoa. It's so cool to talk to someone other than Fumi here. Hi Izuku. Hello Dark Shadow. I apologize for all the smoke and mirrors here. Dark Shadow giggled. You sound like Fumi. What did you want to talk about? Do you two ever wonder if the way things are should change? Of course we do. Dark Shadow is not allowed to enjoy their daily life anywhere but here, and even then they are restricted. It is not fair to treat them as anything less than the person they are, but our laws treat them as no more than an extension of myself. Yeah, it really is 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐻. Even mom and dad don't really see me as me. It gets really lonely with just me and Fumi. That's why I like talking to you, Okako, Xiaotou, and Toru so much. You treat me like I'm a person. Minoma seems like he'll be the same way, but we don't really know him yet. And if I told you too that I plan to change things like that I want to make this world fairer for everyone. I don't want people to have their worth tied to their quirks. I don't want quirks to be so restricted that people can't even defend themselves if they are attacked. I don't want heroes to get away with abusing their power just because they've got powerful, flashy quirks. Is balancing the state of things not the point of the scales of justice? I see no point in all this secrecy. Because heroes won't let us make changes like that. Appeals to these laws have been brought up before. Between the commission and several heroes in their pockets, any of those appeals never make it to court. They don't want things to change. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's feathers puffed out as he realized what Izuku was getting at. Are you suggesting that we? I'm not suggesting that we stop helping people. I want that more than anything else in the world. I'm just saying that some of the things we want to do would have our society brand us as villains, and I'm not any less determined to do those things. I wanted to warn you. It is a dangerous path that we walk. I have always known that you were a blend of darkness and light. If we must operate at dusk instead of dawn, then so be it. What Fumi is saying is that we're behind you. We don't want things to stay the same either. And if I told you that we're not doing this alone, I assume that you mean beyond the scales of justice. You did say that this was a team affair, but it feels like more than that. Izuku nodded. Then who would we be allied with? The only group that I can think of is… Izuku, you did not. There was a lot of talking while I was kidnapped. I agree with a lot of the League's bigger goals, you know. It's just how they're going about those goals that bother me. By joining up with them and steering them toward better targets, then we can all get what we want. A better world. One where we're all allowed to live and be happy as ourselves. Deep down, I'm pretty sure that's all they want too. You wish to save them as well. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed and Dark Shadow giggled from their place above his shoulder. Very well then. We shall do our best. We have always been willing to immerse ourselves in the darkness if it meant allowing others to live in the light. This is no different from that, in the end. Whether a rebellion is considered just or unjust, that is often dictated by the victor. We will simply have to ensure that we do not lose. Izuku beamed at them both. Then welcome on board, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, Dark Shadow. We're glad to have you. The start of the next semester meant another opening ceremony, and while Aizawa wasn't going to this one either, 1A wasn't being kept from it this time. Nito, how did the exams go for you guys? Every single member of 1B passed. Heard that Bakugo and Mineta failed, but no one can fault you for what they do. I'm way more interested in talking about those perfect scores. Nito ruffled Izuku's hair with a teasing grin. I'm proud of you. Haven't heard about anyone getting a perfect score since Hawks did, and there's never been so many at once. The blonde girl with horns smiled at them all and said, Our teacher, Vlad, says we will have classes together this term. It will be fun. Joint training. I hope that we get the chance to work with Nito. I want to incorporate him into our fighting style and ultimate moves. Hey, the line's starting to back up. Shinsu. Izuku turned to his friend with a wide smile. How was your break? You look like you've been training hard. I have been. I've got a lot of catching up to do. Izuku's eyes shone as he asked, Did they agree to the transfer? You did so well in the sports festival. They had to have, right? They're giving me a chance. That's all I could ask for. I can't talk about it in detail though. Right. We ought to get going, everyone. Let's clear up the hallway, Ida cried out, and everyone went outside to join the assembly. Izuku checked out during the beginning of Nezu's long-winded speech that said so much and nothing at all at the same time, only tuning back in when he heard their principal say, and the largest, most recent disruption to our lifestyles, as you all know, was the incident that took place last summer. He glanced over at where All Might was standing next to 13. Blue eyes met his, and Izuku quickly averted his gaze. The loss of our pillar. We're seeing the effects of that emerging at a rate beyond expectations. Our society needs to prepare for unparalleled hardship in the near future. This applies especially to those of you in the hero course, including you second years and third years that are on work studies. Going forward, you must be more aware than ever of the threats out there. Work studies. I guess that's an upgraded form of internships. Now that we have provisional licenses, we may wind up doing them too. If we do, then who should I work with? I know that Xiaotou and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 will want to stay with Hawks, but he had a point when he brought up informatics-based heroics. Something tells me that he knows more about that than he's willing to say, but who could I get a work study under that specializes in that field? He could only think of one person off the top of his head. I'll try to see if I can think of anyone else before resorting to that. It'll be useful to learn how an informatics agency runs, but I don't really want to ask a favor of All Might right now. Or ever, for that matter. Such gloomy talk makes us all heavy-hearted, I know. That's why we adults are trying so hard to keep things from getting too dreary. We hope to inspire an industrious ethic in you young men and women so that you may go on to become capable members of society. The management course, the general education course, the support course, and the hero course. Do not forget that it's all of you who will inherit this society. Nezu bowed to them all before stepping off the stage. They all went back to class after that. Izuku was grateful to have an ordinary lecture planned for the day, but before they could start, Tsuyu raised her hand. May I ask a question, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa gave her the go-ahead. We just heard about the work studies at the opening ceremony. Could you explain that a bit more? I was planning to go over that at a later date, but oh well. I guess it makes sense to explain it now. Put simply, it's hero work done outside of the school. A more immersive version of the internships you already did with pro heroes. Wait a minute. Ashido cried out. Then what was the point of trying so hard for the sports festival? Ida's eyes widened. Indeed. With these work studies available, it seems like getting scouted at the sports festival was far from our only option. You'll be using your networking connections from the sports festival to secure your work studies. It's all at your discretion to start with and is unrelated to your classes here. Those of you who didn't get scouted at the sports festival will have a difficult time finding positions anyway. Every agency in the country used to seek out applicants, but the competition to get UA students caused a lot of problems. That's why it's set up like it is now. Oh, Ashido sighed. I guess that makes sense. Bakugo grumbled under his breath, but Izuku was close enough to hear him say, I'll crush this ST after 3 months. Earning your provisional licenses will give you in-depth experience when it comes to this sort of thing, but keep in mind that there's virtually no precedent for first years with licenses. With the sudden outburst of villain activity, the possibility of first years having the opportunity to do work studies is being given careful consideration. In other words, the heroes are short-staffed despite how many of them there are. The tides are turning. We'll revisit this later. You'll get a more complete explanation and some student testimonials at that point. With that said, it's about time for first PRD. Sorry to keep you waiting, MC. Izuku threw himself into his studies over the next few days of class, determined to absorb as much information as he could from the start of the semester. I didn't really think about the fact that becoming a villain probably means that I won't graduate high school, but that's just a sacrifice that I'll have to make. I need to take advantage of the education that UA has to offer while I still can. Right, now that everyone has settled in a bit, we're ready to talk about work studies for real. Aizawa looked over to the door and said, Come in. The entire class straightened up at Aizawa's words. They are taking time out of their busy schedules to be here, so give them your full attention. Out of all the students at UA, these are the top 3 among the third years. We call them the Big 3. A blonde that Izuku recognized as the permeability guy from past sports festivals walked into the door first, followed by a blue-haired girl that had some sort of energy quirk and a shy guy who had a transformation quirk of some sort if Izuku was remembering correctly. Let's get right to it. How about some introductions? We'll start with you, Amagiki. The shy-looking guy, Amagiki, glared out over them all, causing several of Izuku's classmates to break out in chills. I know angry glares. That doesn't look like an angry glare. Is he that nervous? Guess he's not much for the limelight. Sure enough, Amagiki shuddered before turning to face the blackboard and saying, I want to go home. He was trembling like a leaf as he avoided any form of eye contact, and Izuku felt for the guy. But you're the hero course's best of the best, right? Ojiro asked hesitantly. The girl laughed and said, People call that having the heart of a flea. He's Tamaki Amagiki and I'm Nejaya Hadu. We came here to talk to you about work studies. Hadu flitted over to Shuji before Izuku could blink. But hey. What's with the mask? Do you have a cold, or is it just for fashion? A long time ago, Hadu tilted her head before Shuji could explain further, eyes twinkling as she asked, Is that Todoroki I see back there? Hello. How'd you get that burn, anyway? Shoto grimaced. I don't see how that's any of your, hey, Ashido, if you broke those horns, would they grow back? Can they move? Tell me. And Mineta, how do you get a haircut with a quirk like that? Do you not need them? Are you like a tree frog, Asui, or are you more like a toad? There are so many curious things about all of you. How do you use your energy in so many ways, Midoriya? Can you support your full body weight with your tail, Ojiro? I wanna know. Izuku felt a certain kinship with someone who was that openly curious about things that people just accepted as part of themselves, especially when it came to quirks, but she was jumping from person to person so quickly that it was a bit overwhelming. She's not the most rational person, is she? Aizawa grumbled. Don't worry, Eraserhead. I'm the main act here. The outlook's looking. The blonde guy held a hand to his ear as he leaned out to the class. Everyone blinked in confusion. Grim. The answer is grim. That didn't go over well. They're all a lot. I don't even know everything they're capable of, not when they didn't do well enough in last year's sports festival to earn places in the top 3. I got too distracted by everything going on to watch the second years and third years this year. I'm seeing a lot of faces that seem to say who cares out there. You've got 3 of us third years showing up out of nowhere that are here to talk about work studies that you don't even have to do. Doesn't make sense, right? The guy chuckled. Almost all of you got your licenses as first years. You're all a bunch of go-getters, here. And since our talk here isn't going so well, how about you all take me, Mirio Tagata, on? He's confident. Will I be able to count on Danger Sense to help me out here? An affirming buzz was his answer. Good. I'll have to figure out how he moves and fights and adapt to that. It seems rational to have them feel the full weight of our experiences firsthand, don't you think so, Eraserhead? Aizawa sighed. Do as you like. Everyone, go change into your gym uniforms and head to Gym Gamma. Izuku warily watched Tagata stretch out once they arrived at Gym Gamma, eyeing up the pillars that were still left behind from their ultimate move training. He's definitely got something up his sleeve, right? Okiko whispered. Izuku nodded before quietly muttering, yeah. No way he's this confident about fighting all of us without something to back it up. If I remember right, then he can phase through things. We should stick to the air. Focus less on physical attacks and more on disorienting him until Okiko can touch him. I've got an idea. Everyone nodded at that, and though it would be difficult, Izuku had faith that they could pull this off. A Magiki didn't seem to have that kind of faith in them. Mirio, don't do this. It'd be enough to follow the manual and tell them about what we experienced and why it was meaningful. It's not like all of them are raring to go and aiming for the top. We wouldn't want any of them to be broken beyond fixing. Hadu looked over at Mirio from her place by Ashido, whose horns apparently did move, and said, Hey, listen to this. There was once a kid who got discouraged, quit trying to be a hero, and caused all sorts of trouble, you know. It was really bad. You'd better think hard about this, Tagata, or there's gonna be pain. True blue pain. Do you not think that you're underestimating us? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 questioned. We've faced pros before, albeit with handicaps. Kirishima smashed his hardened fists together as he yelled, yeah. We've got experience battling villains too. Do you think that we're such wimps that you need to worry about our safety? Whenever you're ready, then. Come at me. Who's gonna be first? Me, Bakugo snarled. I don't need help from any of you to take him down, so stand back and watch how it's done. Tagata chuckled. Ah, you. You probably feel like you've got a lot to prove, here. All right then. Bakugo launched himself forward, explosions crackling from his hands as he soared through the air, but Tagata simply stayed still and let Bakugo fly through him. He was squinting a bit because of the light at first, but he stopped doing that once Bakugo got really close. If he makes his head permeable, then does that mean he can't see, breathe, or hear either? That'll make it difficult to distract him, but it can be used against him too. Tagata's fist met Bakugo's gut, and in an instant, another hand hit the back of Bakugo's neck and knocked him out cold. Several of Izuku's classmates boggled at the quick takedown. The scales of justice weren't among them. Okiko darted around to negate Xiaoto and Toru's gravity before walking over to Izuku and getting him to use telekinesis on her, and Dark Shadow wrapped around 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 to take to the skies. Izuku used Float to join them, smirking down at Tagata as he watched them take to the skies with wide eyes. Phasing through things doesn't do you much good if you can't reach us either, Izuku called down, snickering as he watched Tagata ignore them for now and take down their other classmates. No one could react in time to avoid it, but Izuku was beginning to see a pattern in how Tagata fell into the ground and the place that he came out of it from. Is he making himself permeable again once he's underground? He has to be. How does he not suffocate while doing that? It's not very hero-like to sit up there and watch your classmates get beat up, you know. You'll have to come down eventually, and what'll you do then? Izuku chuckled as he shook his head. First off, you're underestimating how long we could stay up here. Secondly, he flew around, tapping 𝐿𝐿 and Toru with blue, glowing hands as well. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nodded at him and released her quirk, looking only mildly queasy. Togato seemed surprised that they were all still in the air. Gathering intel is something that every hero has to be capable of. Now, he used telekinesis to send Toru and 𝐿𝐿 rocketing toward Togato. Toru fainted going for a gut blow while charging up warp refraction, and 𝐿𝐿 swayed from swirling ice to a plume of fire at the last second. Light exploded out from the area, and Izuku T-sked before pulling them both back up the sky when danger sense warned him that Togato was about to spring back up from the ground. Clever, clever. You'll have to do better than that, though. Dark Shadow's claws lashed out at Togato, bending in odd directions to make it harder to guess what direction they would attack from. The two of them were at a stalemate, though, since Togato couldn't land a hit strong enough to deter Dark Shadow and Dark Shadow couldn't land a hit on him at all. Izuku lowered himself to the ground and rushed forward, using a combination of Black Whip and FA Jin to be a general nuisance while also keeping away from Togato's reach. Between Dark Shadow and Izuku, Togato was beginning to look a little frustrated. He wasn't prepared for Izuku to send Toru and 𝐿𝐿 swooping down and around him at the same time, and they were also used to fighting around one another and practicing aerial maneuvers that Dark Shadow worked around them as well. Green eyes flickered over to where he had set 𝐒𝐿𝐿 down. She was creeping toward the fight slowly, and once she got close enough to move into the next phase of the plan, Izuku intentionally made a move that would leave his stomach unguarded. Togato lunged for it, desperate to end the stalemate, and Izuku grinned when shock absorption kept him from reacting to the blow at all. He couldn't even feel it. Togato's brief moment of shock was all it took for 𝐒𝐿𝐿 to launch herself forward and slap 5 fingers against his still solid arm. He floated up into the sky, and the scales of justice all relaxed now that Togato couldn't use his quirk. Well then, Togato said while blinking rapidly. That'll show me to be overconfident. Let him down, you hellions. You've proved your point. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 giggled before doing what Aizawa said, and Togato laughed it off while rubbing the back of his neck. You 5 coordinate really well. Normally getting thrown into a big group like that is a disadvantage, but they waited until it was just members of their hero team left and fought you then exactly because of that. I probably should have warned you about those 5, but, well, Aizawa chuckled. Even I wasn't sure if they'd managed to pull it off. Right, well, I'll just move right on to the point of this, then. My quirk is a complicated one. In the field, I don't have the time to hesitate or slowly go through a wall to avoid gravity dragging me through the ground. I have to predict what will happen faster than my surroundings can change. Foresight was vital if I wanted to trick time itself, and experience was the only way for me to get good at predicting what would happen next. Togato grinned and clenched his fist. As he said, during our work studies, we weren't just guests. We were sidekicks that were treated like genuine pros. And let me just tell you, it was terrifying. We had to deal with life or death situations. But scary or not, painful or not, work studies let you get real-world experience that you just can't get from school alone. Even if you're scared, I wholeheartedly recommend that you first years attend one. Izuku waffled over whether it would be rude to ask Hawks for the contact information of another hero to work with for hours. In the end, that decision was taken out of his hands when Himiko texted him. Big sis got hurt real bad, you can't heal it bad, she'll live. But, she lost an arm, that bird mask guy wasn't, but could you come to Tokyo? We might need some help soon, of course I'll find a way. I guess that decides it. I'm gonna have to talk to All Might. One of the most central agencies in Tokyo besides his old one is Night Eyes, and he's an informatics hero too. It's gonna be dangerous though. If he glimpses even a little bit too far into my future. Izuku was up late planning exit strategies and ways to keep Night Eye from touching him without seeming suspicious. He just had to hope that it would be enough. You want me to ask Sir Night Eye if he'll let you do a work study with him? Izuku nodded. Hawk suggested that I look into informatics-based heroics, and Sir Night Eye is one of the best in that field. He's more well-known than most heroes with that specialization, but he still does his job well by keeping the exact mechanics of his quirk a secret. I think that I could learn a lot from him. I see. I'm afraid that I have to refuse. Couldn't you go back to Hawks? But he's already agreed to take on 𝐿𝐿 and 𝐵𝐵𝐼𝐺 again. Besides, the main reason I interned with him was to work on my flying, and I've got a handle on that now. All Might sighed, shaking his head before he said, I'm not trying to be mean here. I was one of the teachers opposed to letting first years do work studies at all. Besides, Night Eye and I haven't talked for years. It'd be too awkward for me. Izuku's eyebrow twitched violently. He cut off Present MIC teasing All Might about it being personal by saying, you wanna know what was awkward? Explaining to my mother that you destroyed one of my lungs in an exam. The room went dead quiet, and All Might's eyes widened at the venom in Izuku's tone. You can't expect the world from us and brutalize us 1 second then try to coddle us and tell us that we're not ready the next. He has a point, you know. Midnight chuckled nervously. There's always a certain amount of risk involved, and the kids who want to try should get that chance. It's not likely that he'll have to fight someone as strong as you again, and he still won, even if you were handicapped. He was equally handicapped, considering that he had to do it alone, Ectoplasm muttered. All right. I still don't think I'm the best person to introduce you, but I've got an idea for how to work around that. Meet up with me in the teacher's lounge after classes tomorrow. Izuku was antsy up until the moment he walked into the teacher's lounge. When he peeked his head in and saw that Tagata was sitting on the couch while All Might made some tea, he shuffled in to sit down as well. No hard feelings about the demonstration thing, right? I haven't had a challenge like that in a long time. It was fun. You've got to tell me more about your quirk sometime. Tagata burst into laughter. Not at all. It was educational for me too. He gave Izuku a thumbs up as All Might walked back to the table, setting tea down for all of them. Tagata turned back to All Might and cheered, you are here. That's how it goes, right? Sorry, it's just exciting to be summoned by All Might himself. Were you planning to have Tagata introduce me? Introduce you? Tagata questioned, tilting his head. Young Midoriya is interested in doing a work study under Sir Night Eye, and since you're currently doing yours there, yes, okay, so I might have a foot in the door. Izuku enthusiastically asked, how long have you worked with him? Tagata nodded with a big grin. It's already been a whole year. That basically guarantees you a spot as his sidekick after graduation. Izuku was impressed. Given Tagata's focus on predicting his opponent's moves, he should have expected that he'd been working with him for a while, but a year was a long time to work under the same hero. If Sir doesn't change his mind, then yeah. What do you think, Tagata? Does Midoriya have what it takes to work with Night Eye? Tagata studied Izuku closely before saying, what sort of hero do you want to become, Midoriya? Izuku was almost afraid to answer that question in front of All Might, but he also wanted to be as honest as he could be. I want to be a hero that creates change. I want people to see me and be reassured that things are going to get better. I want to create a world where one's worth isn't tied to their quirk, where everyone gets a chance to be happy. People in this world aren't born equal. I decided to become the balance hero, the miss so that I could even the scales. That's an impressive mission statement. I've got no reason to refuse you. Let's do this. Do you really mean it? I do. I've been thinking about how Sir would probably like you. Izuku went back to the dorms relieved and excited for this Sunday, hoping that he'd be able to make a good impression. I should probably get some things in order. I can't be sure if the situation with the league will go south, so if I'm going to heal Ingenium, Ida was one of the few students who could go home since heroes would always be present, and he did so every Saturday, without fail. Izuku just needed to talk to him before his next visit. He was cutting it close, but Izuku got his chance after classes on Friday. Hey, Ida. I wanted to talk to you about something. What did you need, Midoriya? I hope that you're not asking for help studying for our math test tomorrow. I cannot believe that Kaminari and Kirishima haven't started studying yet. Izuku laughed and shook his head. I've been keeping up with everything, don't worry. This is a bit more personal. Do you mind if we head to the forest? Walking through it helps me clear my head. This must truly be weighing on you. Of course we can. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gave him an odd look from what he overheard of their conversation, and Izuku glanced back at him before subtly shaking his head. I guess it does look a little like the "do you want to be a villain with me" conversation with a setup like that. No, this is nothing so nefarious. Ida and Izuku started jogging once they were out on campus grounds, slowly getting faster until it turned into an outright race minus quirks to see who could get to Uace Forest first. Ida won, but it was by a narrow margin. So, what did you want to talk about? Izuku gestured for Ida to follow him deeper into the forest, and though his friend looked confused, he did so. They stopped walking once they found themselves in a clearing that Izuku had discovered the other day, one that already had a few dead trees scattered on the edges of it. No one will notice if I take the energy from these. He pressed a glowing, red hand up against a Japanese maple. The color quickly leached from the leaves before they fell in droves, and Izuku pulled his hand back once he could feel that he'd taken everything he could from it. Midoriya! What was that? Why would you just, what if I told you that I could heal your brother? Ida froze. His arm was in midair, halfway through an indignant chop, and he whispered a strangled, what? I healed best genus lung during Camino. My healing works by transferring the energy that I have to someone else, repairing anything as long as it's still there. Logically, paralyzed nerves should be included in that. Bigger injuries take more energy for me to heal, of course. More energy than I have. But if I take energy from a few trees, Izuku looked Ida in the eye as he said, I can't make any guarantees, but I should at least be able to make your brother's life easier. He might even get to be a hero again, assuming that he wants to be. Would you? Can I come with you on your visit? I want to make that offer. Midoriya, Ida's eyes welled up with tears as he bowed. I would be eternally grateful. The Ida family would forever be in your debt. That's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because you're my friend, Ida. Tenya. You've more than earned the right to that name. Izuku then, he said with a smile. Now, let me pick a few more trees. Come Saturday, the two of them both made their way to the Ida family compound. Aizawa seemed confused by Tenya's vehemence that Izuku was coming with him, but he shrugged it off and allowed it. Izuku awkwardly shuffled into the huge, fancy house after Tenya let him in. He expected the interior to feel just as imposing as it did outside, but the array of warm colors and plants near the entryway soothed his nerves. At least it actually looks like a home. I don't know how I would have managed if it was more like a display piece. Tenya, is that you? Yes, mother. Is Tensai home? I have someone I wish for him to meet. Tenya's mother peeked around the corner, eyes narrowing as she looked at Tenya and said, You could have told me that you were bringing a guest. I don't have any tea on. It's fine. Izuku squeaked. I'm the one who's intruding. Izuku. You could not possibly be intruding when you offered such a large favor, Tenya scolded. He turned to his mother, eyes sparkling as he chopped his arm several times and said, Izuku believes that he may be able to heal Tensai. Wide blue eyes locked onto him. Really? We've yet to find a doctor or quirk that can help him. Please don't give us false hope. I won't know for sure until I try, but I'm optimistic about my chances. It's more likely for this to fall into my range of healing than it is for it to fall outside of it. Then please, go sit down in the living room. I'll go get Tensai right away. She ran off with a speed that made it clear she was an Ida, yelling out, Tensai. Tensai, someone's here to see you. Once they were seated on the couch, Tenya looked at him with earnest, teary eyes and said, Thank you, Izuku. Don't thank me until I actually try. I'm going to feel awful if it doesn't work. None of that, kid. It doesn't hurt to try, and even if it doesn't work out, I'm sure that I'll figure out a way to attach boosters to this wheelchair eventually. Izuku glanced over at Ingenium, and he was surprised to see just how much he and Tenya looked alike now that he could compare them. Now, I could definitely introduce you to someone who could do that for you if this doesn't work out, Izuku snorted. Don't give him any ideas, Izuku. My brother and Hatsune working together on something is a horrifying prospect. Tenya shuddered after saying it, and Ingenium barked a laugh before looking at Izuku with a more serious expression. What do you need me to do, kid? Izuku stood up, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck before saying, Can I have permission to touch one of your legs? My healing works best if my point of contact is near the injured area. It takes less energy, and something like this is already going to be a huge drain. Not that it matters. I stocked up on extra energy before this for a reason. That's no problem. Just make sure to take care of yourself too, okay? I don't care how far you can get in one session. If it does work and you need to come back later, then that's fine too. Izuku nodded, all the while knowing that he wouldn't stop unless continuing to heal Ingenium would kill him. I'm not going to risk being unable to finish this. I should be fine anyway. I've still got some leftover energy from the Nomu, and I did take out 5 trees just to be safe. His hand glowed golden as he rested it on one of Ingenium's calves. It was a slow, painstaking process, but Izuku could feel that it was working. His energy was going somewhere and he could feel it mending things, so he just had to keep going until the drain stopped. An hour later, Izuku pulled back, breathing and utterly drained of energy but satisfied. He grinned up at Ingenium and said, I went ahead and handled the muscle atrophy while I was at it. Might take time to get used to walking again, but it shouldn't require as much physical therapy to get back on your feet. Ingenium's eyes widened as he kicked his leg out slightly. A massive smile grew across his face as he said, I can feel them. I can feel my legs again. A family celebrated, and Izuku smiled from the sidelines, overjoyed to see the dark cloud that had settled over his friend had finally lifted. Ingenium slowly, shakily stood up. One of the first things he did was limp over to Izuku, rest his hand on his shoulder, and say, Thank you, Midoriya. You've changed my life. I'm happy to help. Izuku was soft-hearted, but that did not mean that he was weak. On the contrary, his soft-heartedness was one of his greatest strengths. He would not let his descent into the underworld steal it from him. I've probably made things more difficult for future me, but that doesn't matter. I won't lose sight of who I am. The moment I start doing things because they're easy instead of doing them because they're the right thing to do is the moment I become no better than the people I'm fighting against. This is Sir's agency. Izuku looked up at a tall, nondescript building that blended in with the other offices around them. I wouldn't even know it was an agency without Tagata guiding me here. It's a good way to protect sensitive information. He was nervous. The way that Night Eye's quirk worked was kept a secret, and Izuku knew that he could be in big trouble if the hero used it on him. Given that it can be used on a specific target, it's probably touch or sight-based. If it's the latter, then would it be anyone he sees or someone he makes eye contact with? I forgot to mention earlier, but Sir is a pretty strict guy. So I've heard. He's a stoic hero famous for being strict with himself and everyone else. His stare always gives me chills, even in video clips. There's that, yeah, but there's another side of Sir that the media doesn't show. If you don't want to get turned away, then you've got to make him smile. He's got a lot of respect for humor. Izuku followed Tagata in, trying not to show how tense he was. Humor. Would time jokes be too on the nose? I feel like something too cheesy will just offend him, so maybe something a bit more cutting. Something witty. I can only get you in the door. It's up to Sir whether he takes you on or not. I wish that I could help more, but you've got to be the one to win him over. Don't worry about it. That's just how these things go. I'll do my best. Tagata smiled at his determination, nodding as he pointed to the door at the end of the hall. He's beyond that door. If you want to get stronger, then you've got to open it yourself. Izuku did just that, blinking when he saw what was on the other side. I've brought the first year that I mentioned yesterday. Tagata exclaimed, seeming unfazed by the woman strapped up to some sort of tickling machine. Stop it. Please forgive me. Is she okay? Izuku wasn't sure what he had just walked in on, but he felt distinctly uncomfortable about it. Seems like Bubble Girl wasn't being funny enough today. Tagata said blithely. Night Eye turned to glare at the entryway, and Izuku froze in fear. When no attacks were forthcoming, he relaxed a little bit. Either he can't use it based on seeing me alone, he sees no need to, or he's not looking far enough for it to be a concern. Whatever the case, that's a weight off my shoulders. He took a deep breath, tilted his head, and asked, Did you know that light travels faster than sound? Night Eye's glare hardened. Of course that's why some people, like me, appear bright until you hear them speak. Though he tried to hide it, Izuku saw Night Eye's lips twitch up in a smile. Tagata snorted. Yes. A blend of self-deprecating and witty was the way to go. Night Eye hummed as he studied Izuku more closely. A bit rusty, but there's potential there. Bubble Girl, Mirio, leave us. Then it was just the two of them. Night Eye sat down behind his desk, pressing his fingers together as he looked at Izuku with narrowed eyes. So, in order to grow stronger, you wish to pursue a work study with me? Not exactly. Izuku mumbled nervously. I have no doubt that I would grow stronger under you, but I mostly wanted to learn more about informatics-based heroism. Is that so? You don't seem the type for it, Night Eye said dismissively. Izuku's eyebrows twitched as he forced himself to stay quiet. SCK it up. The league needs me, and I could get a lot of valuable information working here. The form from school. Izuku pulled it out of his backpack, holding it up for Night Eye to see. Once I stamp that form with my personal seal, the contract is complete. This will not be like work studies offered in other fields, which may range from a day to a week long. You would be working here for 1 month, minimum, with compensation. As a first year with many classes, you will need to take numerous excused absences. You will inevitably fall behind your classmates. Izuku nodded as he laid the form on Night Eye's desk. I'm prepared for that. As much as he wished that he didn't have to miss anything from UA, this was what he needed to do. Besides, I don't think Tenya plans on doing a work study. I could always ask him for notes. Working here for so long will give me more freedom too. Night Eye looked him in the eye as he swung his stamp down, missing the form by a margin too large to be accidental. I never had any intention of stamping this. Then why would you waste your time and mine? What you gain from working here is abundantly clear. But what do I have to gain by hiring you? My agency employs 2 sidekicks and a student already, and it operates without a hitch. What profit does your employment offer bring me? Night Eye opened his mouth to continue, but Izuku cut him off. A healer, for one. Those are always in short supply. I'm also a skilled quirk analyst. Due to Mirio's position here, recovery. Girl is always on standby for agency emergencies. I also doubt that your analyses will be anything I haven't seen before. And if the injury is too severe for Recovery Girl to heal, then I doubt you'll be able to either. Izuku chuckled wryly as he said, maybe you should call Ingenium, Night Eye. Last I checked, Recovery Girl wasn't the one who helped him walk again. Yellow eyes widened. I will. But that doesn't change the next step here. Night Eye stood up, holding the stamp in his hands as he said, 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to take my seal from me and stamp this form yourself. Is that how we're playing this? Then so be it. I will not fight back at all. Come at me with whatever sorts of attacks you wish. Any amount of damage to this room is acceptable so long as you steal this seal. In other words, if I don't steal it, then he's going to sue the hell out of me for damages. Got it? Izuku activated Black Whip first, allowing it to join the hum of FA Jin, Danger Sense, Shock Absorption, and Energy Efficiency, which were always active as he gave Night Eye a savage grin. One for all sparked to life after that, and Izuku used Strength Enhancer so that his upper limit would rise to 30%. Even if someone can see something coming, it doesn't matter if they are not fast enough to react to it. Izuku blurred forward with FA Jin, crossing the entire room in a split second. Black Whip snagged Night Eye from behind as Izuku lunged for the stamp, stopping just short of his immobilized arm and lightly tapping the stamp with a glowing, blue hand. Izuku yanked it out of Night Eye's hand with telekinesis and stamped the form that way to add insult to injury. He tilted his head with false innocence as he asked, was that good enough? A minute hadn't even passed. Quite, Night Eye huffed. Your skill is impressive. Your attitude leaves much to be desired though. One for all truly should have gone to Mirio. Izuku released Night Eye as he rolled his eyes. So that's what this is about. Really? I still have great respect and love for All Might, Night Eye continued, pointedly ignoring Izuku. But on the matter of his successor, I fail to understand his vision. You're going to be insufferably smug about it when I'm exposed as a villain, aren't you? Well, that and rightfully horrified. Izuku looked Night Eye in the eye as he clenched his fist and said, I'll just have to show you then, won't I? Today, we'll be patrolling and monitoring. I'll take Bubble Girl. Lemillion, the miss, you will be operating as a unit. Izuku nodded as he adjusted his mask and goggles, ensuring that they fastened properly. What are we monitoring? The Night Eye Agency is working on a secret investigation, Bubble Girl answered. Night Eye continued, we're investigating a small organized crime group called the Shy Hasaikai. He held up a photograph that had Izuku's heart stuttering in his chest. Could this be? Their young head, a man named Chisaki, has been making strange moves lately. I'm surprised that the Yakuza would risk being so active, he hummed, mind racing as he put the pieces together. If I had to guess, then it's because All Might drove most of them out in the first place. Now that he's retired, well, we have to pick up the slack. Bubble Girl said with a determined nod. This Chisaki guy is gathering forces for some reason, so we're keeping a close eye on him. He even made contact with the League of Villains recently, though we don't know any details. I thought so. A plague mask does look like a beak, after all. I couldn't have gotten much luckier with my work studies. Izuku forced his voice to wobble as he said, the League of Villains. Indeed. However, we've acquired no evidence of any wrongdoing, so we can't treat the Shy Hasaikai as full-fledged villains. What the Night Eye Agency seeks is concrete evidence of criminal activity, while being careful not to attract their attention, of course. Right. Izuku was thrumming with excitement as he patrolled the streets alongside Tagata. He was thrilled to see how informatics agencies were run, and he was even more thrilled that he'd be able to help the League this way. I'll have to call Himiko instead of texting her. I can't risk someone tracing a leak of sensitive information to me. I'll just have to make sure that danger sense doesn't go off before I make that call. He was so lost in his own head that he almost didn't realize that danger sense was trying to warn him of something, steadily getting louder and more urgent. Izuku turned just in time to see a little girl barrel into his side. She was clearly terrified and was trembling from head to toe. Danger sense began to cross the threshold of a warning to becoming outright painful. She's being chased. We need to get her out of here. Izuku crouched down, keeping his voice gentle and reassuring as he said, hello there. Are you okay? Let me help you stand back up. He gently encouraged the little girl back up to her feet, freezing when he glanced up and saw someone else come from the alleyway that she'd just run out of. Shame on you for causing trouble for this nice hero, Chisaki drawled, and Izuku was relieved that his mask and goggles would keep his nerves from showing on his face. We need to go home, Eri. This is the guy who hurt Magna. Sorry for any trouble that my daughter caused, hero. She tends to get excited while playing and hurts herself. It's a real problem. Izuku twitched at the false kindness oozing from Chisaki's voice. He silently activated telepathic connection while his hand was still resting on Ei's arm. We're the ones who should apologize. Tagata insisted while he bowed, and while he was busy distracting Chisaki, Izuku focused on the little girl in front of him. Hello Ei. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Her eyes widened as she looked up at him before nervously glancing back at Chisaki. Don't worry, he can't hear us. You just have to think real hard and I'll hear what you have to say. No one else can. Please, help me. I will, Ei. I've never seen you two before. Newcomers to the hero business. You're both so young. Tagata laughed and nodded with a wide smile on his face. That's right. We're both a bundle of nerves about being such newbies. He held a hand out to Izuku and said, stand up, buddy. Gotta face the unknown future on your feet. Izuku did so, lifting Ei up with him as she clutched onto his jumpsuit and sniffled. He ran a hand through her hair in a soothing motion, gently detangling the knots he felt in it. And which agency are you working for? Chisaki questioned. We're still students, actually. It'd be awfully presumptuous of us to claim an association with any agency. We're just getting a chance to see the ropes on an internship. Tagata looked at Izuku and said, well, come on. We've got to make our rounds of the entire neighborhood before lunch. She's fine now. Just put her down so we can be on our way. Don't go. I won't. I promise not to leave you behind. Danger Sense was still warning him about the man standing in front of them, But Izuku didn't care about any of that. Your daughter seems scared. Only because I just got through scolding her. Let's go, Tagata urged him, and the look in his eyes was begging for Izuku to shut up. He refused to. These bandages don't look like something she'd get from playing too rough either. She falls a lot, Chisaki said with a shrug. Izuku glared up at him as he said, people said that about me too. Didn't mean that I wasn't getting beaten. For a child to be trembling like this. I know that fear. You will not convince me that it's anything but what it is. Chisaki glared at him before sighing and forcing a light tone. It figures that a hero would be sensitive to such subtleties. Eri's story is quite a tragic one. I do not wish to discuss it around so many strangers. Follow me. He beckoned for them to follow him into the alleyway. He's dangerous. Don't let him touch you. It's okay, Eri. I've got a lot of counters for touch-based quirks, and my friend can keep people from touching him at all. You're safe now. We'll protect you. I've actually been concerned about Eri lately. No matter what I say, she fights back. Raising a child can be tough, I imagine, Tagata murmured. Yes. Children are so difficult. Izuku could hear the sneer in Chisaki's voice. What will they become? What can they become? I constantly find myself wondering about that. Chisaki tugged at the glove on his hand and looked back at them as bloodlust filled the air. Eri trembled, but as a soft, golden glow surrounded both Izuku and her, she only clutched onto him tighter. A pristine, white glove was pocketed as Chisaki turned to face them directly. Let her go, Tagata hissed. Izuku shook his head, holding Eri closer. No. Such a shame. I hate getting my hands dirty. I'd think this through if I were you, Izuku warned. According to Section 12, Paragraph D of the Hero Rights Act, any licensed hero, regardless of license level, may remove a child from a potentially harmful situation and place them into their emergency custody. I'm enacting that. You can contest it in court if you want to, and you might even win since I'm so new to this. Making a scene, on the other hand. That wouldn't look good for you. It wouldn't look good for you at all. So, what'll it be? Tendrils of black whips sneakily crept along the shadows of the alleyway, prepared to lunge for Chisaki at the slightest provocation. From the way that Chisaki glared at Izuku as he slid his gloves back on, it wouldn't be necessary. Smart man. I'll see you in court, Chisaki snarled before stalking off. Eri sobbed as Izuku hugged her close, whispering, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." What were you thinking? Tagata cried out. This could set us back months. I was thinking that there was a child who needed our help, Lemillion, he sneered. Putting aside the fact that it would have been more suspicious for us to let him go without incident, I refuse to become the type of person who sees suffering and looks the other way for the sake of some nebulous greater good. How are you supposed to save 1,000,000 people if you refuse to save someone right in front of you? Tagata looked taken aback by his tone, but when he glanced at a trembling Eri who seemed almost as afraid of him as she had been of Chisaki, Izuku watched his face morph with guilt. I'll contact Bubble Girl. We should get out of here. Of all the foolish, arrogant things that you could have done, I cannot imagine a worse scenario than this, Midoriya. Izuku stood in Night Eye's office alongside everyone else, slightly chilled by the rain that they'd run through to get back to the agency. Eri tensed up as the hero shouted, and Izuku leveled a steady glare at him. I can think of several. A number of those end with Eri either hurt or dead because she ran away. A hero's job is to prioritize saving lives, always. He sighed, took a few deep breaths, and said, as it stands, Chisaki believes that I only removed Eri from his custody because personal experience made me hyper-aware of abusive situations. Letting him go with no protest would have been more suspicious as heroes in training, indicating that we had a reason to look the other way. Neither of us gave him any information, so as far as he's aware, we just happened to stumble across each other at an inopportune time for him. And when he takes us to court and wins? What then, Midoriya? It'll make it next to impossible for us to bring him up on charges again. That's where my knowledge of our legal system comes in handy, Izuku chuckled. My mom is a lawyer, and she's worked cases like this before. Our courts are so slammed with trying to get convictions for villains that child abuse cases can get pushed back months and months before anyone ever hears about them. If a hero took a child away from someone, then everyone assumes that it was for good reason and puts those cases off for even longer. No matter how much fuss Chisaki makes or how much money he tries to throw at judges, which I doubt he'll have much of, given how the Yakuza has been struggling lately, it will take at least half a year for him to get a hearing. Probably closer to a year. I have no doubt that he'll be angry about that, and once someone gets angry, they start getting sloppy. If anything, it'll be easier for us to get evidence against him once he realizes that things aren't going to go his way. Tagata was pale as a sheet. You're a little terrifying, Midoriya. Night Eye sighed heavily, but he also looked at Izuku like he was seeing him for the first time. And what will stop Chisaki from going on a rampage once he realizes this? Right now, the only thing he has working for him is that no one can link him to any crimes. He won't be willing to give that advantage up, not when it was important enough to him that he let us go. Now that the tension in the room was easing, Bubble Girl looked over at Eri and said, "There's no helping it now, sir. We'll just need to figure out what to do with her." "No," Eri whimpered. The room went quiet as she buried her face into Izuku's shoulder. "You wanted to leave me. Wanna stay with Izuku?" "Sure, it's all right, I planned on taking you back with me anyway," Izuku murmured. He turned to Bubble Girl with narrowed eyes. "She's under my custody, not the custody of the agency. I've already alerted Yorozu about the situation, minus any confidential details, of course. She agreed to make a few things for Eri until I can go shopping for her. She also promised to inform Aizawa-sensei, so everything is covered on that front." "You are entirely too much trouble," Night Eye grumbled. "Fine. The both of you are done patrolling for the day, and I'll push through the request for other agencies to team up with us on this. Midoriya, head back to UA. You'll need to lay low for a little while, but I'll contact you once you can come back. Until then, focus on your studies." "I will," he said with a nod. "I am sorry for making things more complicated, but I wouldn't hesitate to do it again." Night Eye chuckled as he looked at him, eyes oddly soft as he said, "It's not immediately obvious, but you do remind me of All Might in some ways. That stubborn dedication to saving everyone you see is one of them." Izuku made a show of appearing flattered before he left the agency, feeling distinctly unsettled. "Well, stranger things have happened. I better call Himiko so that she knows what's going on." The train ride back to UA went by quickly. Himiko had been delighted at how Sestoff Overhaul, which she told him was Chisaki's villain name, was about losing but she had bad news for him as well. She and Twice were currently stuck with the Shy Hasaikai, waiting for a moment to turn against them. Because of that, Himiko overheard a raging Overhaul yelling about how the main ingredient of his perfect creation was stolen from him. She promised to keep an ear to the ground for any more information, but what had been happening was clear. Human experimentation. "I'm so glad that I grabbed Eri when I did." If she had gone back to that, Izuku needed to focus on keeping her safe now that she was out of that situation, and he swore to himself that he would do whatever it took to keep her from being hurt like that again. He strode toward UA with a purpose, and though Eri hid herself in his arms, she did glance over at the massive school with wide eyes. "We're staying here." "Yep. This is where I go to school. Lots of other kids live here too, but there's only 20 of us in the building we'll stay at." Noticing that Eri was starting to look overwhelmed, he said, "But you don't have to talk to anyone that you don't want to, okay? You can stay with me, and if anyone bothers you, then I'll tell them to go away." "Okay. Trust you." His heart flooded with warmth, and Izuku lightly tapped Eri's nose, chuckling as she scrunched it up before resting her head on his shoulder. The walk to 1A's dorms was a peaceful one, largely because classes were still in session. "Will my excused absence cover the whole day? I might be able to go to the classes after lunch if Eri is feeling up to it, but I won't push her. I'll deal with the consequences if they are mad about me not rejoining them." When Izuku peeked into the empty common room, he found a forest green dress, house slippers, and a note waiting for him on the coffee table. "I tried to guess the size based on age and the picture you sent me, but I apologize if this is too big or too small for her. Sorry for not making proper shoes either. I didn't want to hurt her feet by giving her the wrong size, so I figured something soft would work for now. Is that for me? Izuku nodded, setting Eri down as he said, "Yep. We'll get you some more later, but for now, will you help me put this on you?" Eri nodded, and once her new clothes were on, her eyes widened as she wiggled her feet around. "It's soft. I'm glad you like them. We'll have to get some other shoes for outside, but I can carry you while you're wearing these. Now, let's go take care of your hair and then get some lunch, okay?" Eri's hair was surprisingly smooth once it was properly taken care of. She was awed when she could run her fingers through it without running into tangles, and though Izuku only quickly threw together a couple of sandwiches and some sliced apples for lunch, Eri hummed happily as she ate. "She really likes apples, here. I'll have to remember that. Hey, Eri. Would you be okay with going to classes with me? It might be a bit noisy, but you don't have to say or do anything." Eri scrunched up her eyebrows as she mulled it over, slowly nodding after a couple of minutes. "You'll stay with me?" "Of course. Can we bring the bunny?" Izuku's eyes softened as he picked Eri up, nodding as he said, "We sure can. Let's go back to my room and pick them up." With his backpack fastened, Eri in his arms, and the stuffed rabbit from Nito in her arms, Izuku jogged toward the main campus. After they slipped off for the third time, Izuku just used Black Whip to hold onto them. Eri poked at the shadowy tendrils curiously before deeming them safe and going back to playing with floppy, plush ears. He got odd looks once he got inside the building, but Izuku was more focused on keeping Eri calm. Despite how crowded the hallways were, they were both relieved once the rush of people had arrived at their classes, and Izuku picked up the pace so he wouldn't be too late. Izuku opened the doors to his home economics class with wide, slightly frantic eyes as he said, "Sorry that I'm late, Snipe-sensei. I've suddenly found myself a father and could really use a crash course in parenting." The entire class was shocked into silence. Eri shyly turned to look at them all and mumbled, "Hello." She lasted about half a minute before hiding her face, and Izuku instinctively started running his hand through her hair again. "Just take your seat, Midoriya. We were going to bake today, but we can multitask." "So, what led up to this?" Yorozu questioned as she made another outfit for Eri after classes let out for the day. They had a few different options for Eri to choose from and some real shoes now, but beyond the bare essentials, Izuku was going to be on his own for this. "I really can't say, sorry. It's confidential." "Must be quite some case." Izuku nodded, pretending that he didn't see a few of his classmates blatantly eavesdropping. Once her new, bright red boots were on her feet, Eri shyly tugged at the edge of Izuku's jacket before holding her arms up. He could hear Toru and Ashido cooing over them as he picked Eri up. "Thank you, Yorozu," he said before walking to the elevator. Okiko and Xiaoto silently filed in after him, giving him and Eri a reassuring smile as they all got off on the second floor. They all got settled in Izuku's room. Izuku and Eri were on the bed while Okiko and Xiaoto were sitting on the rug before they started talking. "Hello, Eri. My name's Okiko Uraraka, but you can call me Okiko. It's nice to meet you." Okiko was careful to keep her voice gentle and quiet, and Eri seemed to appreciate that. Izuku felt even more fond of Okiko for it. Eri waved hello before looking over at Xiaoto and tilting her head. Xiaoto smiled, one of the tiny, delicate ones that made Izuku's heart pound, and waved as he said, "Hello there. I'm Xiaoto." Eri giggled as she waved back. "Here. He actually is good with kids. The more you know." "When are you going shopping for her?" Okiko asked. "I'll try to find some good deals for you. I'm not starting my work study with Ryukyu until next week, so that gives us some time." "We could all go," Xiaoto murmured. "I've still got a few of my father's credit cards, and I'd like to help if you'll let me." Xiaoto's eyes trailed to the floor as he wrung his hand together, and Okiko gently pried them apart before rubbing the back of his hands in soothing circles. Izuku's voice was entirely too soft with flaring emotions when he said, "I'd appreciate it, but you don't have to." "I want to. We're in this together, aren't we? I don't want to be like my father. I want to do this right." "You make it sound like we're all co-parenting her," Izuku chuckled, feeling touched by the thought. "Aren't we?" All three of them blushed at Xiaoto's question, and Eri snuggled up with the bunny as she watched them with wide eyes. Natsuo said it sounded like we were already dating. Hanging out at Izuku's house, having study dates, and going to cafes and ice cream parlors over summer break. I really like you both. I'm sorry, was that not clear? Were we not already dating? Xiaotou looked genuinely distraught at the misunderstanding, and Okiko and Izuku were quick to reassure him. I like both of you too. I was just afraid of making working together awkward. I figured that I should focus on working toward the future, Okiko mumbled as she rubbed the back of her neck, face bright red. I care about you both so much. You easily some of the most important people in my life, and I know that I'd be devastated if either of you ever left it. Izuku glanced back at Eri and asked, would that be okay with you? You'd be seeing a lot of Xiaotou and Okiko anyway, but I don't want to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. You don't have to call us anything that you don't want to either. It's okay, Zuku, Eri murmured. Are you sure I'm not too much trouble? Of course not. They all insisted. Okiko's voice trembled with the thought of what made Eri feel that way. Xiaotou's was soft and gentle because he understood exactly why she did, and Izuku's was steeled with the determination to ensure that she'd never feel that way again. Eri studied the three of them before nodding with wide, trusting eyes. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for saving me. The corners of her mouth twitched in an attempted smile that looked more like a grimace. Izuku could see that Eri was more comfortable now, though, laying down with relaxed muscles. She gently petted the stuffed bunny's ears as her eyes grew heavier and finally closed, giving in to the exhaustion that had plagued her for far too long. Okiko carefully took off Eri's shoes before tucking her in. She looked to Izuku and Xiaotou with watery brown eyes and said, you all feel that too, right? Like you'd kill and die for her. They both nodded. Good, we're on the same page then. As for us, nothing really has to change, right? Right? Xiaotou agreed with a nod. We'll continue doing what works for us and see where that goes. I'm sorry for assuming before. It's fine. Honestly, looking back on it, we kind of were all already dating, Okiko snorted. Izuku chuckled at them both before turning to Okiko with a small grin. Yeah, nothing has to change. Maybe we'll hold hands or something that we didn't do before, but we'll never do anything new before making sure that everyone is okay with it. Okiko gave them a relieved nod, hugging them both before settling down again. I wonder how my parents are going to feel about being grandparents. All three of them shuddered, knowing that they wouldn't be able to put off that conversation forever. My father won't hear a word of this. I should probably tell my mother the next time that I visit, though, I wonder if we'll be able to get approval to visit home. I guess a hero SERT would be fine for this. I really don't want to tell Mom over the phone. Okiko laughed nervously. I sure hope so. My mom and dad are gonna freak out as it is. We are definitely going to have to talk to Aizawa-sensei about that, but I'm more worried about something else. At least one of us needs to be here to look after Eri at all times, and with all three of us going on work studies. That's going to be difficult. We need to find someone who can watch over her. Someone that we actually trust. Toru and Fumikage are both going to go on work studies too, so it can't be that Mizuku knew that they'd figure it out, though. At least they had another week before it became a pressing issue. Nito, can I talk with you for a minute? Izuku had mulled everything over for days, but he was running out of time. His brother was one of the few people that he felt like he could trust Eri to, especially out of the students who weren't going on a work study. You've got a funny look on your face. Nito's voice was clearly worried as he looked Izuku over head to toe. Does it have anything to do with what 1A has been hiding from everyone else? You and your friends are subtle, but the rest are decidedly less so. Izuku snorted at that. Yeah, it does. I actually want to introduce you to someone. Izuku knew he'd messed up the instant he saw Nito's eyes gleam with mirth. Oh ho! Have you, Uraraka, and Todoroki finally gotten your SHT together? Nito! Izuku's face went bright red and he hid it behind his hands. I mean, yes, but that's not what this is about. Really? I was just teasing you, but I'm glad to hear it. Nito's smirk slowly morphed into a genuine smile, and Izuku lamented the fact that he could never stay angry with his brother. I mean, it was about time. Do you know how horrifically awkward it was to watch the three of you dancing around each other? Never mind, I hate him. 𝐒𝐿 swatted at 𝐿 with an indignant shout that drew some odd looks from the students around them. 𝐿 dodged the swing with a cackle, laughing so hard that tears were welling up in his eyes. If you're gonna be that way, then I'm not gonna introduce you after all. 𝐒𝐿 walked off with an exaggerated huff of frustration, grinning when he heard 𝐿 immediately run after him. 𝐒𝐿, wait up. Come on, I'm sorry. The two of them playfully bickered with each other on the way back to one's dorms, and while 𝐒𝐿 wouldn't change who 𝐿 was for the world, he knew that they'd need to be careful about introducing him to 𝐿. Listen. The person I'm taking you to meet is a bit skittish, okay? You need to be gentle with her, and make sure you keep your voice down. 𝐿 straightened up at the seriousness in 𝐒𝐿's voice, nodding solemnly. Of course. Is there anything else I should know? And really, how was 𝐒𝐿 supposed to resist an invitation like that? Oh, only that you're an uncle now. What? 𝐿 stammered. 𝐒𝐿, what the F does that mean? What did I just say about your volume, 𝐿? You can't just drop that on me and expect me to stay calm. Did you and Uraraka? She and Todoroki. Just, what? How? When? The look on your face. 𝐒𝐿 snickered. Oh, that's priceless. He wiped at his eyes before turning to 𝐿 and saying, I adopted a little girl. Well, technically she's been put into my emergency custody, but semantics. He waved his hand dismissively. Ergo, you're an uncle now. I swear you just took 5 years off my lifespan, 𝐿 muttered. Why do I put up with you? Because we're both little shds who deserve having to put up with each other. 𝐒𝐿 questioned with a tilt of his head. 𝐿 snorted and conceded his point with a nod. I'll be on my best behavior, I swear. Contrary to popular belief, I do know how to dial it down. I know you do. I trust you with her. With everything, really. 𝐿's smile flickered as a pained expression crossed his face, covered up so quickly that 𝐒𝐿 barely noticed it. What was that? Blue eyes narrowed and darted around before 𝐿 plastered a smile on his face and wrapped his arm around 𝐒�'s shoulder. Well then. Guess it's time to meet my niece. 𝐒� followed 𝐿's line of sight and saw that Jiru was watching to two of them as they walked by, curiosity written all over her face. His mind was whirring a mile a minute, and the realization that 𝐿 started acting that way after he saw Jiru had green eyes widening. What was he about to say? Why would he be so worried about someone overhearing unless? Does he know? How? 𝐿 bumped his hand against 𝐒�'s and tilted his head in a silent signal that he wanted 𝐒� to use telepathic connection on him. The school at large still didn't know about that quirk or application of 𝐒�'s quirk, as far as they were aware, and he kept it that way for obvious reasons. The ability to silently communicate with 𝐿 and freak people out by the two of them diving into quirk analysis in sync was just a bonus. I can practically hear your worrying from here. You're making us look suspicious. I know. Wait. Why would you be worried about us looking suspicious anyway? 𝐿 rolled his eyes as the two of them walked into one's dorm building. 𝐒𝐿, do you think I don't know? You can't hide anything from me. The heroes here are oblivious as hell and you have the excuse of team meetings to fall back on, but not everyone is buying that. Jiru has been lingering around you a lot lately, and I don't think she's the only one. You need to be careful before you get yourself caught. 𝐒� gulped and nodded. He looked around as the two of them made their way to the elevator, eyes narrowing on the oddly large number of spiderwebs in the corners. I approve, by the way. Not that you need me to do so, but I agree that change is long overdue. Your whole team is behind you. Thank you. 𝐒� sniffled with a small smile on his face, glad that the elevator was currently shielding the two of them from the world. I was so afraid that I'd wind up losing you because of this. Never. You won't be rid of me so easily. 𝐿 ruffled 𝐒�'s hair and nudged his shoulder as the two of them walked into the hallway. I've been keeping an eye on which of my classmates might make the SWCH too, you know. I'd never go to them without you and Pact backing me, but I suspect that we can do quite a bit more recruiting than we have been so far. It seemed like too simple a solution, but his brother wasn't wrong. Izuku hated the thought of fighting against his classmates in the future. Recruiting them to the scales of justice and later persuading them to villainy was how he could avoid that. You're right. We'll work on getting more members soon. The more of us that go through with this, the stronger the impact will be. Heroes would dismiss them as soon as they were discovered, but heroes weren't their target audience. They weren't the ones that the scales of justice were trying to reach out to. Civilians would see several students from the most prominent hero school in the country take a stand against the foundation of their society and wonder what they discovered. They would ask the questions that no one else dared to ask, and those questions would give the scales of justice the opening they needed to convince people that things needed to change. Nito snorted. Save the plotting for later. We're here. Ruby red eyes lit up with joy as soon as Izuku opened his door. Eri was more cautious around Nito, but it didn't take her long to warm up to him. Izuku had already told her about his hero team. As soon as Nito mentioned that he was part of that, Eri trusted him implicitly. The entire team joined them and started discussing how they could protect Eri from Overhaul and his lackeys if they ever came near her again, and Eri looked like she was about to cry with relief when she realized that Izuku was far from the only one who would fight for her now, unlike with Night Eye's agency. Izuku! Eri's voice drew Izuku out of the muttering spiral that he had fallen down. What is it, sweetheart? I know some of their quirks. Would that help? Green eyes sparkled as Izuku drew Eri into a gentle hug, carefully watching her for any signs of discomfort. It absolutely would. Have I told you that you're my favorite kid ever, eh? She giggled in response, and the sound was like music to his ears. Judging by the watery smiles on his classmates' faces, Izuku wasn't the only one to feel that way. Eri told them everything she knew about the 𝐻𝐼 Hasaikai, including the quirks of several high-ranking members that Izuku doubted the heroes even knew existed. Thank you, You're an even bigger help than you realize. With this, we'll be able to make sure the 𝐻𝐼 Hasaikai never hurts anyone like they've hurt you or Magna ever again. When Izuku, Okiko, Tsuyu, Kirishima, Xiaoto, and 𝐵𝐼𝐺 all left the dorms at the same time without any of their uniform cases in hand, Izuku knew that the heroes were finally preparing to take down the 𝐻𝐼 Hasaikai. His team gave each other determined nods before joining in with Tsuyu and Kirishima's idle chatter. It's weird that we're all on the same train, right? Midoribro typically heads to Tokyo, but the rest of us. I work with Fat Gum in Kansai, Hawks is based in Fukuoka, and Ryukyu is based in Okinawa. It can't be a coincidence that we're all going somewhere together. There must be something big going on, Kero. If so many heroes are meeting up, then that means a raid. But who is it that we're raiding? Xiaoto's eyes narrowed, playing his part well. I'm not sure, but it can't be good. If Hawks and Ryukyu are being pulled into this, then that means whoever we're up against is a big threat. Do you think it's the League of Villains? Kirishima questioned worriedly. Okiko shook her head. I don't think that they'd involve us if it was. What a mad banquet of darkness. Izuku nodded along with their conversation and gave contemplative hums here and there, but he was thoroughly distracted by the hero presence on their train. I see no less than 5 active heroes traveling with us. They're all relatively unknown heroes, but it's weird that they didn't announce their presence to us, right? Typically our SS walk alongside us instead of acting as tails. When they all got off the train and started walking toward their destination, both Xiaoto and Okiko flanked Izuku. His hands intertwined with both of theirs, and 𝐵𝐼𝐺 stayed near the trio, though he also made a concentrated effort to distract Tsuyu and Kirishima from their swelling rage. Everyone who had met her loved Eri to bits. She was such an amazing kid, and the scales of justice were especially protective of her. They wanted Overhaul to pay. This meeting was their chance to ensure that he would, so long as they convinced the heroes involved that they were ready for such a huge mission. They couldn't afford a single misstep. Izuku led them all to the meet-up point, joining up with the big 3 along the way, and his eyes widened slightly when he saw just how many heroes were here. There's all of our mentors and some of their sidekicks, of course, but even Aizawa-sensei. Is that Rocklock? Didn't he just have a kid? And that's definitely Kesagiraman and Mr. Brave talking over there. Who's the short old guy? He looks like he should be retired, but then again, People say the same about 𝐂𝐬𝐽. Kirishima looked as dumbfounded as Izuku felt. Whoa! I didn't expect there to be so many of us. Aizawa-sensei. What are you doing here, Kiro? Come to think of it, it's odd that he wasn't on the train with us if he was going to be involved in this. The heroes must have had some sort of preliminary meeting before deciding to bring students into this. They asked for my help, so here I am. We'll talk more about the specifics later. Ryukyu. Nejiya called out. Hey, what are we doing here? I know you said something about a meeting, but what is it? Ryukyu only chuckled as Nejiya darted up toward her. You'll find out soon. Now that the students are here, shall we begin, Night-Eye? Everyone turned their attention the informatics hero as he swept his eyes over all of them. The white of that gaze still gave Izuku the chills, and given how Okiko, Xiaoto, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 straightened up ever so slightly, they felt that pressure too. Thanks to the intel provided by all of you, we're making great strides in this investigation. The small Yakuza organization, otherwise known as the 𝐈𝐴 𝐷𝐼, have been plotting something in the shadows for quite some time now. I've called this meeting to share with you all what we've learned, so that we may take the proper steps going forward to ensure they go down once and for all. There was a buzz of conversations that sprung up after that, but Izuku was solidly focused on Night-Eye, Bubble Girl, and Centipede. Bubble Girl cleared her throat. Now then, let's get started. The room fell into silence, and Bubble Girl looked down at her tablet before continuing. For the past 2 weeks or so, the Night-Eye Agency has been conducting an independent investigation of the 𝐈𝐴 𝐷𝐼, now formally designated as a villain group. What started all of this? Kesagiraman questioned. Centipede was the one who answered. The Reservoir Dogs incident. The police wrote it off as a mere accident, but there were a few inconsistencies that prompted our investigation. I've been working with the underground to find some leads. According to my findings, the 𝐈𝐴 𝐷𝐼 has been making contact with outsiders and underground dealers throughout the past year. They appear to be working toward expansion and accumulating funds. And shortly after we began investigating, a grainy image from a security feed was projected onto the wall. They made contact with a known member of the League of Villains, Jin Bubaigawara, who goes by the villain name twice. You know, come to think of it, we should probably come up with villain names here. They wouldn't keep calling us the name that we chose as heroes, and if we don't pick something, then they'll get to choose the narrative for us. Izuku could worry about that later. For now, he refocused on Centipede. They were all very wary of being tailed, so we couldn't pursue them then, but the police have provided their assistance in that matter. Their findings confirmed that there was some sort of conflict between the two groups. The League of Villains, here. So that's why you contacted Tsukochi and I, the old man muttered. Kesagiraman hummed and tilted his head. Speaking of, where is Detective Tsukochi? Following up with more eyewitnesses. Izuku carefully kept his relief from showing on his face. The literal last thing I need is Night-Eye and Detective Lie Detector in the same room as me and the majority of my team. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. Kid, Izuku startled when the old guy looked directly at him. Let's hope it doesn't come down to this, but you might get dragged into some nasty business. A friend of yours? Tagata questioned. I have no idea who he is, Izuku murmured lowly, though he had a sinking suspicion that the old man knew him for a very specific reason. That geezer fought with all might at Kamino. You sure know some wild people, Midoribro. Xiaoto and Okiko came to the same realization that he had in that moment, and they looked just as irritated about it as Izuku was. They quickly schooled their expressions, though no one would have been able to see the subtle, frustrated tilt to Xiaoto's brows anyway, but not before giving Izuku a sympathetic smile that made his heart race. Night-Eye silenced the room with a pointed, "Continue." "All right." Bubble Girl stammered. So, given these developments, we reached out to all of you through HN. The Hero Network, here. It seems like a massive security risk to have a web service for licensed heroes just out there like that. They may not communicate specifics, but a villain could still find out about meetings like this and either attack them or listen in on them for information, provided that they were good enough at hacking. Now there's an idea. I wonder if we could find a hacker for the league. Apparently, he'd missed a conversation about the same network between Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Nejaya, but Rocklock clued him in on that quickly. UA students or not, what are these kids doing here? They're just slowing us down. At this rate, it'll be dark out before we even begin discussing the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼's plan. That's nonsense. Fat Gum cut in, gesturing to Kirishima and Amajiki. These two are super important participants. Kirishima pointed at himself, stammering in shock. Really? Us? Before they could get any more off track, Night Eye intervened. We suspected that the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 was dealing in illegal substances. That's why I've called in a hero familiar with such things. Back in the day, I squashed loads of dealers like that. Fat Gum crushed some candy in his hand for emphasis. And then, during Red Riot's debut the other day, some perp went and shot Tamaki with a type of drag that I'd never seen before. A drag that destroys quirks. What? Tagata cried out. Tamaki, are you going to be okay? Yeah. I'm back to normal after a night's rest, see. He lifted a foot that had now been shifted into a cow hoof, and Izuku would stand by the fact that Amajiki has one of the coolest quirks he'd ever seen until the day he died. So he recovered. That's a relief then. This stuff must not be fatal. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Rocklock's words. Logically, I know that destroying someone's quirk factor could kill them if it's tied too closely to the rest of their biology, but I still don't like how that was his first thought. A transformation-type quirk is the least likely to affect their user like that too. It's not, Night Eye agreed. On that point, I'm passing it off to Eraserhead. The drag seems a bit different from Erasure. Because I'm not actually attacking a person's quirk itself. Izuku perked up. Am I about to learn more about how Erasure works from Aizawa-sensei himself? I have my theories, but knowing for certain. That'll make working around it much easier in the future, and I can share that information with the others as well. What we call quirks are special additions to an ordinary body, or the plus alpha. Everything included in the plus alpha are what we call quirk factors. What I do is temporarily stop those factors from activating. I can't cause any damage to them. We got Tamaki checked out at the hospital right after that attack. They told us that his quirk factors themselves were damaged. Thankfully, his natural healing factor was enough to fix the problem. Did they analyze what he got shot with? Nai questioned. It didn't do anything else to Tamaki other than attack his quirk. The gangster who shot him wasn't talking, and at first, it seemed like all we had was an empty vial, but... Fat Gum turned to Kirishima with his huge, trademark smile. Since one of the rounds bounced off Kirishima's body, we got a vial of the stuff that's completely intact. That's super cool, Kiro. Okako grinned and nodded alongside Tsuyu. You did great, Kirishima. Analysis of the substance inside. It revealed something pretty disgusting. They found human cells and BLD inside. Izuku froze. Xiaoto, Okako, and Fumikage weren't faring any better than he was. They had all seen the scars on Ei's arms and legs as she twirled around in her new dresses and skirts. None of them were blind. They could tell that it was all done intentionally, surgically, with some sort of purpose in mind. And now we know, rage unlike anything he'd ever felt welled up within Izuku, and he knew, with absolute certainty, that Overhaul was going to die for this, whether it was by his hand or the League's. So the effect it has comes from another person's quirk. A quirk-destroying quirk. Ryukyu trailed off, deep in thought. How does any of this connect to the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼? One of the local heroes questioned. Although Kirishima caught the guy who had the illegal substance, figuring out the network like that for drags is pretty tricky. It's shrunk down from what it was like before, but these drags pass through multiple levels of groups and organizations down the supply chain until they finally arrive at the lowest level, Fat Gum explained. There's no proof that the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 is the supplier in question, but they definitely did business with one of the middlemen. That's all you've got? Night Eye held his hand up, silencing the hero's outcry. The other day, Ryukyu and her agency stopped a feud between two villain groups. The boss of one of those groups is the middleman dealer just mentioned. One of those giant villains shot himself up with a booster to extend his short activation time. Hawks snapped to attention at that, golden eyes sharpening. Trigger. If they've started circulating that again, then it's going to be a huge hassle. 𝐂𝐸𝐵 seemed far from convinced about this, and even knowing what he did, Izuku couldn't blame him. Linking all this recent organized crime to the 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵. Are you sure that you're not just seeing what you want to see? There's been an increase in organized crime in general, so there's no proof that this is connected in any way. I'm still not convinced. Seems to me like you want the 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 to be the root of all evil, so you're just painting the right picture for that. I'm gonna need something more concrete to go on. I was getting to that, Night Eye said with a glare. The 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵's leader, Chisaki Kai, has a quirk called Overhaul. It's the ability to both dismantle and restore, destroy and then heal, and then we have bullets that can destroy quirks. Tagata finally caught on to what the rest of Izuku's group knew, eyes going wide in horror. Chisaki has a daughter, Night Eye continued. She has no BRTH record or paper trail at all, so the exact details of her quirk are unclear. And when Lemillion and the Miss encountered her, she was covered in an excessive amount of bandages. No. It's too repulsive to even imagine, Ryukyu choked out. That's superpowered society for YA. Anything you can imagine, there's someone out there who can make it happen and will gladly do so. Izuku disliked this old guy more and more every time that he spoke. What are we imagining? Kirishima asked, looking between the grave expressions on nearly everyone's faces with confusion. I told you that we didn't need the kids here, Rocklock grumbled. Just use your head, kid. Hawks clenched the table in front of him so tightly that the metal groaned and bended underneath his grip. You're saying that he's turning his daughter's body into these bullets and selling them on the black market. And we're just sitting here, talking about it, instead of doing something. Izuku saved her. The room went quiet at Shoto's interruption, and he only tilted his head with feigned cluelessness. What? He did. He took her in under his emergency custody, and she's been living with us in the dorms ever since. Shoto turned a glare at Night Eye. He got yelled at for doing it, but he did it. The tension practically melted out of Hawk's body, and he turned to Izuku with a smile that seemed real for once. I'm proud of you, fledgling. Night Eye sighed. So it's you I have to thank for his recklessness. I'd say it worked out pretty well, Hawks waved off dismissively. The girl has been saved, which is the most important thing, and if she truly was the source of this quirk-destroying drag, then Chisaki doesn't have access to his supply anymore. He won't be able to make any more of it. This is true, Night Eye conceded. However, we still have many questions. We're unsure if he's begun selling the drag. Considering how underwhelming the effects are now, it's more likely that it's still in the testing phase. However, if he's simply distributing less effective samples, old prototypes, in order to draw in followers, we cannot be sure how much of this drag he has stored away. Izuku idly wondered if the quirk bullets would destroy all of his quirks or only one of them. I guess it doesn't matter. Safeguard would protect me from getting shot, and even if it somehow didn't, super regeneration would be able to repair my quirk factor. We'd have to confirm it with the hospital sample, but we should be able to test if it's Ares BLD in that vial as well. Otherwise, we're still lacking proof, but Chisaki is bringing in people from across the country and amassing funds. What if the final version of these bullets already exists? What if it's capable of permanently destroying a person's quirk and he's just not prepared to show his hand yet? He could execute any number of devastating plans with something like that at his fingertips. It could be worse. The fact that the bullets themselves exist at all is horrifying and he's going to die for it, don't get me wrong, but it would honestly be easier for Chisaki to just kill someone. That would still erase that quirk from the world, so what is he even trying to achieve here? I don't get it. It makes my stomach turn just thinking about it. Fat Gum cried out. Let's go bust down their doors right now. There's no need to be hasty, Rocklock disagreed. The little girl is safe. Good job on that, by the way, kid. You did the right thing. The underground hero cast a disapproving look Night Eye's way. We need to be careful and make sure they don't slip away from us now. Don't waste the opportunity that. What's your hero name, kid? The Miss. Rocklock chuckled. Fitting. Don't waste the opportunity that the miss gave us. We'll only get one shot at this. Okay, maybe he's not so bad after all, Izuku decided. He probably just has some internalized biases that literally everyone in a quirked society has unless they are forced to question them. I can't really fault him for that if no one has shown him why those biases are false. Which brings us to the organizations that the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 has contacted, as well as their verified properties. Throughout our investigation, we've compiled an extensive list. I'll be asking each of you to investigate certain groups and locations on your own. We need to narrow this list down. Got it? So that's why we minor heroes have been brought into this too, Mr. Brave said with a hum. There's a connection between each hero's home territory and the list of locations. You chose us because of our familiarity with those neighborhoods. I'll admit that I'm not familiar with how your quirk works, Sir Nighty, but why not just use foresight to see what sort of fate awaits us? Wouldn't that narrow that list down far quicker? Going forward without that knowledge seems irrational to me. I can't do that. Izuku's eyes widened, and he briefly glanced at his teammates with barely restrained glee. He's going to tell us how his quirk works. I'm going to learn exactly what I need to do to keep Night Eye from becoming a threat to us. Night Eye held up a single finger. My quirk has limitations, the same as any other quirk. Once activated, it has a 24-hour cooldown. Put simply, I can view 1 hour of a single person's life once a day. The images appear in my mind, panel by panel, like a flashback, and after using it, it's like I can watch recorded footage of that person's life. Think of it that way, however, the entirety of that film plays out from the perspective of the person in question. What I end up seeing is their actions and glimpses of their surrounding environment, and these films do not have any sound to them either. That sounds like more than enough. We could still learn plenty from that. So why can't you do it? Aizawa questioned. Well, what if, in the near future, what awaited that person was death? A cruel and merciless death, even. What then? He's talking about All Might, isn't he? I don't have to worry about him using his quirk on me at all. The last thing he'd want to see is one for all dying with me, so I'm in the clear. I've trained my quirk to maximize the success rate of every action I take. I use it to all but ensure victory in battle. It's not meant to be used to recklessly view situations with so many uncertainties. It would be a waste for me to do so. Here. Seeing if we're gonna die sounds pretty darn useful to me. Then we could come up with a plan to stay alive, Rocklock argued. I'm not a fortune teller. There's no guarantee that the fate I see can be avoided. I don't get it, Night Eye. Come on, why don't Chacha take a look at my future? I'll avoid whatever life's got in store for me. I can't. Night Eye insisted, head hanging low. It's even better than I thought, Izuku realized with glee. Night Eye is afraid of using his quirk. He won't use it on anyone he knows, will he? Ryukyu cut in smoothly, refocusing the meeting. Why don't we get started? There are villains out there that need to be caught. That's what matters most right now. Night Eye jumped on the opportunity to wrap things up, standing as he said, confirm the 𝐒𝐻𝐻's primary base of operations. Once we're as sure as we can be, let's bring this matter to a swift resolution. I thank you for all of your help. Man, I can't believe you saved Eri from someone like that. It's super manly, Midori bro. Izuku chuckled and rubbed at the back of his neck. It was nothing, really. Just doing what anyone would have done. I disagree, Kiro. Against someone like him, most people would have frozen up or wanted to wait for help. You're a real hero, Izuku. Yeah. You don't have to be so humble all the time, Okiko teased, leaning up against him as they walked toward the dorms. It's cute, though, Xiaoto said with a chuckle, lacing his hand with Okiko's to keep her from leaning too far and falling over. Fumikage grumbled slightly. You're all so bright, everyone laughed, but after they caught their breath, Kirishima's brows furrowed in contemplation. It's super unmanly that Night Eye was upset that you saved Eri though. Like, a hero's whole job is to save people. That comes before catching a villain, always. It should, Izuku agreed. However, heroes are paid on commission. And they're not paid for how many people they save. Can you guess what they are paid for? How many villains they arrest, Tsuyu said with a grimace. With higher-ranking villains earning them more than the lower-rank ones do. That's really messed up, Kirishima mumbled. If our job isn't actually saving people, then what's stopping a hero from arresting some random person for the money? Nothing is. That's the problem. Izuku sighed, shaking his head. I'm hoping to change it, but my mom has been fighting that battle for years, and there's not been any progress yet. Have you ever wondered why, exactly, my father's arrest record is so high? Xiaotou asked, planting further seeds of doubt in their two friends. They'd already agreed that the odds of converting either Kirishima or Tsuyu were incredibly low, but that didn't mean they wanted to fight them. If they could just get them to hesitate for long enough that they could escape. No way, really. Okiko gasped, and Izuku was thoroughly impressed with both of his partner's acting skills. But isn't Endeavor the number 2 hero mostly because of his capture rate? His popularity is way beneath Hawks and Best Jeanist, and they cause less damage in their fights too. I detest the rotten BSTRD for a reason. If there was any hero that I could point Stain toward, Izuku was pleasantly surprised when neither Tsuyu nor Kirishima protested Xiaotou's train of thought, though they didn't verbally agree with it either. As I thought, the darkest shadows are always hidden behind the brightest of lights. And now Fumikage was casting doubt on All Might too, albeit subtly. I have the best friends, Izuku thought with a grin. They parted ways with Tsuyu and Kirishima as they entered the common room, falling back when Izuku saw the shocked face of their resident eavesdropper peeking out from the kitchen. Hello, Jiru. I think it's past time that we had a talk, 𝐻M. Izuku held up his hand as Jiru started stammering out excuses. I'm not angry. I know that you can't really help how much you overhear, and the glass of water in your hands makes it clear that it wasn't intentional. Just don't go spreading around information about an active investigation, okay? Of course, that didn't change the fact that she had been trying to listen in on them on several other instances, but he was willing to pretend he didn't know about that for the sake of having a civil conversation. Jiru nodded immediately. I won't. I do want to talk to you about some of what I heard though, and I don't think you'll want to do it here. Izuku's eyes narrowed. We didn't say anything too incriminating this time, but she might have heard something more suspicious before today. My question is why Danger Sense didn't warn me about it, unless... He took a better look at Jiru's expression then. There was determination written all over her face, and beneath that, he could see anger and disgust. She heard about Eri, didn't she? Very well. We can discuss this in my room if you don't mind. Jiru shook her head and followed him up, nervously eyeing Okiko, Xiaotou, and Fumikage, who stayed right by his side. You've got some loyal friends, here. Is it just me, or does she sound a bit jealous of that fact? Once his door was closed behind them, Jiru visibly steeled herself and said, I'll cut to the chase. I want to join you all. Izuku hesitated. He knew that they'd be doing some more recruiting through the scales of justice, through the guise of the hero team they originally intended to become, but having Jiru so close to them was dangerous. It would mean virtually no verbal communication could take place safely. Are you sure? We'd be happy to have you, but you've always struck me as more of a loner. Jiru laughed at that. No. I just got used to being alone because no one likes the girl who knows all their secrets without even meaning to. Especially when all it takes is listening to their heartbeat, and I can't exactly turn my quirk off. Izuku froze, mouth going dry as he realized just how dangerous Jiru really was. See? Like that. Don't have a heart attack, Midoriya. I already know, and here I am, asking to join you anyway. I want in. Let me help you change things. And why do you want to join us? Xiaotou asked warily. I've always wanted to touch people's hearts. I want to make them smile, to make them feel like everything is going to be okay. First, I wanted to be a musician to achieve that. Then I wanted to be a hero for the same reason. Then I decided I could be both. Now, I can't ignore the things I've been hearing around here. I can't ignore the SHT that Bakugo and Mineta are both getting away with. Becoming the type of hero that makes people afraid, exactly the kind of hero that UA seems to want us to be, would be the exact opposite of everything I'd ever dreamed of, and I've come to realize that, more than anyone else, the villains need saving too, don't they? They need saving from people who keep getting away with infraction after infraction just because they have useful quirks. People shouldn't have to resort to villainy in the first place. That's why you're doing this, isn't it? Everyone in the room relaxed more and more as 𝐤𝐸 spoke. Yes, it is, Izuku confirmed for her. But this won't be easy, you understand. We'll be labeled as villains. We'll work with them. And one day, we may have to fight our classmates, no matter how hard we try to avoid it. Are you prepared for that? I am. Neither 𝐤𝐸's voice nor her expression had a hint of hesitation in them. I've had enough of listening on the sidelines. Izuku stepped forward, a bright grin on his face as he activated telepathic connection. Then welcome to the scales of justice, 𝐤𝐸. It's an honor to have you. Oh, this is cool. You're hiding all sorts of tricks that even I didn't know about, here. You have no idea. Speaking of, we'll need to make a pact of silence after this, one more literal than most are aware I'm capable of. Will that be a problem? 𝐤𝐸 shook her head. Not at all. A grin tugged at her lips as she looked out at the others, saying, you can call me Kyuka. We're all teammates, after all. Izuku now had another one of the students with the best spy potential in the entire school working with him. On top of that, he knew more details about, and thus how to work around, Eraserhead and Night Eye's quirks. Today was a good day. Now all he had to do was send Himiko a status update. Mai had, as per usual, revamped Kyuka's costume in no time. Their newest teammate was visibly pleased with her new cyberpunk visor, and her mask, which was pitch black until she spoke, lit up with colorful bars that went further up her mask depending on her volume. It also acted as a directional speaker for her voice, not unlike present MICs. Kyuka's costume was also reinforced, as was standard for them, but the aesthetic of it was left untouched. The only change to what was already there was the addition of golden scales emblazoned on the shoulders of her leather jacket. It's amazing, as always. I don't know how to thank you enough, Mai scoffed dismissively, waving her hand. You don't have to thank me, 𝐤𝐸. Just keep letting me make awesome babies for you. You always have such fun ideas. Golden eyes locked onto Kyuka. Speaking of, let me know how the mask works for you. I've never made any sound-based babies before, especially not one that has to function as a gas mask as well, but it was a fun challenge. Will do, Kyuka agreed with a nod. I'll see you again soon, 𝐤𝐸. Come to me directly whenever the next member of your little cult joins. Power Loader's sigh could be heard from clear across the room. Please stop calling their team that, Hatsune. Yeah. She winked at Izuku before turning back to her station and pulling out several blueprints. I'm almost finished with those super special babies you requested, by the way. It's a bit outside my usual field, but never let it be said that my Hatsune can't do anything she sets her mind to. The closer he looked at what she'd figured out and was in the process of making, the happier he was with it. A massive grin spread across Izuku's face. Thanks, Mai. You're a huge help. Don't mention it. She lowered her voice to a whisper, glancing in Power Loader's direction before she said, seriously, don't. Izuku just nodded, walking out of the lab with Kyuka close behind him. He pulled out his phone and clicked on Cammy's contact. The gear for you guys is almost done, just LMK how and we'll get them to you, it's all figured out DW. Laughing face. Just let us know when. Till then, focus on showing that JRK who's boss 3C. Izuku snorted as he tucked his phone into his pocket, humming softly to himself. It won't be long now. There are only so many locations left for the heroes to investigate, we'll be fighting Overhaul soon. He was practically vibrating with anticipation for it. The morning of the 𝐈 Hasaikai raid, Izuku stood strong next to the members of his team that were present. As they debriefed at the police station, he could see the heroes re-evaluating them while they watched the scales of justice move seamlessly with one another. We've got a list of all the 𝐈 Hasaikai punks' quirks that we could find, so be sure to study it quickly. The head officer of the raid passed out said lists, and Izuku idly noted that they had nothing on the 8 bullets that Toga had told him about and Eri had described the quirks of. To tell them or not to tell them. In the end, he decided against it. Izuku had no real reason to have access to information that the police didn't, and even if he omitted the names of the 8 bullets and only shared what Eri told him, it wasn't something that he wanted to risk. We're hoping to catch every lowlife there as quickly as possible. Don't let a single one of them escape. They aren't wasting time. Kirishima said with a wide grin that was more nervous than confident. You sure are a morning person, Amajiki muttered. Man, I'm getting all jittery. Okuko's statement could easily be taken as her being nervous, but Izuku knew better. He saw the same fire in her eyes that was present during the sports festival, and when they decided to make the jump into villainy, she was just as excited about this as he was. Xiaoto's grin was unhinged in a way that seemed oddly familiar to Izuku, but he couldn't quite place it. They don't stand a chance against all of us. We will be one with the shadows. While the heroes had narrowed down the location of the Shai Hasaikai, they had very little insider information to go off of. There was a secret passageway that they could use to enter the underground labyrinth beneath the building, but the lackey that Night Eye had peered into the future of didn't get to show them much of the base before overhaul. In his rising fury with everything lately, killed him. Night Eye was so rattled by this that it took him a couple of days before he shared this information with the other heroes taking part in the raid. First it's detective work and then it's a full-on police operation. There's something new every day, Kero. Ryukyu chuckled. They didn't teach us about this at school, so I struggled in the beginning. I'm glad that you're able to see this side of heroism now rather than later. The pros are all so calm. I guess they're just used to it. Kirishima looked around, squinting his eyes as he said, Hey, is that old guy not showing up to this? Seems kinda weird that he's not around. Sadly, other duties intervened, Night Eye answered. The lead officer for the raid nodded. Tsukochi learned of a big development in the League of Villains case. He was torn up about not being here, but we've got plenty of people as it is. It's no great loss. I see, Izuku mumbled. I hope that the League is okay. I know that Himiko and Twice are stuck with the Shai Hasaikai right now, but what if the others were intercepted when they went to wait for the raid to start? No, then Tsukochi and the old guy would definitely be here. There must be something else going on. Kirishima turned to Izuku with a bright grin. Maybe the Shai Hasaikai and the League will go down hard today. Izuku gave him one in return, fake but so practiced that no one could tell, and said, We can only hope. Heroes. They're probably gonna put up a fight, you know. So if you spot any one of them resisting or trying anything funny, I'm counting on you guys to deal with it. We're up against a mafia group that somehow survived this long, so don't let your guards down for a second. Get in there and do what you've got to do. Move out. Once I read off the warrant, things are gonna start moving. Let's try to end this quickly. Yeah, we get it. You don't trust us. Hawks laughed. Lighten up, Rocklock. It's just protocol. The lead officer went to press the buzzer at the gate, but before his finger could even touch the button, rubble and a fist exploded outward. It's kinda early for so many guests. Another swing had several police officers being blown back, riot shields only blocking so much of the impact. Help them. Aizawa called out, but there was no need. Before his teacher could even finish the order, Black Whip had snaked around the officers' waists and begun to gently lower them to the ground. Izuku kept the quirk active, glancing 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺's way with a grin. They discovered something incredibly interesting while working on Total Eclipse. Dark Shadow was highly resistant to physical damage to begin with, but when they were wrapped up in Black Whip, they became just as impervious to it as the tendrils were. Against strength types like Rikia Katsukame, the three of them were unstoppable. The fact that Katsukame needed physical contact with his targets to become stronger was just the icing on the cake. Black Whip would keep him from draining Dark Shadow's energy as well. Dark Shadow was already darting out from underneath 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺's cloak before Izuku could say a word. Black Whip snaked around them as they met Katsukame head-on, stopping him in his tracks. Izuku allowed more and more tendrils of darkness to join Dark Shadow, further strengthening them until Katsukame was partially embedded in the now cratered earth beneath him. No! 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 Katsukame screamed. I won't go down like this. He struggled and writhed, but Dark Shadow held strong. Izuku's eyes narrowed at the glint of metal he could see peeking out of the man's pocket, and a single WHP grabbed the syringe and quickly retreated with it, passing it off to a nearby police officer without a second glance. My best guess is that he was hoping to rely on trigger here, but it wouldn't hurt to analyze that later. Given Katsukame's devastated expression, Izuku could only assume that he was correct. Well, he asked with a pet eyebrow. Are you guys gonna cuff him, or? His question seemed to break the officers out of their shock, and they quickly moved to get quirk-suppressant cuffs on the 8 Bullets member. Izuku and Dark Shadow eased up as soon as the villain was secure. Aizawa sighed as he watched the sentient Shadow and Izuku fist bump. You children are going to give me gray hairs, I swear. The heroes all moved at once, rushing through the open gates and immediately meeting resistance. It was nothing but low-level thugs, posing nowhere near the threat level that Katsukame had the potential to, but Izuku and his team were on high alert just in case. Fat Gum was clearly tense as he looked around. Don't you think this feels kinda suspicious? Something about this doesn't feel right, Rocklock agreed. But we have no choice. We've got to keep moving. It was like they were waiting for us, a Magiki muttered. Maybe we have a leak. But everyone seems pretty trustworthy. Izuku barely bit back a laugh at the irony of that. We definitely do have a leak, though not in the way you're thinking. The lead officer shook his head. A leak? Nah. If we did, then they'd be doing a better job of dealing with us. Besides, it's common knowledge that the Yakuza tend to act with a real sense of unity. The underlings exchange sake cups and pledge loyalty to the bosses. Even with their fall from grace, these gangs have always emphasized loyalty above all else. All this pushback and the fact that we haven't seen Chisaki or either of his officers yet means that they are probably using these distractions to cut and run. That was exactly what Izuku suspected as well. Run as far as you like, you won't get away, Overhaul. And even if you do, the League will make sure that you don't get far. Loyalty. That's a bunch of CRP. Leaving the tough stuff to your followers while running away isn't manly at all. No doubt. Fat Gum agreed. We're here. Everyone paused at Night Eye's words, turning to face a potted plant sitting in an alcove. There should be a mechanism that opens the way down. We just have to press these planks in the right order and the back wall of the alcove slowly began to slide open. This is like some sort of ninja hideout. Bubble Girl exclaimed. Centipede nodded. If you hadn't seen it, then we'd have no idea where to go. Now we just need to watch out for unfamiliar quirks. 3 members of the Shy Hasaikai leapt out as soon as the secret entrance was fully open, and Bubble Girl and Centipede held them off as the rest of the heroes pressed forward. Well, this is convenient. They must think that we know more than we do. The lackeys are leading us right to where Overhaul is by guarding his escape. Their meeting room isn't much farther now. The group made their way down a staircase and into the hallway, only to freeze at the wall blocking them off from going any further. It's a dead end. What's the deal, Night Eye? Tagata turned to Rocklock and said, I'll take a look. He phased through the wall, and a muffled, I thought so, could be heard from where Izuku was standing. When Tagata stepped back through, it was with a furrowed brow. The way forward is here, just like Night Eye saw. This wall is the only thing in our way. It's a thick one, though. Chisaki probably did this with his quirk, Rocklock muttered. Fat Gum's eyes narrowed. How sneaky, we've come too far to let this stop us. Izuku cried out, green lightning flickering around him as he activated One for All. Kirishima clearly had the same idea as him, turning his arms into jagged rock as he swung a fist forward. Together, they blasted a hole through the wall. Xiaotou froze the sides of it to keep the structure from falling on top of them, and just as they went to move forward, the floor began to wobble. Izuku looked up, shocked as he watched the entire hall twist and morph like something out of a horror movie. No one in the Shy Hasaikai should be capable of doing this. The closest one would be. Izuku froze. Katsukame had access to Trigger, so why wouldn't Mimic? Demon it all. His information on their quirks would only go so far when Trigger could completely change how they worked. I was all set to handle some obstacles, but the whole basement. It's got to be taking a toll on this guy's stamina. Can you cancel it, Eraser? Aizawa shook his head after briefly glancing in Fat Gum's direction. Not unless I catch sight of his real body. The passageway keeps shifting around. Chisaki is gonna escape, at this rate, a Magiki murmured, shaking like a leaf. What's our next move here? We've got to be quick. No, it's hopeless, isn't it? We're totally doomed. Tamaki! This isn't like you, you're Sun Eater, after all. Tagata rested his hand on a Magiki's shoulder. We can make it through this. All these twisting halls don't matter as long as we know our way to the target, and we've got a good idea of where Chisaki will be. I can make it through. Lemillion. Night Eye cried out. Don't do this. He's too dangerous. This is a race against the clock, and they know it too. We don't have time. I'll see you guys on the other side. Mirio, Tamaki whispered. The majority of the group dropped down when Mimic opened up a hole in the floor beneath them, but Izuku, Okako, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺, and Hawks could all fly. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 only blinked before he propelled himself back up a story with his ice. Then he launched his ice forward with a considering hum, and while Mimic was strong enough to break it with some effort, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 could hold him back for long enough to give them a window of opportunity. I'll fly forward with the fledglings. You guys be careful. Look after them, Hawks. Aizawa barked out, and then the 5 of them were off. Izuku pointedly didn't use Black Whip, knowing that he could bring them all back up if he wanted to. His excuse of the quirk being affected by his emotions would be useful here if they didn't just believe he made an error in all the chaos. Why didn't you try freezing the hallway sooner? Hawks asked. He didn't sound disapproving, merely curious, ping an eyebrow at 𝐿𝐴𝐷 as they all continued forward. There were too many people with us. The risk of me catching someone in my ice by accident was too high for me to risk it, and Tsuyu would have been heavily impacted by the cold too. Good call. The hallways were too crowded for me to fly forward too, but now we'll get there in no time. Okako was the only one of them that wasn't used to keeping up with Hawk's speed, but between Izuku's telekinesis aiding her and her training with the rest of the Scales of Justice, she was right behind the rest of them. They followed the sound of fighting and quickly arrived to witness a tense standoff between Overhaul, Nemoto, and Tagata. Both Overhaul and Nemoto turned to face the 5 of them, and Overhaul's face was overcome with rage the second he laid eyes on Izuku. You! Before Izuku could even blink, Nemoto had raised a gun and pulled the trigger. The only thing he could think as the most likely quirk-erasing bullet flew toward him was that he was finally going to get to test super regeneration. I could always use barrier, but where's the fun in that? I want Overhaul to think he's won before I utterly destroy him. Hawks knew that Izuku was capable of handling himself, and he'd been told about barrier by 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 and 𝐿𝐴𝐷, so he focused on neutralizing Overhaul and left Izuku to it. Izuku made the first of many errors that day in that moment. He forgot that Tagata had only seen a glimpse of his abilities. Suddenly, Tagata was between Izuku and the bullet and Izuku couldn't breathe. No, it's all right, my little Kohai, Tagata chuckled. You've got so much potential. I just couldn't stand to see it taken from you. And I'm sorry, you know. I should have helped you save her back then. No matter what everyone else has said about my future, you've blown me clear out of the water. I still have a long way to go before I can call myself a hero. No. Nemoto wailed. I'm sorry boss, I failed you. I missed that brat. Izuku and his team ignored the villain. He was pinned down by rubble and not going anywhere anytime soon, and joined Hawks in his fight against Overhaul. Izuku focused on driving him into a corner with Black Whip. Okako used all the rubble Overhaul was creating against him. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 flung daggers of ice at him, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 and Dark Shadow worked together with the former performing first aid on Tagata and the latter guarding them all with rubble shields that prevented Overhaul from touching them directly. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but Izuku was too rattled by Tagata's actions to notice one critical detail. The feathers that Hawks kept launching at Overhaul weren't being destroyed by his quirk. They were being absorbed. They weren't the only things that were, either. There was an explosion of red. Overhaul destroyed and reformed himself, and Izuku gaped at the monster that stood before them. Bright red wings spread and Overhaul took to the sky, racing toward Izuku with gleaming claws made of ice at his fingertips. Izuku barely jerked back in time, watching as a single strand of green hair fluttered to the ground from Overhaul's attempt to maim him. Well, at least super regeneration was still on. It's definitely staying that way, Izuku thought hysterically. You ruined me, Overhaul hissed. I'm going to kill you. And Izuku really didn't want to find out if he could. I apologize for this and know that this isn't the update that you were all hoping for, but I'm afraid that I'm going to have to discontinue this work. I've fallen out of the Banha fandom, to the point where even just reading the manga or watching the anime can feel exhausting, though I continue to do so with the hope that it'll eventually culminate in what the series kept hinting at but constantly backs away from. But with such a large story as this and with so much left to go, the very thought of trying to go back to writing this is immensely stressful. I didn't want you all to be waiting on updates forever or not see the new abandoned and discontinued tag, so I wanted to let everyone know this way. I may still complete Phoenix Rising for those of you waiting on that one. I only had a few chapters of it left anyway, and I'm hoping the derby scene in Season 6 will be enough motivation for me to finish it, though I will be sure to do something like this for it too if that is not the case, but otherwise, I'm finished writing for Banha. Demon Slayer is just something I've come to enjoy working with much more, and I hope you can all understand. Thank you for all the love and support you've given this story. It did more for me as a writer than you can possibly imagine.